Commissioners, Chief Jim McDonnell, Executive Director, Mr. Django Sibley, Madam Secretary, Inspector General Matthew Barragan, Mr. City Attorney Carlos de la Guerra, and members of the public, good morning. Today is Tuesday, March 24, 2026. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a regular meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning. Please let the record reflect Commissioners Sanchez Gordon, Shields, Garcia, and Scobin are present, and we have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. We welcome everyone attending today. All public comment will be heard during item number 4 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 60 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speakers will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in a number of ways outlined in the agenda. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, during your comments to other individuals you have spoken or attacked others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Message for those attending in person. These meetings are regular meetings between the board, the department, and key stakeholders. Meetings of the Board of the Police Commissioners are open to the public. The state's Ralph M. Brown Act affords the public the opportunity to be present at the meetings, hear the presentations and dialogue in real time, and provide feedback via public comment period. During these meetings, there is a need for the board to carry out the public business expeditiously without delays or disruptions. Members of the audience shall not engage in any conduct which causes an actual disruption of the meeting. Those attending in person are reminded that disruptive behavior will be cause for removal. If you disrupt this meeting, you will be provided with only 1 warning to cease disruptive behavior. If you fail to cease such behavior, you will be removed from the meeting. All attendees must be seated. Failure to follow this rule will result in a warning and/or removal from the meeting. With that, we will begin with item 1, the report of the Chief of Police. Chief McDonnell, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, President Sanchez Gordon, Commissioners, Inspector General Barragan, City Attorney De La Guerra, and Executive Director Sibley. Today's report will cover the prior 2-week period due to the technical difficulties experienced at last week's scheduled meeting. I will highlight key events, share our current crime statistics, and provide an update on our current staffing levels. 2 weeks ago, I provided a brief overview of an officer-involved shooting in Wilshire Division that occurred in the early morning hours before the Commission meeting. Today, I'd like to provide a few additional details regarding the incident. On March 10, 2026, at approximately 6:50 a.m., Wilshire Patrol Division uniformed officers responded to a call of an assault with a deadly weapon, with the suspect possibly still at the location at 1826 Alsace Avenue. The person reporting stated that the suspect, later identified as Jamil Bashir, pulled a gun on him after he asked Bashir to turn his music down. Officers met with the person reporting, who directed them to Bashir's residence. After requesting additional resources, officers attempted to make contact with Bashir. During this contact, Bashir produced a handgun, prompting officers to redeploy to the street while issuing verbal commands for him to surrender. Bashir suddenly exited the front door of the residence and ran directly toward officers while armed with a handgun in his left hand and a knife in his right hand. The handgun was pointed at the officers, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. Bashir was struck once and fell to the ground, dropping both the handgun and the knife. He then stood up and ran back into his residence. A short time later, Bashir complied with officers' commands to surrender and was taken into custody without further incident. Personnel from the Los Angeles Fire Department transported Bashir to a local hospital, where he was treated for a gunshot wound to the jaw. He is currently listed in stable condition. Officers recovered a handgun and a 6-inch black folding knife at the scene. The handgun was determined to be a Glock 19 style BB gun loaded with two .177 caliber rounds and a charged CO2 cartridge. No officers or other community members were injured during the incident, and Force Investigation Division investigators responded to the scene and are investigating the incident. On March 19, 2026, about 4:30 in the morning, Central Patrol Division uniformed police officers responded to a radio call for an assault with a deadly weapon suspect at East 7th and Ceres Avenue. Upon arrival, the officers encountered a suspect later identified as Ray McCullen inside of a motorhome parked on a public street. The officers observed McCullen holding a handgun. The officers repositioned themselves away from the motorhome while calling for additional resources. The officers established a tactical team and communicated with McCullen for approximately 20 minutes. However, he did not comply with the officers' commands, and shortly thereafter, McCullen exited the motorhome, armed with a handgun, pointed it at the officers, and an officer-involved shooting occurred. McCullen was struck by gunfire, collapsed onto the ground, and was taken into custody without further incident. The officers rendered medical aid until the arrival of the Los Angeles Fire Department paramedics. LAFD personnel arrived at scene and transported McCullen to a local hospital for medical treatment. A pellet gun was recovered at the scene and booked as evidence. No community members or officers were injured during the incident, and Force Investigation Division personnel responded to the scene and assumed investigative responsibility. Year-to-date, we're at 4 officer-involved shootings compared to 8 at this same point last year. You had requested updates on various protests in the city. Between March 8th, 2026 and March 15th, the department managed one protest event. On March 15th, approximately 1,500 demonstrators gathered in Topanga Division near Ventura Boulevard and Penfield Avenue for a protest titled Solidarity for Iran. The demonstration remained peaceful and there were no incidents to report. Between March 16th and March 22nd, the department managed one additional protest event. On March 21st, approximately 10 demonstrators gathered on the sidewalk in front of City Hall for an event titled Rally to Impeach Trump. An additional 10 individuals erected tents adjacent to Grand Park, resulting in an obstruction of pedestrian traffic and a call for service. A supervisor responded and directed the individuals to clear the pathway, which they did without incident. There were no arrests and no officers or community members were injured. On March 15, 2026, the department assisted in managing security for the Academy Awards. More than 300 personnel were deployed to support the event and ensure the safety of attendees and the public. During the event, a small group of protesters attempted to block limousines from driving northbound on Highland Avenue. Officers safely moved the protesters to the sidewalk to maintain access. One arrest was made after an individual sat in the roadway and refused to comply with orders to leave the street. The individual was taken into custody without incident and booked for 647 CPC, obstruction of a public place. There were no other arrests, no uses of force, and no injuries reported. I'd like to provide an overview of a recent serial arson investigation involving the Los Angeles Police Department in close coordination with the Los Angeles Fire Department and our federal partners. On March 4th, 2026, LAPD Major Crimes Division detectives alongside LAFD arson investigators responded to an arson at a house of worship in Sherman Oaks. The incident was classified as an arson and a hate crime. During the initial investigation, surveillance footage captured a suspect and a distinctive vehicle, which became a key investigative lead and ultimately connected a series of related incidents across the city. Through coordinated investigative efforts, detectives identified multiple arsons and attempted arsons occurring between March 2nd and March 8th at locations in central Los Angeles and Canoga Park. These incidents included repeated fires set to an electrical vault in the Fashion District and a fire at a business in Canoga Park. In one instance, the suspect directly stated he intended to burn the business prior to fleeing the scene. Investigators were able to link the incidents through surveillance footage, vehicle identification, and investigative follow-up, ultimately connecting the suspect to multiple fires. In total, the suspect was linked to 4 arsons and 2 attempted arsons, demonstrating a concerning pattern of escalating behavior. Due to the targeting of a house of worship, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives joined the investigation and has assumed investigative responsibility for that incident, with federal charges under consideration. On March 17th, coordinated surveillance operations led to the suspect being taken into custody by LAPD personnel. Detectives working alongside LAFD arson investigators and ATF agents executed a search warrant at the suspect's residence and recovered evidence further linking the individual to the crimes. On March 18th, the case was presented to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. The DA has since filed 3 felony charges, including arson of property and arson of a structure. On March 9th, 2026, 5:35 p.m., Hollenbeck Division officers responded to a silent alarm at a T-Mobile store located at 2708 East First Street. When officers arrived, the suspects had already fled the location. Officers learned that 3 suspects had entered the store, threatened employees, and demanded access to the back room and safe. The suspects removed merchandise valued at over $20,000 before fleeing. Among the stolen property was a decoy phone equipped with a tracking device. Using the tracking information, officers monitored the movement of the device, which led investigators to the area of Rosecrans Avenue and Elva Avenue in the city of Compton. Surveillance footage from a nearby 7-Eleven captured the suspects arriving in a gray Infiniti G37. Detectives and officers conducted follow-up surveillance at the location, where the device continued to ping. Officers observed several individuals matching the suspect's description and later tracked the gray Infiniti as it left the area. Officers conducted a traffic stop and detained 4 suspects without incident. During the stop, officers observed the suspects attempting to conceal additional jewelry and other property inside the vehicle. The items are believed to possibly be connected to other robberies, and that investigation remains ongoing. Evidence related to the robbery, including cell phones and other property, were recovered from the vehicle. Detectives also obtained a search warrant for the residence where the suspects had been observed entering and leaving. In total, 4 suspects were arrested. 3 suspects, including 1 juvenile, were arrested for robbery. A 4th suspect was arrested for receiving stolen property. One of the suspects also found to be out on bail for a previous robbery arrest in Orange County. A burglary arrest. During the week of March 2nd, Metropolitan Division's B Platoon was contacted by Devonshire Division detectives to assist with a commercial burglary investigation in which currency had been taken. Officers used various investigative techniques and reviewed surveillance footage from the area, which led to the identification of a possible suspect vehicle. Through follow-up investigation, officers determined the suspects were committing crimes during the early morning hours. During the early morning hours of March 9th, the suspect vehicle was observed casing an area in Van Nuys Division. Plainclothes officers located the vehicle near Ventura Boulevard and began conducting surveillance. While monitoring the vehicle, officers heard glass breaking and then observed the vehicle leaving the area. Officers confirmed that a window smash burglary had just occurred at a nearby business. Officers located the vehicle shortly thereafter and conducted a stop, taking both the driver and passenger into custody without incident. Both suspects have extensive criminal histories and were booked for burglary. The vehicle was impounded and held for evidence, and multiple cash drawers were recovered from inside the vehicle. Detectives are currently working to link the suspect to several additional commercial burglary cases. Regarding our street racing task force, on March 22nd, units from the Street Racing Task Force, in coordination with Operation Central Bureau Surge, Operation South Bureau Surge, undercover personnel, and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department TRAP unit conducted a coordinated enforcement operation targeting street takeovers. As a result of this operation, personnel disrupted or prevented over 31 street takeovers across multiple locations within the city of Los Angeles and surrounding sheriff's jurisdiction. Enforcement efforts resulted in 2 misdemeanor arrests, 1 for reckless driving and 1 for driving on a suspended license with possession of nitrous oxide tanks. Additionally, 5 vehicles were impounded and 18 citations were issued. Due to the proactive deployment of task force personnel actively monitoring street racing activity, units also responded to a potential looting and smash and grab incident at Felix Chevrolet, located at 3330 South Figueroa Street. Approximately 15 to 20 individuals attempted to force entry into the showroom and merchandise store. However, the suspects fled on foot when observing responding officers. No entry was made and no property was taken. Crime for the week ending March 21st, all analysis based on offense count except for homicide and victim shot through March 21st, 2026. Compared to year-to-date 2025, combined persons and property crimes are down 16.5%, which is 4,200 less crimes. Person crimes are down 4.2%, and property crimes down 19.6%. Homicides are down 17%, or 9 less lives lost year-to-date. Victims shot are down 30.4%. Aggravated assaults are up year-to-date by just under 1%, with 24 more crimes reported. Domestic violence and homeless-related crimes are the biggest driving factors, and we're continuing to assess and address those areas of concern. There are no patterns or trends. Robberies are down 10.1%, burglaries are down 34.2%, residential burglaries down 36.1%, and non-residential burglaries declined 30.9%. Motor vehicle thefts are also down at 29.9%. Our personnel strength, our sworn personnel as of March 23rd is 8,652. Civilian personnel staffing is at 2,456. We have 347 reserve officers. And as an update, which we will do from now on, a report on injured on duty and temporary restriction update. For sworn personnel, a total of 743 sworn employees, or 8.54%, are currently not available for full duty status, reflecting a reduction of 292 employees from the previous total of 1,035, which put us then at 11.9%. This includes 449 employees who are injured on duty, long-term sick, or on FMLA. That's 5.16%, a reduction of 140 employees from the previous 589, or 6.77%. 370 employees are on duty restrictions, which is 4.25%, a reduction of 76 employees from the previous number of 446. The breakdown of the current status: 424 people are injured on duty, 19 are long-term sick, 6 are on FMLA, 294 are on temporary light duty, 76 are on permanent light duty. On our civilian professional staff side, a total of 335 civilian employees, or just under 14%, are currently not available for full duty status, reflecting a reduction of 13 employees from the previous total of 348. This includes 103 employees who are IOD, long-term sick, or on FMLA, which overall is 4.18%, and that's a reduction of 16 employees from the previous number of 119. 232 employees are on duty restrictions, just under 10%, an increase of 3 employees from the previous number of 229. The breakdown on the current status there is 53 employees, civilian employees, are off IOD, 45 on long-term sick, 5 on FMLA, 119 on temporary light duty, and 113 on permanent light duty. That completes my report to the Commission, Madam President.
Thank you, Chief. We'll take some questions from fellow commissioners. We'll start with Commissioner Scobin. Any questions and comments?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the detail on the staff. It really paints a better picture as to what we're dealing with there and the needs and how off we really are. A few questions. One, first question relates to downtown staffing changes that were recently made after the street takeover. I had the privilege of going downtown and touring around. My question is, I know it's early, but is there any reporting out on how those efforts and the changes in staffing allocation is going and any impact, good or bad?
There will be an impact, I believe, and as you know, we're very, very leanly deployed, so taking people to surge in one location takes them from somewhere else. So we're monitoring that. Our crime analysis folks are watching that very closely to see what impact it'll have and how we further deploy resources in the future. We don't have the ability to take large numbers of people and redeploy them to any one part of the city for an extended period of time. We try and do our best as it relates to crime analysis, times a day, days a week, different types of incidents that are occurring where we can take additional employees and surge them on a problem, as I laid out there with the Street Racing Task Force. Good results on that, and we're trying to be as judicious as we can and not leave any part of the city under TO for personnel deployed based on the needs. But it is a constant balancing act to be able to do that as well as we can. We did commit a couple of weeks ago to be able to put additional resources as they were available to the Figueroa Corridor area, from the Jewelry Mart down to the Convention Center. We have a very keen focus on that area, realize the impact that has on the rest of the city, and so we are committed to seeing that through. But again, that is done largely in a surge capacity as far as the major numbers.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that, and hopefully we can continue the communication on any adverse effects, that those changes have made.
Okay.
The next thing is more of a comment. I'm aware of at least one upcoming No Kings protest. I hope the department is proactively meeting with stakeholders and organizers in hopes of having issue-free protests. I also look forward to the department's presentation on that. My last question has to do with pretext stops. And value your view on this. I know LAPD's policy requires articulable information beyond the traffic violation. I'm curious, how does that remain a pretext traffic stop and not become probable cause?
Yeah, our policy is, I think, trying to be able to address the needs of all communities, where we send people out there and to try and do their very best to be able to keep the community safe. Pretext stops in the big picture, as you know, are upheld by the Supreme Court in 1996 on the Wren decision, where officers use a traffic violation or a traffic, something wrong with your car, to be able to pull someone over in furtherance of a different or a larger investigation. And that's been upheld to be appropriate and legal. Our folks go out there and use the tools that are legally available to them to be able to try and do their best to keep our community safe. There is a push to take that away from the toolbox. A lot of things have been taken away in the toolbox, and with diminishing resources, it makes the job that much more difficult as we go forward. So the pretext stops, if done appropriately, are good police work. If they're abused, then certainly then they need to be addressed, and we do that and take appropriate action.
Thank you.
Okay, proceed. Chief, are you finished?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? All right, we'll move on to Commissioner Fabian Garcia. Any questions, any comments to the chief?
Yeah, good morning all. Thank you, Chief. No comment, just all my questions for the presentation. I know we're going to hear from some folks, in particular around pretexts and other issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shields?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chief, for the report. With regards to the officer-involved shootings year to date, while, we always want officers to limit the use of lethal force to the absolute necessity, and every individual officer-involved shooting is evaluated individually. I am heartened to see that there's been a 50% decrease year to date from last year. Is there anything that you are attributing that to, or are there, so that we can continue to double down on any changes, or what do you attribute that change to be?
Thank you. We talk all the time within the organization and our tactics and our training, about the reverence for life and that it is.
All right. The person that is sitting with a blue mask, this is your first and last warning. You know who I'm talking about. Okay. Yes, you. First and last warning. You may proceed, Chief.
Please. The tone is clearly set, and our officers understand that completely. All of our training revolves around that philosophy of the department. The reality is that when you respond to calls for service, we are not the ones who drive whether or not there will be a significant.
Excuse me, you are being disruptive. It's not time for you to speak. I'm talking to the lady in the green shirt. This is your first and last warning. Proceed.
Yeah, the circumstances and the individuals on the radio call determine what the outcome will be, every bit as much as anything else involved in that environment. Our officers are trained in de-escalation. We do that, the vast majority. The guy with the red. And so, given the circumstances that officers face in the field, the escalation tactics that are deployed on a daily basis reduce the number of significant uses of force that you would otherwise see. The violence, the threats, the assaults on officers that we see in the field put them in a position where they must respond in an appropriate way to be able to save their own life or the life of someone else. That's the vast majority of what we're dealing with there. So to be able to drive numbers like this down, there are years when they were up, and there are years when they start to trend down, and we're very thankful when they trend down. But again, it's in the backdrop of how we conduct ourselves as a police organization and the things that we face in the street and how effective we are with de-escalation.
Thank you, Chief. Look forward to hearing that positive trend continue throughout the year. When we talk about the crime statistics, we see that there's a number of categories where crime is down. Are we continuing to monitor the incoming like 911 call data to see whether people are not calling as frequently given the federal enforcement of immigration or things like that on a continuous basis?
No, thank you. We do monitor that. We did not see a significant fall off in people calling for service. That has stayed fairly stable. When we look at crime across the board, crimes like shootings and homicides certainly are indicators, because those are reported the vast majority of the time, and those are all trending in the right direction from our perspective. But we are trending down in every crime category, as I mentioned, except assaults. And the aggravated assaults, and that's up less than 1%, again, driven by incidents with domestic violence and involving unhoused populations. So we're monitoring that to be able to try and get that going in the other direction also. But very proud of the work that's being done by our folks in the field and the community that's working with us to be able to achieve these type of numbers.
Excuse me, Commissioner. The individuals that are sitting on the floor in the back of the room are being asked to sit in a seat. Have a seat in a seat, please.
One adult per one child, correct? Correct?
I'm talking to the individuals. There are 3 or 4 individuals in the back. This is your first and last warning. I am asking you to sit in a seat.
Why does this matter? This is creating a disruption. They weren't doing any. You're stopping this for no reason. Look, your fucking pig right here is harassing this person.
I am not speaking to you.
Hurt a child, right?
I am not speaking to you. The persons that are sitting in the back, this is your last warning. If you don't sit in a seat, the officers will escort you outside. Everyone is expected to have a seat. All right, they're not moving. Officers, please remove those individuals that are sitting in the back of the seat, of the room, on the chair, on the floor.
Watch out, my fucking kids! Yo, what the fuck are you doing? Yo, what the fuck are you doing?
Take a seat.
Yo, are you?
Take a seat and you'll be escorted out.
What the fuck are you doing?
Escorted out.
For what?
Not come up on
What?
my next.
You are being disruptive. I am giving you a warning as well. Okay, you are being disruptive.
All this madness for what? All this chaos for what? So unnecessary. Your pig just pushed me as I tried to get my child. For what? What did he do?
All right, have a seat, everyone. We're going to proceed. Have a seat.
Absolutely absurd. And that's what you endorse, Marquise.
Have a seat again, please. If you're not going to sit down, then I'm going to give you a warning. You are being disruptive. Everyone is expected to have a seat during the presentation. If you can't work with that, you are being disruptive. And this is your first warning. Have a seat.
Documented disabilities where they're not able to sit for long periods of time, right?
Teresa, can we please continue?
So that's actually against the American Disability Act.
Thank you. You may proceed.
You got your hand, you can keep it up.
Thank you. I just have a couple more questions. With regards to our, the number of officers who are either, injured on duty or long-term sick, what mechanisms does the department have in place to ensure that people are not taking advantage of that type of designation?
Yeah, thank you for that. We monitor, commanding officers of the various divisions stay in touch, or their team stays in touch with individuals who are off to ensure they're getting the support they need to encourage them to come back as soon as they medically are able to do so. What we found in years past is when we don't keep in touch with people who are off, it makes it harder and harder for them to come back. And after a point of time, then they end up staying off for longer than they otherwise might and ultimately retire. And so I think the ability to provide the necessary support for our people has created what we've seen here recently, where people are coming back more frequently. The numbers of people off are down from where they were, and so I'm very happy to see that. As far as people abusing the system, we have teams that investigate that. We do surveillance. We do hold them accountable from a disciplinary standpoint, and if appropriate, a criminal standpoint.
And I did see that, the Department's Special Operations Division recently was involved in the investigation of a couple of officers who were arrested for COVID-19 unemployment fraud. And again, it's very disappointing to see officers who are, there to enforce the law, break the law. And I hope that that sends a message to everyone within the department that officers are not above the law.
Right.
And that the department will continue to investigate fully any others who may be engaged in similar types of fraudulent schemes.
No, absolutely. No, it does send a very clear message, and we find out about it ourselves and follow up on it, and we do that on a daily basis.
Thank you. And this is more a comment, maybe there's a question in here, but, there's been a number of different articles recently and other things talking about kind of the Board of Rights decisions that seem to kind of make a mockery of the LAPD's disciplinary system, and also, frankly, some lawsuits that make a mockery of the discipline system. And I hope that there will be a good opportunity for this commission to weigh in on what that discipline system should look like. And I want to understand, as the Charter Commission is looking at potential recommendations, when we can expect some recommendations to come from the department. And then I would, lean on both the executive director and the inspector general to also provide some additional recommendations, even on top of what the department's recommendations are.
No, thank you. Yeah, we've seen some jury trials come back that are head shakers here, and my hope is that we can appeal those successfully.
And will the department be coming to us with some recommendations of the discipline process for the Charter Commission?
Sure, we'll work with you on that for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tabor, any questions, any comments?
I have no questions for the chief at this time, no comments. I wanted to just follow up with a question to Commissioner, that we have a time frame for the follow-up.
Yes, yes. Yes, we do. Speak into the mic, please.
Do we have a time frame for the follow-up report that the Commissioner was just asking for?
No, as it goes forward, we'll work with the commission through the executive director on making sure we do it in a timely manner. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary?
Thank you. Our first speaker is City Council President.
Excuse me, Madam Secretary, we have a report from the Inspector General.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning, President Sanchez Gordon, Commissioners. I will provide two updates from the Office of the Inspector General's audit section. First, I'm providing an update on OIG's audit of the Los Angeles Police Department's responses to calls for service involving possible federal immigration enforcement activity. This audit is designed to ensure transparency, strengthen accountability, and assess compliance with the Mayor's Executive Directive Number 17, Department policy, and applicable state and local law. To that end, we have established a process in coordination with the department. LAPD will provide the OIG with a weekly accounting of all calls for service that may involve federal immigration enforcement. In addition, our office remains available to receive reports directly from the public at any time. Our telephone number is 213-893-6400, and our email is communityrelationsoig@lacity.org. For each incident, the assigned OIG Police Special Investigator will conduct a comprehensive review. That review will include body-worn video, in-car video, dispatch records, incident summaries, and any related reports. We will evaluate, among other things, timely activation of body-worn video, whether a supervisor was dispatched and responded, the nature of the call and the reporting party, officer communication with community members, use of de-escalation techniques, and steps to identify any federal agents on scene and assess their actions and visible identification. We will also assess whether appropriate medical aid was requested when necessary and whether reports were properly completed. Importantly, the audit will not be confined to Executive Directive 17. Where we identify issues that bear on community trust or effective policing more broadly, we will report on those as well. The department has agreed to implement interim and long-term measures to improve data capture. In the short term, officers will document, quote, federal immigration enforcement action, unquote, in the comment section of call summaries. In the longer term, the department is developing a dedicated classification code to ensure these incidents are systematically tracked. We will also receive a weekly report of all such calls. The OIG has already received and is reviewing all incidents identified by the department from January through March 20th. That review is ongoing, with particular attention to adherence to policy by officers, supervisors, and dispatch personnel. We have also met with community stakeholders, including the LA Sanctuary Coalition, to better understand community concerns and inform our analysis. Beginning next month, the OIG will report monthly in open session on the incidents reviewed. After 6 to 12 months, we intend to issue a comprehensive public report summarizing our findings and recommendations. Members of the public may report relevant incident details directly to our office, including the date, time, and location of the event. Second, I will provide an update on our audit of pretextual stops. This audit examines the department's compliance with its policy limiting pretext stops implemented in March 2022 and evaluates the policy's impact in practice. Our work proceeds on two tracks. First, we will conduct a comprehensive data analysis of all reported pretext stops from April 1st, 2022 through December 2025. This analysis will examine patterns in demographics, locations, searches, citations, arrests, and evidence recovery, as well as officer assignment. Second, we will conduct a more granular review of a sample of pretext and non-pretext traffic stops from January 2026. For these stops, we will review all available body-worn video to assess whether the data recorded by officers is accurate and whether their conduct comports with department policy. This review will include an evaluation of the legal basis for the stop and any subsequent investigative steps, whether searches complied with consent search requirements, whether enforcement actions were supported by reasonable suspicion or probable cause, and whether officers treated community members with professionalism and respect. In addition, the audit includes a review of policies from other major law enforcement agencies, as well as guidance from national organizations to identify best practices and inform our recommendations. On March 6th, I appeared before the
City Council's special joint meeting of the Ad Hoc Committee on Unarmed Crisis Prevention and the Transportation Committee to provide an update on this audit. We have also engaged with community organizations, including Push LA, and welcome continued input as this work proceeds. We anticipate completing this audit within 6 to 8 months. In closing, both audits reflect the OIG's commitment to independent oversight, careful analysis, and meaningful public reporting. We will continue to keep the Commission and the public informed as our work progresses. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Inspector General. Would you please repeat the contact information again?
Yes, Madam President. The telephone number for my office is 213-893-6400. The email address is communityrelationsoig@lacity.org.
I have a couple of questions. My first question is regarding the calls for service. How are you making sure that you are capturing all calls for service?
So we've worked closely with the department since this audit was initiated to be part of the discussion that the department is implementing since issuing their updated notice to officers. And the two-pronged approach of having officers fill in the note section and then adding a category for data capture will be helpful. In our first report, we'll intend to respond regarding whether we feel that information was captured fully, and we do depend on the public to provide their reports as well, so we can ensure that we're giving as much as possible.
Okay, thank you. Another question. At your next presentation, can you coordinate with Deputy Chief Hurtado to ensure that you are both reporting on the same incident?
Yes, we will make sure that we are on the agenda at the same time so that our reports will track the department's reports. Thank you.
Okay, on the issue of calls for service, first part of the inspector's report, do any of the commissioners have a question for him? Any comment? No. I have another question as it pertains to the pretext stops. The inspector, as a inspector general, as a commission, considers additional opportunities for community input. We ask that you help us keep us updated on whatever is happening and whatever you are hearing from the community and assist us in that effort.
I'll make sure to provide those updates in my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Inspector General. Anything else from the inspector? Any questions, Commissioner?
I do have a question. On the pretext audit, you're going to be looking at the legal basis and looking at dash cam footage. So I assume that's going to be about whether or not articulation occurred.
That's correct.
So I guess my question is, will you take it one step further to verify whether or not the articulation reason was substantiated? And I think that's important.
Yes, Commissioner Scobin will implement your recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from any other commissioner? Okay, we move on to the report from the Executive Director, Mr. Sibley.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to briefly update the Commission on recent developments with the Charter Reform Commission and our monitoring of that charter reform process as it relates to the Police Commission and the Police Department. So as you may be aware, there's currently a process of review of the city charter underway, currently by a commission that was formed for that purpose. The Commission's report is expected to be released next week. It then goes to City Council and the Mayor for consideration of the recommendations of the Commission. And ultimately, any recommendations that emerge from that process will go to the voters in November for amendments to be made to the city charter, which is the foundational legal document that governs the structure of city government. I provided testimony to a subcommittee of the Commission back in December, along with the Inspector General and along with Deputy Chief Brockway from the Los Angeles Police Department, and we've continued to monitor their meeting since then. Certainly looking forward to reading their report as it is released as expected next week. There's 3 recommendations currently that I wanted to draw your attention to that are of significance to the Police Commission. And I'm going to read those to you as they are currently articulated on the website of the Charter Reform Commission. So the first of those is that all council-approved motions and ordinances related to police accountability shall be sent to the Board of Police Commissioners, the Chief of Police, and the Los Angeles Police Department, and must be agendized at a public hearing and voted on within 60 days of the City Council's adoption of the policy, instruction, or ordinance, or else it becomes law. The second one is, as a city policy and per the City of Los Angeles Charter, the police department must purchase liability insurance for each police officer in a sum of no less than $1 million, provided such insurance is available at a cost not exceeding $20 per month per officer. The cost of this insurance shall be indexed to the Los Angeles CPI annually as published by the U.S. Department of Labor Statistics. If an officer is found liable or a settlement is reached, finding the city liable for the conduct of the officer, each policy of $1 million should be used in each settlement, judgment, etc., if applicable, and this sum would not be paid from the general fund. And third, clarify and strengthen the authority of the Chief of Police consistent with due process and applicable laws to initiate and pursue the removal of officers with documented repeated histories of harm or misconduct. In addition, if the Chief of Police and the Board of Rights concludes that an individual officer should not be terminated, the City Council shall have the power to override the non-firing of the officer in a way similar to the revised Charter Section 245E, which is used for land use. If Council concludes the officer should be fired, that decision shall be final, subject to terminated employees' right to file a lawsuit, including injunctive relief, arbitration, and any other legal proceedings to be reinstated. So as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot more process ahead. But that's the current state of recommendations that are relevant or particularly relevant to the Police Commission. We will continue to monitor the process, certainly make ourselves available to the City Council and to the Mayor's office as they engage in their review of these recommendations, and I will keep you updated on the progress of that
Very well.
of those matters.
Thank you very much for the report, Mr. Sibley. Do any of the commissioners have a question?
I have a question and a comment. I would ask that, whenever there's a report that comes out, that it actually gets agendized and put before in regular agenda items so that we have an opportunity to ask all the questions about the ramifications of these types of recommendations and what position us as a commission would like the city council to understand and know about, because obviously some of these are very concerning. I think the Board of Rights process is absolutely broken. I don't know if you fix it by making the city council be the ultimate arbiter because of due process, but I think the Board of Rights process is a big problem that needs a big fix. And I would like our commission to actually discuss that in a regular agenda item. And again, I'd also like to understand the ramifications of liability insurance and these other issues. So that would be my ask moving forward, so that we can discuss that.
Thank you, Commissioner, and we'll put that on the agenda. Anything forward? Anything more from the commissioners? No? All right. Madam Secretary.
Okay, we're at public comment. Our first speaker, Council President Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much, Commissioners, Judge Sanchez Gordon, Chief. Good to see you, Inspector General, and everybody who's gathered here today. And thank you for affording me the opportunity to come speak before this very, very important commission. We have some business that we're doing across the street in City Hall that will, it's my expectation, with a healthy majority, will come before you to look at the issue of pretextual stops, which you all have been discussing this morning, and we've been working on in the LA City Council for 7 full years. We first introduced a motion. I authored a motion with a bunch of members who aren't even there anymore. They've been replaced by other folks to look at the issue of pretextual stops for a few reasons. One, because they're ineffective and they cost us a lot of money. What they cost us that you cannot quantify is trust. Because every time you make one of these stops and the person didn't do anything, and they know and they are sure that the reason they were stopped was because of how they looked, they're going to have at least 50 conversations about it. It is absolutely the worst public relations program that the Los Angeles Police Department has. It is almost like an organizer door knocking to tell people, you can't trust us. And so there are those who will defend pretextual stops. They'll tell you, well, we stopped 100 people and we found 2 guns, which is great that you found 2 guns, except what do you say to the other 98 people? You just got to live with it? You don't get the privilege of living in a free country because 2 people that look kind of like you had a gun. Meanwhile, at the same time, and I will go in and out of data on this, at the same time, when pretextual stops are committed against white drivers, contraband or serious crimes are found 40% of the time. 40%. Do you think that ever results in more white people being stopped? It doesn't. And people have been studying this for 20 years. And this is not a, again, I'm not here to bash on LAPD because it's not like LAPD it's not like LAPD is particular in this. You can't bring a police department. There isn't a police department in this country that you can bring forward that doesn't have similar data. There just isn't one, which is why I want to push our department and this city while we're here to do better and to do more. The city of LA has conducted 13 studies. The 14th is going to come out. We're going to hear from the Inspector General. We're also going to hear from Push LA. Folks at USC are doing a study. But folks, they all say the same thing. About 86% of the people that are stopped are black or brown, and overwhelmingly male and overwhelmingly under the age of 50. Now, the only way you get those kinds of results is if you're targeting. There's just no other way. And as a diverse city as we are, if you were doing things randomly, if you were stopping everybody that had a broken tail light, your numbers would be more random. You're not stopping everybody who has a broken tail light. You're stopping certain people who have broken tail lights. And so the city council now is looking at a policy which will come to you that says vehicle stops that are not public safety related, that are vehicle code related only, just shouldn't happen. Our city doesn't have an interest in that. No constituent comes to us and say, there's too many people with broken taillights on the streets. But people are constantly getting pulled over for that. What residents do say is, there are people who blow through lights on major streets, and there are people who drive up and down our streets doing 80 miles an hour, and they don't get stopped by anybody at any time. So it feels like, from the community perspective, we're trading our safety, our pedestrian safety, which is, by the way, off the rails. Pedestrian safety it's almost as if we don't have traffic enforcement in the city of LA, certainly not in South LA. So you don't get the traffic safety on the one hand, and you get the harassment on the other. And you can go to any set of people and they will have the same reaction. If you could anonymize Black and Latino officers, heck, if I could ask just the people that are sitting on this commission what their experience is with police stops, the stories would all be about the same. And again, we've done the work. I've gone to the officers and I said, tell me about this. What do you think about this? And they say things like, oh, it's lazy policing, or it's policing on the cheap, right? Since we don't have personnel to go look for burglars, we pull people over and try to take a guess about whether or not they did a burglary or they're related to a rash of burglaries. That's what officers say. I've told my stories about being stopped by the police in a government-issued vehicle. I won't tell it again because people get really excited when I tell it. But you can go to anybody. I can tell you an anecdote about a man who is not an LA resident, but he manages a grocery store in my district. And he drives in from the Inland Empire to come to work every morning. And he talks about being stopped 4 times getting off the freeway in the 8th Council District of Los Angeles, being stopped by LAPD 4 times. And each time it's the same thing. Who are you? What are you doing? What kind of car do you have? What are you doing in this area? Is this your real license? The whole 9 yards. He describes a situation where about 6 officers spend about 45 minutes with him on those mornings where he gets pulled over. That same person will tell me that someone can come into my grocery store, fill up 2 baskets with groceries, and walk out. I call the police, and it takes the police hours to get there. So he says to me, Councilman, you clearly have people. There were 6 people sitting with me on the side of the road for 45 minutes in the morning. So don't tell me that you don't have personnel. The question is, what are the personnel doing and what are they prioritizing? And so you'll have you'll have a motion before you from the Los Angeles City Council that we hope the mayor will support that asks you to take the 2022 policy that you passed, which I want to compliment the department. It had a dramatic, that policy when it was first implemented had a dramatic impact on pretextual stops. It drove them down dramatically. Since that time, particularly in the last 2 years, they've gone up to almost the level that they were before we did the policy. And so rather than make that an exploratory policy, we need that to be the official policy of the city of Los Angeles. This says nothing about taking traffic stops away from the police department. You know, part of what the police department says is that this is a tool that's taken away. You can pull people over, just not in a pretextual way. That's all. Because here's the thing, and you know, again, I have tremendous respect for the chief, but it's true that the Supreme Court said pretextual stops are okay. It's true. But they are a lie. They're just a lie. And that's not a way the government should relate to its citizens. It's saying, I pulled you over for one reason, but really it's another reason. If you pulled me over for another reason, say it. I've been confronted by police officers who will say something like, oh, you know, a person in this kind of car was filmed at a bank robbery. Well, that's a different kind of stop. I can easily say, this is who I am, I wasn't there, and I can go about my business. But to say you pulled me over because I had a minor traffic violation or I have a vehicle code violation, and then I got to roll down all my windows and open my trunk and get out of the car and sit on the curb, it's just a lie. And so I think we have the ability to move past it and create safer conditions for our people, which is the most important thing, and do a lot to build trust and to take away the distrust that is too far widespread in too many communities of our police department. So I want to thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for allowing me some time to speak to this issue this morning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll call the next speaker.
Next, we have Larry Hanna.
Thank you very much. My name is Larry Hanna. I'm the independent counsel for the Los Angeles Police Protective League. In 2025, traffic collisions killed more than 290 people in the city of Los Angeles. Over 150 fatal collisions involving pedestrians. Traffic collisions claimed more lives than homicides last year. Traffic fatalities remain above pre-pandemic levels, and increased enforcement will put more lives, and decreased enforcement will put more lives at risk. The LAPD already limits pretextual stops. What anti-police fringe groups want is an end to virtually all traffic stops. They are confabulating pretextual stops with the enforcement of basic traffic laws. Their push to end traffic enforcement will only result in more vehicle, bike, and pedestrian injuries and deaths. As commissioners, You must demand that these anti-traffic law enforcement groups specify which traffic laws they do not want enforced. Anything short of that, of them answering that very specific question will confirm they actually want to do is end traffic enforcement in furtherance of their ultimate goal of defunding the police. Don't enable them. It is dangerous in limiting traffic stops and unsupported by overwhelmingly the majority of the residents of Los Angeles. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker, please, Jamie.
So I attended my neighborhood council meeting for the first time ever a couple weeks ago. And I have to say that after witnessing LAPD's appalling presence there, I don't think I've been missing out on anything up to this point. To be specific, this is the Wilshire Center Koreatown Neighborhood Council. And the two pigs who joined were senior lead officers Joseph Orlanis and Lucy Bermudez. Roughly speaking, they patrol the areas from Western to Vermont and from Olympic to Melrose. Within that range, they complained about needing help from civilians on identifying vacant lots because people have been breaking into buildings and open areas and establishing squatters' rights. They want to establish who owns these properties so they can prevent trespassers. For example, the abandoned building that used to be a Denny's on Vermont. Orlanis and Bermudez complain that they need trespass authorization before they go into these vacant lots to make arrests. Sitting there listening to this violent NIMBY bullshit, it occurred to me that the irony of these statements is kind of mind-blowing. These officers are calling these areas vacant when the point of getting a fucking trespass authorization is because that area is not vacant. Because there are, in fact, people there. People who LAPD wants to arrest. This language is wildly dehumanizing, and it is also completely apt. Unhoused people are not legible as human beings to LAPD or to the city of LA. This is what we mean when we say that police exist to protect property and to protect and serve no one. People with unbelievably limited resources are causing no harm to any other person by using empty fucking buildings to shelter themselves, and LAPD is swarming in to arrest and brutalize them. And I should also mention that throughout this meeting, the members of that council, all vile, wealthy NIMBY creeps, were fawning all over these two LAPD officers. Their attitude was completely supplicatory. It was a nauseating dynamic that left the truth even more clear in my mind. LAPD controls the government in this city. But what LAPD cannot control is the people. You do not own us, motherfuckers, as evidenced by your utter failure, Teresa, week after week, to conduct this meeting. I hope you're having a good time. We are going to keep making you look like the buffoon that you are until you quit this goddamn toady board. Shut down FLOC, defund, and abolish LAPD.
Next, we have Georgina McPhee. Georgina, you're on.
Call the next person.
The next speaker is Andrew Grabner.
Really cool how you gave priority to the president of the city council to speak for like 15 minutes, but we can't even go a second over our time probably. Meanwhile, you gave the chief 15 minutes to speak as well. And it's just rambling, and you're not even paying attention. Tabor walked in late, you know. You don't even pay attention to it. It's just him getting his time to just make himself feel important by just rambling stuff that barely above a mumble. He's at least a little louder today, I guess. At least use his microphone a little bit more. You should have him deliver it in writing instead, so that we have more time for community members to quickly tell you what a messed up shit department you are. And meanwhile, Jim McDonnell still, after 3 months, refuses to release the names of the officers who shot Lawrence Gonzalez on New Year's Eve. He was supposed to do it 72 hours after the shooting. It's been 3 months. When are those names getting released? Why are they being hidden from the public? What is the reason? Is there some kind of reason why those names can't be released? It's been 3 months. You literally tried to conceal their identities on the body cam footage too. What are you trialing out, doing the ICE strategy of refusing to release the names because you gotta protect them or whatever? Is that what you're doing? You're trying to be ICE in that respect now too? When are those names getting released? You all should be on his ass at this point. He should have been fired weeks ago for this alone. He's trying to hide the names, and they need to be released. When are any of you ever going to ask about that? Do any question him about it at all? It's been 3 months. Inspector General, I don't know what he's inspecting. Executive Director, I couldn't even hear his report. We have several consent agenda items related to you going out to party in the desert with ICE. So you claim that you don't work with ICE, you don't collaborate with ICE, all that stuff. But you're apparently okay with going and partying with them in the desert. This Baker to Vegas event. You got like 5 items related to that today. You've got a police dog from, I presume, the kennel named after Hitler's bunker. You have a police horse to be used to trample protesters while the horse whimpers in fear because the horse doesn't even want to be doing that. And let's see. I can't even get to all this. Let's hear from all speakers for the full 3 minutes. Fire McDonald.
Next, we have Sally Lopez on Zoom. Sally Lopez.
Yes, hi. Thank you for this time. I am a citizen of Los Angeles, and I also work in the city. And unlike all these people that are speaking so negatively about our department, I want to say that I am a very proud citizen of this city, and I'm thankful for all the great work the officers do, and for the great work the chief is continuing to do, not just for the residents, but also for the police. My main concern right now is the traffic stops and the pretext stops issue. And the reason why is because I've been personally impacted by this, okay? I run around the city because I'm a runner, and I've been almost killed multiple times. I am grateful that Central Traffic Division and Valley Traffic Division has mortar officers that are, that's their job to conduct traffic stops. And in one instance when I almost got run over by a vehicle, luckily there was a mortar cop that was around the corner that conducted a traffic stop. I continued on my run, did my miles, and on my way back, I realized that, yes, like this councilman said, yes, the officer had taken the driver out of the vehicle and he had handcuffed him. And I later found out through asking after the suspect was arrested that suspect who almost killed me while I was running was a fleeing felon in possession of a firearm, okay? So unlike all these people that are not grateful for this amazing work these officers are doing, I am. And I'm thankful that they're out there putting their life on the line, because all that it takes is one person, like this fleeing felon with a loaded firearm, to turn around and shoot at these officers. These officers have families, okay? They go out there and do the work that nobody else wants to do, yet everybody is talking nonsense about the department. And that lady about using foul language and stating such nasty terms about the police, I think that no citizen that is abiding by the law, that is a citizen that wants the best for the community, is ever going to go and waste their time using foul language towards any police department. I think we need to be grateful and we need to appreciate the work that they do. And remember that traffic stops are here for a reason, okay? And the Board of Commission needs to ask for a report also of all the goodness and the preventative measures that are being taken by conducting traffic stops, by eliminating people being killed, like I almost got killed twice, okay? And also, they should also ask for a report of all the positive things that the officers are doing, because all I'm hearing is these reports to document or what are their actions if according to this negative connected to negative behavior. What about reports demonstrating all the one?
The next speaker, Tran Sun Ha.
Thank you. God bless America. Thank you. Love everybody here. And I have to say over again. So I come here and thank you, the Police Chief Jim McDonough, and thank you, LAPD headquarters. I'm here with all of you, and we will change better America and change the world and peace and love for all human rights. So I cannot do it, but I choose the LAPD headquarters. We will do it. And very important for America. I cannot do the job and protect you, but I'm here with everybody, and Jim McDonough and LAPD headquarters will do it. So this is very important for America. But I am a person, and very important right and safety for all of you. But it's better than the President United States of America. They never protect you. But I'm here to do the job for America. Thank you, everybody. God bless America. God bless all of us in here. Thank you. Thank you, LAPD headquarters. Thank you.
The next speaker, Mr. Herman.
Sure, why not? I'll see if I know how to read. VPN Networks from USC, UCLA honored that study medical hack bin, which tricked you to the hack backing of factory settings such as sizzly dizzly decisions, fragile goods from Crenshaw and Watts, and that were naked to specifically Cuba. Oh, that's enlightening and sad that I have to read someone's public comment, but let's face it. You got unemployed officers stealing from the government. They're not being reported. You know, I've never stolen in my life working 25 fucking years in a fucked up job in a fucked up place in a fucked up state. But I've realized that working is dirty. And dirty working is like, if I was like Jeff up there, for example, and had a fleet of vehicles I could sell constantly to every city, Ford, I'd be a genius. But I'm not. See, because I'm not into that monopoly of stealing people's understanding of what he's created in America. Thank you, Jeff, for that example. However, dealing with canines, I love canines. I appreciate every dog's duty to protect my civil rights and my constitutional rights in a meeting like this. And then the other thing, though, which is so important, women shouldn't be fucking dogs, you know. Animal sex and sex with animals is unconstitutional, and I'm afraid that my service dog might be attacked by a police officer who has those type of intentions. Should knock it off. Then I go into the real issue here that brought me in regarding the El Monte Flores gangbangers and gangbanging chief there, Mr. Fisher. I support ICE. I love Donald J. Trump. Matter of fact, I don't appreciate sanctuary cities. Fuck sanctuary cities. Let's get this world back to where it belongs. We're all going to hell. God hates you. Simplify fags. Snyder versus Phelps. An amazing thought from Snyder versus Phelps. Matter of fact, the police union wants an investigation in CD8 on the gentleman who spoke here, Mr. Malkisi. Investigate that shit. I don't give a fuck. If you violate the law, you break the law, yes, there's due process. but no one is above the color of law. 242, 245, 18 U.S.C. 242, 245, and the Bain Act 52.1. God bless you, Donald J. Trump, and fuck you. Oh, here you go. For the record.
The next speaker is Audit LA.
Good morning. I sent out a notification to all you. Hope you all had a chance to read it. It's about Scientology's their new golden era, trying to reach children. The concerns I have about that is one, I just for information, Scientology does not view children as children. They view them as adults and young beings that just their bodies need to grow. So, and this is in their policies and their writings. So anything from 3 years old on, whatever is expected of an adult is expected for children. If adults are supposed to go to work, children are to go to work. That's why they don't have any, they don't really send them to school. They also believe that, Hubbard said himself in Dianetics, the books that you see being sold all over the place, that children, even as young as 7, should not be shocked by anything sexual, including a passionate kiss. Okay, if this is not grooming, if this is not something that breaks barriers for protection of children, I don't know what does. And now they are actively moving into their new era to bring in more children. We've come here, we've given you the book, Child X. He told, Jamie Mustard makes it very clear how his childhood went in this city. Laura has come here constantly now and telling you about what her childhood was like. And there's hundreds others. There's so many that don't even survive it. They kill themselves because they can't deal with what they had to endure growing up in Scientology. I ask you all to look at Leah Remini's, her Aftermath show. I would like to, watch it, I binge watch it, whatever, to really get an idea of what people go through. It's story after story after story after story. And I ask, why are they not, if it was slander or defamation or libel, they're the most litigious group on the planet. In fact, they're suing you guys, right? Don't you have a few lawsuits from Scientology right now that you're dealing with? But you know what? You can't sue efficiently when it's the truth. So I'm asking you, okay, I understand you have the dilemma, they have the First Amendment protection of religion, but we also have to protect children. Okay, children are not adults and small beings. They are not. They are children, and they are worthy of our protection. And I am mortified that this is going on, okay? And it's not just going on, like they had this big event. They don't do that stuff for their own people. That's not for their Scientologists to, recruit parents to do all this auditing. And I didn't even get into, I don't have time to get into auditing and bull baiting of children and what happens during that. A lot of it is very sexual. Like I said, L. Ron Hubbard does not believe that children should be shocked or upset even by passionate kisses on their lips. Thank you.
The next speaker, please, Jonathan Foster.
Hello, Jonathan Foster, like Jesus and my dad, but here's my Albert Hoffman shirt, the guy that made the LSD. And he touches almost every single person's life on earth. It's an awesome guy. And I'm going to play an audio I edited from 2018, June 26th. I have maintained basically the same message.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, June 26th, 2018. This is a regular meeting of police commissioners. Before we begin, we're going to begin a meeting by taking a moment of silence for John Mack, who is president of the Board of Police Commissioners. So let's take a moment of silence for John. Let's stand if we can.
So we had everybody stand. And I wish I hadn't stood up because I thought I was standing up for a police officer, and it seems stupid. You should remove his name. He did nothing for Eric Rivera, Gresario Mack, Yang Yang, Linda Macera Moran, many others. You've got no head-to-toe body armor. He didn't talk about every OIS officer needs to submit a blood test. His daughter said that John Mack was big on accountability. There's not a lot here. The commission is trying to make it seem like they're like John Mack.
I think I speak for everyone, saying to John that we will miss you, sir. Madam Secretary, please call.
Listen to this part.
Good morning. Let the record reflect, President, we have a quorum.
Okay. Do we have any speakers on the consent calendar items today?
We have one speaker on 1A and 1B, and it's the same speaker.
Okay.
We have Donaldson Foster.
Mr. Foster, let's go.
It's the expense is $2,000.
$2,000.
You know, I know that the police department has all the head-to-toe body armor should really have, even for just on the beat police officers in the car and walking around on scene on bicycles.
That's off topic. This is about
So here's this idiot, big time in me, right? They spend all this money on travel, but they could have spent it on head-to-toe body armor and the accommodations. But Soboroff is big timing. He screws up my narrative, and I'm just about to tie everything up, what I said there. There's no chief ever did any of this at one of these meetings that they're going to. Where's the head-to-toe body armor?
Wait a second, I'm talking.
Oh, excuse me.
This is about expenses incurred while attending the Major Chiefs Association, so when you stay on time.
I thought it was a waste.
Okay, let's go to item number 2A.
2A.
Do we have any public speakers on 2A?
We have none, sir.
There were none on 2A. And you don't do this, President. You're wrong. See, the head-to-toe body armor, it's a murderer going forward if it doesn't put the body armor on. We should have moms decide how to protect their sons, right? And we don't get to comment on the discussion, and neither did the LA City Council member. Dawson also got screwed, right? And so I'm getting screwed. You're a liar.
Thank you. The next speaker, please, Lara FM.
Hi, good morning, board. I'm going to talk about Scientology. I feel that on a monthly, weekly, daily basis, Scientology is constantly infiltrating the city. And so monthly, they have targets and goals and statistics that they have to reach, just like an organization or a business would run. And so what I'm going to be doing as we investigate further to expose legally what we can do with all the internal crime that's been happening and has happened in the past with children and adults and family members, etc. I'm going to be updating you guys through the protesters, people that have been coming and talking about their personal crimes that happened while being a child or an adult in Scientology, in the cult of Scientology C organization. We were protesting outside the testing center on Hollywood, and again, the cops came. They were falsely called. We were chalking. This is a normal thing that happens. I don't think that this has been going on definitely for 3 years more, but has been going on where the police have not once yet investigated these calls that are all coming from Scientology. Why is this okay? Why is it okay to take all the time of a police officer to have them come and have to be at the Scientology building for hours just because of these false reports? That's one of their ways of safe pointing and infiltrating the city. They have an audit was just talking about their new event they just have is called the Golden Age of Kids. They're literally reopening new course rooms and classrooms, as they call them, auditing rooms at Celebrity Center. They just had Sunday morning a big event, literally bringing in all these children of Scientologists to come join either the Sea Org, the internal slave organization, or to get on the bridge to their next course. This is literally like the next movement of Scientology is getting young, underage people into Scientology and I don't know how to explain this other than this is the tactic of how they got people like me and my family born and raised in this situation. There's got to be a place where somebody says, between church and state? Why are police officers allowed to be showing up to Celebrity Center Christmas stories? Tim Tollahan. Why does Officer White go to the blue buildings when that's not his area? Like, there's so much internal ethics, out ethics in the internal LAPD that Scientology is still infiltrated on. You have Janet Whelan on your CPAPS board. You have people infiltrating neighborhood councils. Please come if you want the pamphlet that I've put together. Please find me. I'm very obvious.
Thank you. The next speaker, Jason.
All right, so 2 weeks back, video was released of pig Brent Houlihan snapping the arm of an unhoused woman, Christina Stewart, on January 27th. As you watch the video, you can see this certified hog, who is 6'3" and at least 250 pounds, torque Christina's arm up intentionally to break it, and as she cried in pain as it snapped, Brent had the gall to tell her to stop resisting. Christina is at most 5'2". Now, Brent is no stranger to the community. In 1997, he murdered Daryl Chubb Hoodie. In 2009, he shot Valerie Allen, and in 2023, he shot Angel Garrido. All 3 of the victims were in mental crisis. With Daryl Hood, the LAPD tried to claim Daryl charged them, but at least 6 eyewitnesses said that was a lie. In Valerie's Allen shooting, a civil jury awarded Valerie $3.2 million, determining Houlihan and his partner's actions were malicious, negligent, and amounted to excessive use of force. Now, jurors said that Brent and his rookie partner had serious credibility issues. Of course, this commission found that shooting to be in policy. Now, Brent even had the nerve to claim Valerie resisted arrest after being shot in the chest, stomach, and arm, and then tased. Medical experts testified that that would have been impossible. And somehow the LAPD puts Brent front and center when a community member is in mental crisis. Now, speaking of shootings, there are 2 shootings on today's closed session agenda. But what's absent from that list is the murder of Mario Sanchez that happened on March 16th at the hands of Xiomara Sotomayor, Ana Valdez, Stefan Carazzo, and Nico Lima. Looks like whatever finding this commission makes in regards to that murder of Mario will be out of statute as the year was up before last week's canceled meetings. Tell him, Papa. All these meetings you have now, and you don't even have enough time to put that on the agenda. Meanwhile, you had his family here last month awaiting details on it, and it comes as no surprise that Ana Valdez was part of the gaggle of pigs that killed Cynthia Ann Ivy Akers on March 7th. No different than Stephen Carazzo, who killed Wilbur Blanco in May 2024. 4C, again, as he was saying, another dog from the kennel named after Hitler. Why don't you ask, you, Danny Boy, or you, why don't you ask, where do they supply their dogs from? It's a simple question. If you care about all this fucking, anyways, I want to talk about what happened in the back of the room. Teresa, why are you so, what's up, Papa? Why are you so obsessed with policing my children? Why are you so obsessed with it? You said, and the rules are here, I want to say, the police, each member of the audience must be seated. As you stated, the people in the back were seated. And for whatever reason, you kicked them out of the room. It doesn't say you have to sit in a chair. Does it? Does it? If you want to follow these fucking rules that you give so much of a damn about, you don't give a fuck about the rules that these pigs, all these rules that these pigs break. Teresa, I'm talking to you. Look at me. Look at me. You're a fucking coward. You're a fucking coward. And then when your pigs went up to the person that they kicked out, instead of allowing them an opportunity to leave the room, they just went and pushed forward. And again, as I'm trying to grab my child, they push me. You gonna fuck about that, Teresa? You gonna fuck about that, Teresa? You don't. You don't. Your father was a butcher.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Aiden. Our next speaker, please. Aiden.
Seated. Right here. Look at your fucking rules. The rest of you commissioners, speak up for once. You give a fuck about children? You don't give a fuck about children, none of you. I know you don't, Fabian, because you can't even be with your baby. You come here for what?
Lady in the green, you've been previously warned. You are asked to be removed. You may proceed.
Well, this is going to be a continuation of the last comment, Teresa, and I hope the other commissioners pay attention too, including you, Rasha. You're in a meeting. Do your fucking job. Don't look at your phone. Anyway, If you paid half as much fucking attention to any of the things people say during these public comment periods, yeah, look away. Look for noise in the audience instead of paying attention to the speakers who you always claim to protect by preventing them from being interrupted by distractions. If you paid half as much fucking attention, or even 100th as much fucking attention to anything these people say as you do to people in the audience with your little hawk eyes, looking for whispers, looking for conversation, looking for little bits of motion like you fucking are right now, maybe we wouldn't have to be here, you know? But the commission does not do its job. The commission is one hand jerking off the other. The commission is walking out of that room with the police commissioner, or sorry, the chief of police, and, you know, you have your little huddle, you have your little script, you know, the secretary has their lines, Teresa has hers. Everyone plays their role. Danny asks no fucking questions, Jeff asks the softballs, Rasha pretends that she cares, and then the chief will say, well, you know, we're gonna look into that and we'll get back to you. And, you know, Commissioner Daniel, did you notice when you asked for a timeline, a concrete timeline on something where the police could provide accountability to the community? What did Jim McDonald say to you? He said, I'll get back to you. Is there a timeline for that? Why the fuck would there be a timeline for that? He'll get back to you when he fucking feels like it. He'll get back to you when he's good and goddamn ready, after Matthew has massaged the numbers and made up some bullshit claim about how the police isn't doing whatever we say it's doing. Well, I'm here to provide you with an alternative viewpoint, which is that the OIG, which actually is not really the Office of the Inspector General, it's the Police Office of the Inspector General, which makes it the PIG, that's the pig, is well aligned with you pigs sitting behind that fucking table. You are all on the same team, you do not represent the people, and this fucking commission is a sham. You know, I heard people talking about it in the City Charter Reform Committee, and I think I said this a couple weeks ago, but I'll say it again because it bears repeating. You know, I went up and I said, well, we may as well not have a commission because the commission doesn't do shit to protect the people. What it does do is it acts as a shock absorber for people's anger and grief and anguish as they come in here and relive some of the worst traumas they've ever had in front of people who could not give a fuck if they were alive or dead, breathing in the same room or telling their story. So I hope that we prove me wrong, which I know we won't. But then the other funny thing about this is someone said, actually, they corrected me. They said, actually,
Call the next one.
The next speaker, please. Grace. Grace, okay.
Later this meeting, you're going to have a verbal presentation on human trafficking and vice operations. We know what that really means, policing and criminalization of sex workers. Every presentation we've seen on your human trafficking operations are just PowerPoints of girls in handcuffs as you arrest them. Sex work is work, and your human traffic operations do nothing but enable you to abduct sex workers. This criminalization, in fact, has expanded because LAPD continues to get more automatic license plate readers, including flock cameras, to criminalize sex workers. We know that the cameras and AOPRs have been used to send over 1,000 Dear John letters just because people drive through a neighborhood or a street. You started on the Figueroa corridor and expanding into Western, MacArthur Park, and beyond. So every poor neighborhood in LA is illegal to drive through now. And now you'll have AOPRs in each one to criminalize people for being nearby. You criminalize cam girls and people doing sex work online. You probably hate OnlyFans and criminalize and police sex workers who use cameras to make a living. Why then do you want so many cameras in areas that sex workers are working? You want free camera access while simultaneously arresting, criminalizing, and abusing sex workers. These AOPRs, such as Flock, not only criminalize sex workers, they also enable information sharing between federal agencies and LAPD. During Women's Month, this city claims to be a liberal sanctuary for both immigrants and also for abortion seekers. But when AOPR information is exchanged between states like Texas, Alabama, Idaho, and Utah, California and local police departments are sharing information of folks who may be coming to California to get an abortion. Safe abortion access is a fake in LA and California because you share who comes in and out with, and you share that information with states that have banned and criminalized abortion. Speaking of information sharing, Flock AOPR data is accessed with federal immigration agencies, both via queries but also through information sharing with DHS fusion centers. LAPD is sharing Flock AOPR data with ICE and DHS. You draw the map that ICE and CBP use to abduct our neighbors every day. Not only that, but Jim said we don't see fall off of people calling LAPD but the reason is because federal immigration agencies have been calling LAPD in place of the people. We established 3 weeks ago that you're probably not seeing a drop in 911 calls because DHS has been calling you. You admitted that DHS called you in January 2026 for aid in their immigration raid, and as you continue to build partnerships with federal agencies, both the FBI via your training, but also DHS, you don't need to worry about a dry phone or dry notifications because LAPD will still get calls. ICE will call you, so you don't need to worry about your drop in 911 calls because you'll always use LA's budget and labor to fuel overtime so that you can respond to ICE's call for help anytime they need it.
The next speaker is Quinn. William Good.
Good morning. So, Commissioner Tabor, you seem like a wonderful guy, well-educated, but you're totally unfit to be on this commission. You're useless. You're almost as useless as Mumbles Garcia over there. I don't know how in a city of 4 million people, this is the best 5 we can come up with when it comes to police oversight. Makes no sense to me. Now, Rasha, you asked about, we had the situation recently, or situations, where there are lawsuits. We're losing lots of money in lawsuits related to how broken the LAPD discipline process is. And you asked McDonald, what does he plan to do about it? And his response wasn't to say, we're going to fix this. It was, we're going to appeal these verdicts. That's the best we can do? We're going to appeal the verdicts? Why don't you address the discipline problem that you fucking have in your department? But it comes from, he's able to just do nothing because we have no political will, starting with the mayor and most of you. Now, last week, the city reached a settlement with the rape cop over the rape cop Gabriel Espadas. He's the guy, woman was put on a 5150 hold, he did it. And when she got out from the hold, he contacted her, he said, I kept you out of jail. 2 days later, he was having anal sex with her and fisting her and trying to make her have sex with dogs. No, so she sued over that. McDonald handled a complaint. They generated a complaint from that lawsuit, and he came back and he said it was demonstrably false, these claims. Well, those demonstrably false claims are going to cost us millions of dollars because we just settled it. It's fucking bullshit. This whole thing is broken. If you guys properly investigated this guy, he wouldn't just be fired, he'd be in jail. It's where he needs to be right now. And I talked to DA Hochman about this 2 weeks ago, face to face. And I said, this cop forced a woman to have sex, fisted her, took advantage of her. Why isn't he in jail? His response, you got to talk to the LAPD about it. The LAPD has to investigate the LAPD. So here the fuck we are. What are you going to do about it, Jim McDonald, Karen Bass's police chief? Are you going to investigate this cop that raped a woman who was on mental health crisis, or are you going to continue sweeping it under the rug? Talking about sweeping things under the rug, discipline report last month shows that the LAPD, they tried to sneak this in there, has an officer who got a sustained complaint for being in a law enforcement gang. In a gang. This cop is in a gang. And I CPR'd the information to get his information, and you fucking delayed it. You broke the law with that. You have 45 total days to turn over that cop's name and information, investigative reports. Today's day 24. I expect it in the next 3 weeks, or it's going to be another fucking lawsuit. Enjoy your fucking day.
The next speaker, Mr. Toland. Sheila. The next speaker is Sheila.
So let me correct the record right quick about a few things. First, to Jim's first lie, or one of many lies. Despite what is put out there by the media, police sympathizers, and the police, there are other jobs that are far more dangerous, and policing, as a profession, is a danger to community. In the top 25 most dangerous jobs, policing is number 22. That means they have a fatal injury rate of 14 per 100,000 workers. Police officers have a workplace fatality rate similar to maintenance workers, construction workers, and heavy vehicle mechanics. Conversely, 96 per 100,000 black men and boys will be killed by the police. So the reality is that y'all lives aren't in danger, but ours are. Over the life course of about 52 out of every 100,000 men and boys in the United States will be killed by the police. Because clearly y'all don't give a fuck about black lives, so I'll just go ahead and talk about men in general. White men and white boys face a lifetime risk of about 39 per 100,000. Now remember, again, for police, it's 14 per 100,000. So don't you dare say that lie again. The audacity to talk about human trafficking when LAPD and police engage in human trafficking themselves, and I'm not just talking about putting people in prisons and sending them to ICE, Jim's best friends over there. But they also rape and abuse people. Pretextual stops are not effective policing because, one, there is no effective policing, and two, pretextual stops are akin to stop and frisk. Both are a failed strategy that are deeply racist and anti-black. Both yield no results other than harassing, criminalizing, and traumatizing the mostly black people who are subjected to it. The data is clear how racist it is, with black people being subjected to it at least 3 times our population share. So another lie from Jim McDonnell. These stops are antithetical to public safety because, first, the police are involved, but also because they are racist, as I said, and additionally, because they have been the site of numerous murders by police and other acts of violence. This strategy is just as foolish as harassing children and their caretakers in this meeting, and harassing people with disabilities who can't sit for long periods of time and need to be able to get up at their leisure. For a body that's supposed to represent the public and people, you do everything you can to silence us and to kick us out of meetings. A father had a child strapped to him while he was shoved by another cop while he was trying to get to his own child because you were harassing women and femmes who were taking care of children. Once again, you are focused on the wrong things. You are more concerned about the disruption of a meeting that exists only because of a history of police disrupting lives and communities. If you cared as much about the rules that LAPD are supposed to follow as you care about the arbitrary rules of this meeting that are
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Van Dewey.
Hilarious that we have 3 minutes. I almost don't know what to do with so much time. It's really hard to come in here though. You never know if you're gonna have 3 minutes, if you're gonna have 2. Things always change. The rules are always changing clearly. So for the people whose job it is to enforce laws, I would really like you guys to just standardize things and get your facts straight. So yeah, it's inconvenient for a lot of reasons. The public doesn't want to be in this place. The time is inconvenient. Looking at Django's face is really hard. But, mainly it's just entering the most villainous Lex Luthor lair with all of these people who are standing around and harassing children and families, right? Weird. Yelling at disabled people for sitting down and standing up. I mean, come on, you guys are a joke. First of all, what kind of sick fucks hate children? Why do you despise the sound of laughter and children playing? I honestly think you guys are really scary. Like, I'm not scared of you, but I'm scared of the fact that people with your mindset are in the position that you're in. You need to go get tested for sociopathic pattern behavior. If you hate the sound of children laughing and playing, you should not be in any position where you're meant to serve the public. And I'm scared for the public if that's your true feelings. Yeah, I'm scared for the signs. McDonald, you have no business talking about the sanctity of human life. For real. Like, I don't know why you chose to include that because you are a joke. Teresa, you got mad at me for laughing at it, but it's very clearly a joke. How many people are you killing? You guys have one of the highest murder rates out of all police departments in this country. And you're talking about the sanctity of human life? You can't even handle people who have barely lived a life screaming and yelling and playing. So maybe we should just defund the police department, right? So that we can create universal childcare. Maybe that would solve some of this irritation in the meantime, because clearly, you know, your sick intuition is just not gonna change. Your job is also not to tell people, do what I say. Like I said, your job is to enforce the laws. So be clear about that and learn it before you start saying, you're not allowed to sit on the floor. That's not a rule. Brian Bostic was killed during a pretextual stop. It doesn't matter that it wasn't LAPD this time. You guys have killed people during pretextual stops. You killed Marquittin Sandlin and Keisha Michael while they were sleeping in their car. So yes, we do need to take pretextual stops very seriously. And also, what the fuck is going on with Keith Porter's case? You guys completely just stopped talking about, you never said one word about Keith Porter other than you weren't gonna do shit. So figure out who, we already know who killed him because we did the work. You need to arrest the killers. Do something and grow a spine. Stop treating ICE as your friends when they are killing Angelenos every single day.
Thank you. The next speaker is Akili.
Dr. King, in his letter from a Birmingham jail, famously criticized white moderates because they are overly concerned with order as opposed to justice. And that's what I see here. Jason, thank you so much for coming every week. And thank you for bringing your children. We don't accommodate people here. We ban people. We make it uncomfortable for people here. So thank you for coming every week. Thank you for doing the research that you do. And thank you for taking care of your children, you know, and we should be accommodating. We should provide for that here, not banish it. Anyway, pretextual stops are a continuation and an extension of driving while black and brown. All the evidence points to that. No evidence points to safety. It all points in the opposite direction. Yet we cling to it as if somehow or another that is going to help us with safety, even though there's no evidence of it. One of the things that Marquise talked about, and many of us in this room have been a part of that research. If you all just did things based on evidence, it would already have been eliminated. But we hold on to practices even though they don't make sense, because we are the police department is an extension of slave catchers. And what slave catchers did was look for where slaves are and then go where they are and then try to catch them. That is an extension. This pretextual stops is an extension of what slave catchers did. And so you have no reason for it. And then finally, every week we ask for a report. What is the status of the investigation of the murder of Keith Porter? Is there a timeline? Will it be back in 30 days? Will it be back in 60 days? Will it be back in 90 days? And the fact that you all don't even ask for that is an indication that you don't care or consider what happened. Here's an off-duty ICE officer who killed a citizen. Not in the line of duty. He killed a citizen. What is the status of that investigation? When will it be completed? And give us a timeline. Thank you.
The next speaker, Olivia Irene Fitzsimmons.
Why are you so stubborn about not following up on Keith Porter's murder? Who's telling you not to ask the question? Jordan, you're the one who always asks the question.
Opportunity to speak.
Hello, I have a statement. Can you be quiet? Thank you. I have a statement that might be slightly over the time. My name is Olivia Irene Fitzsimmons. I'm a former court ward of Michigan. I got emancipated by the state of Michigan at 18 in 2001 and became a parent state of the United States as Olivia Irene Fitzsimmons. Whilst fleeing domestic violence last year and utilizing the Department of Public Social Services housing program with my son, I was walking the suburbs of Los Angeles County as we were in Roland Heights, Anaheim, Avocado Heights, El Monte, where my finger was broken by an El Monte Police Department officer. I began coming up with the term and ideology of family foster care. We're individuals who are family going to housing in a house like a child will go to foster care, which I myself experiences. Instead, they would be with their parent. A place of city officials, such as city officials, police, sheriff, paramedic, and firefighter, who have an extra room for a family of 2. In my portion, I stated a family fleeing domestic violence would in my position would be I and my son. It would allow us not to be isolated from others as domestic violence displays readily in action. It would allow us a room in a house with others that are in places that assert authority and non-trespass laws which allow the mother and child to learn how to respect themselves and others. A place where the state, like foster parents, would pay for foster parents, and yes, they would have a caseworker that speaks with the foster family and the foster parents of the foster family, and the family could their Department of Public Social Services, CalWorks stipend, could keep their stipend, and the house would get paid from the Department of Public Social Services like foster parents get paid for foster children. And go to school to further their education as well as raise their child. I am a first-time mother, and at the time I was aware I needed to get to shelter after the DPSS stipend for housing ended, but also that I was saving in a shelter for a trailer lot that I could afford monthly. While I go to school and pay for Wi-Fi, water, and diapers, as at the time he was 6 months in July 2025, or 7. And by June 2026, I planned on moving into a trailer with he from a shelter known as Lily's Place. Apparently, the state has removed my son and placed him into the household I and he was fleeing from, and there was a criminal protective order in place that ensured he, my son, was not to be withheld from me at any time, and the family was placed with violated that order. The detective at Central has failed via the district attorney not picking up the case, and the judge at Stanley Moss failed to re-administer the criminal protective order in time of filing as was. Neither way, with my son, I continually grew and considered what we, mothers with children, could prosper after abuse. And I noted that being around those that serve and protect daily would give us gumption to continue and steer clear from and to find ourselves outside of what we knew. I do hope that you consider the family foster care for mother and infant, toddler, children, teen fleeing domestic violence and place them in homes together before the child gets removed from the mother. I asked the court to place my son and I in foster care, and this is what I mean. Family foster care, the step before the step of removal from the home. Thank you.
And that is our last comment card, Madam President.
Repeat that, please.
That is our last comment card.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Madam President, we're now back in open session. We will now hear agenda items 5A through Q. Do any commissioners wish to pull any items? Commissioner Shields?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Scobin?
No.
Commissioner Tabor?
No.
And Madam President, do you wish to pull any items?
No.
We have the recommended board actions for items 5A through Q. Do we have a commissioner to approve the recommended board actions?
A motion to approve consent items A through Q.
Do we have a commissioner to second that?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 6A or 6B, the verbal presentation on pretextual stops. And we have Push LA, Chief Tinkerides, and Captain White.
Okay, good morning. May you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, good morning, or yes, good morning still. My name's Leslie Johnson. I'm Vice President of Programs and Organizational Culture at Community Coalition.
Thank you.
Community Coalition is a 35-year-old social justice organization in South LA, and we serve as the co-convener of the Push LA Coalition.
Hello, my name is Chauncey Smith. I'm an associate director at an organization called Catalyst California. We're a co-convener of Push LA along with Community Coalition. Catalyst California works to advance racial and economic justice and to improve the lives of low-income communities of color. And in my role there, I oversee our work related to criminal legal system reform and community safety issues. Thanks for having me here today.
Thank you. Good morning again. We are grateful to have Push LA here today to share the perspective on pretextual stops. The Commission is eager to learn more about Push LA's position and their coalition members' experiences with the department's pretextual stop policy. We know that feeling safe is one of the in one's neighborhood, and feeling safe during an encounter with police are not separate concerns. They are deeply connected. When community members feel they are being stopped without good reason, it erodes the trust that effective policing depends on. At the same time, we recognize that officers need tools to keep our neighborhoods safe. The department recently presented data to Police Commission and City Council on pretextual stops, and we know this is something the public is closely following. As the Police Commission considers any changes to the department's existing pretextual stop policy, it's critical that we hear directly from community members. Today's presentation is an important part of that dialogue. We are currently exploring additional ways to gather input from the public, including the possibility of forums or hearings, and I welcome any suggestions from my fellow commissioners, the department's leadership, and stakeholders on how best to engage the Angelenos on this topic. Members of the public are also encouraged to reach out to the Inspector General's office, which is conducting an ongoing audit of the department's pretextual stop practices. They have been reviewing traffic stops and evaluating how the policy is working in the field. The Police Commission will take a careful look at this matter once the Inspector General's audit concludes and its findings and potential recommendations are available. Again, we appreciate Push LA continued engagement on this important issue. All right, I know that you're going to make a presentation. There is also a PowerPoint, so who's going to lead today?
I'll start off the presentation.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, you may proceed.
Madam President, will the clock reflect the time that we have, or?
Okay, you're going to need to speak really into the mic. Yeah.
I was asking if the clock would reflect the time that we have for presenting, or no? Okay.
While she's doing that, I'll just share a brief overview. We're going to provide a little bit of contextual information, background, and then we're going to hop right into the data analysis and then talk about policy solutions. So
Okay,
in terms
and
of the
I would
overall flow.
respectfully request that you keep tab of your time, okay? Thank you.
All right.
All right, so Push LA stands for Promoting Unity, Safety, and Health in Los Angeles. We formed in 2018 in response to decades of racist policing that has plagued Black and brown communities in Los Angeles. We are a multi-sector alliance of 15 organizations, including faith-based institutions, labor unions, legal and research partners, and community-based organizations, all committed to reimagining what Protect and Serve looks like. Push LA groups came together because the reality for Black and brown Angelenos is that going about our everyday activities can turn into life or death situations when law enforcement officers choose whom they will pursue, harass, and harm based on the color of our skin, our accents, and our zip codes. Members of our community have experienced trauma and violence, both physical and psychological, at the hands of police, and some have had their lives taken. So today we say the names of Keenan Anderson and Takar Smith as we do this work in their memory and in honor of them and so many others. The Push LA Coalition has been tracking the issue of pretextual stops since 2019, when a data analysis published by the LA Times revealed that the LAPD's Metro Division officers stopped and arrested Black people at a rate more than 5 times their share of the city's population. These interactions typically involved an invasive, ineffective, and traumatizing tactic known as a pretextual stop. In 2021, the Los Angeles City Council approved a motion to look into alternatives to traffic enforcement that did not rely on armed police officers. As a result of that motion, the Los Angeles Department of Transportation formed a Traffic Enforcement Alternatives Advisory Task Force to look at the research in the field and develop a set of recommendations to answer the City Council's request. Both Chauncey and I served on that task force for about a year with a diverse group of other concerned residents. Then in June of 2024, the council approved a feasibility study to look into the implementation of the recommendations of the task force. And they asked multiple city departments to report back with their findings. And now, today, nearly 2 years later, these reports are starting to come in to be submitted to the council file, and most recently were submitted by the CLA and LAPD. So just a bit of background so you understand how long we've been working on this issue. Our policy platform does go beyond the issue of pretextual stops to also look at traffic fees and fines, investments in self-enforcing infrastructure, and expanding unarmed care-based response. But in terms of pretextual stops, which is the topic of today, we are here to advocate for a ban on stops for equipment and non-moving administrative violations, as they are typically used for pretextual stops and are a focal point of the LAPD's policy. In terms of movement in the field, several jurisdictions have put varying types of restrictions into place in regard to pretextual stops, so Los Angeles is in good company. Some information is starting to come back in terms of the impact of these policies. For instance, last month, the Berkeley Public Policy Journal published an article on an independent academic analysis of San Francisco's pretext stop ban. And I'm pulling a quote from the report. Findings show the pretext stop bans resulted in negligible reductions to drug, gun, and contraband discoveries, while arrest rates stayed nearly the same. The only outcome that dropped with statistical significance was the number of searches conducted on those who were stopped for pretext violations. So we believe we can achieve similar and additional positive outcomes in Los Angeles by going a bit further and strengthening the policy intervention that was implemented in March of 2022. And finally, before Chauncey reviews the data, I'd like to also clarify what we are not asking for. We are not asking for stops from moving violations to end. We're only asking for minor equipment and administrative violations. I know there was some public comment earlier today that talked about some experiences, and those had to do with moving violations, which we're not attempting to address today. We are also not advocating for no accountability for drivers. The city has the technology available to run a license plate and identify the registered owner of a vehicle. Correspondence can then be sent via mail instructing the registered owner to address the violation. We're also not advocating for another group of people to conduct these stops for minor violations. We think that could be problematic as well. And finally, we do not want to expand the use of automated traffic enforcement technologies or other surveillance, and that's also a recommendation that came from the task force. So I'll turn it over to you.
So what is a pretextual stop? All right, so the purposes of developing a shared understanding on what we're talking about, a pretextual stop occurs when an officer has a hunch that a person may be connected or involved with some form of criminal activity, and often that hunch alone in itself may be insufficient to justify stopping the person. So, in order to stop the person and investigate for evidence of more serious criminal activity, it's not uncommon for an officer to fabricate some other reason, right? So they'll identify maybe a minor equipment violation. Perhaps it's an administrative issue with the car. These technical violations are then used as a basis to conduct the stop, and then officers go on and search for evidence of more serious criminal activity. The problem with these stops is that they are a pathway for racial identity profiling. Research and both lived experiences show that the initial hunch and decision that a person may be up to some, and maybe involved with some form of criminal activity is often based on implicit bias, or it could be explicit bias. And because of that, there's a lot of different harms that end up occurring. So as Leslie and others mentioned during public comment, It's not uncommon for these experiences to be very traumatizing, but research also shows that it's not uncommon for uses of force to occur during pretextual stops, as well as dehumanization. People are subjected to fines and fees through tickets, and a whole host of other negative consequences also result. So, with this in mind, there were significant public demands for reform regarding pretextual stops and racial profiling in the city of Los Angeles. During 2020 and 2021, Push LA's campaign kind of picked up during that time period. A motion was introduced in city council. And seeing what was going on, in 2022, LAPD unilaterally adopted its own policy on pretextual stops. And the language before you here is a brief snippet of the key information there, so I'll briefly walk through it. So LAPD's policy provides that a pretextual stop or a pretext stop is one where officers use reasonable suspicion or probable cause of a minor traffic or code violation as pretext to investigate another more serious crime that is unrelated to that violation. And then it also includes a limitation, so pretextual stops shall not be conducted unless officers are acting upon articulable information in addition to the traffic violation, which may or may not amount to reasonable suspicion regarding a serious crime. So there's a couple of points regarding this language that's problematic. So one is that it completely places the determination of whether a pretextual stop is occurring in the hands of an officer. If you look at what other jurisdictions are doing, they're categorically defining pretextual stops by the basis of the violation that's being used to conduct the stop, not whether an officer subjectively thinks that they want to call it pretextual or not. In addition to that, if you look at the rule, it also includes the baseline level of the determination is quite low. It says that it may or may not amount to reasonable suspicion, and reasonable suspicion is on the overall totem pole of different levels of justification is quite low. Above that is probable cause and other things like that. So, with those problems in mind, Catalyst California, in partnership with Push LA Coalition, conducted an evaluation of LAPD stops pursuant to data that was collected and reported based on the Racial Identity Profiling Act of 2015. The time frame that we use for our analysis is for all stops conducted by LAPD between 2019 and 2025. During that time period, LAPD adopted its policy change in March of 2022. So one thing that's helpful about our analysis is that it provides a longitudinal lens to see how things played out before the policy was adopted and after. So you can get more of a bird's eye view of trends over the course of time. In comparison, the other analyses and reports that came from the police department and from the chief legislative analyst were only from the time of the policy's adoption moving forward. So it fails to provide that historical context. In addition to that, a focal point of our analysis is officer-initiated stops for minor traffic violations, i.e. equipment violations and non-moving or administrative issues. These are closely linked to pretextual stops, and they are a focal point that's identified in the language of LAPD's policy. Importantly, this is a distinction from the analysis that you recently heard from the police department. Theirs was based on a pretext stop field that officers began using when LAPD adopted its policy. So officers conducting a stop, they subjectively determine that a stop is pretextual, and they check off a field, and then that's how it's categorized. Our analysis is broader. It's based on the type of violation as opposed to the subjective determination. And from our perspective, this is more inclusive of the totality of experiences and circumstances in which racial profiling and pretextual stops may actually be playing out on the streets. So just want to make that clear for you. In addition to that, we did disaggregation by race and geography so we can evaluate biases. And in addition to that, we did analysis of searches and discovery rates to see what's going on during the actual stops themselves. Okay, so now we're going to hop into the data. All right, so this first one is an evaluation of LAPD stops over time. Okay, in general, stops can be broken down into 3 categories. You have moving violations, so speeding, DUI, illegal U-turn, things like that. Those are more closely related to traffic safety outcomes. In addition to that, you have minor traffic stops. Here, we're categorizing those as stops based on an equipment violation or an administrative or non-moving violation. This is the realm in which pretextual stops often occur, and it's a focal point for our analysis for purposes of today. So this will be something that I continue to touch upon. This is the orange line at the bottom of the data visual. In addition to that, you see the gray line, which is other stop types. So these are things like stops based on reasonable suspicion, a warrant, outstanding warrant, and things like that. Okay? So one thing that's important here is I just want to kind of hone in on that orange line, which is the one that focuses on stops for minor traffic violations, i.e. equipment and non-moving violations. Okay? You can see that when LAPD's policy was adopted in the middle of the data visual, the percentage of stops for minor traffic violations was about 20%. Okay? Before that, it was kind of ebbing and flowing for the years preceding. This was qualitatively somewhat of a unique time period, I would say. So this was more in the heart of COVID-19 pandemic, and then also there was the murder of George Floyd, which caused a significant degree of a shift in the landscape when it came to policing everyday people. All right. So with that kind of contextual information in the background, there was a policy adopted by LAPD in 2022. And you can see immediately after the policy was adopted, there was a significant dip in stops for minor traffic violations. Based on the report from the police department, this was due to implementation factors and a need to essentially orient officers to the new policy. Subsequently, by the end of 2022, and continuing up until now, there's been a consistent use of stops for minor traffic violations, hovering around 20%. And more recently, since the new chief was appointed, you can see towards the tail end of this data visual, stops for minor traffic violations have been back on the upswing, and more recently at the end of 2025 were about 23% of all stops. Okay, so the main takeaway here is that stops for minor traffic violations have continued despite the adoption of the policy. So it's not a done deal. There's still a need to address the issue. I just wanted to make sure that stood out. In addition to that, research also shows that there's significant racial bias in stops for minor traffic violations. So from 2019 to 2025, Black people were significantly overrepresented, accounting for approximately 27 to 32% of stops for minor violations compared to only being 8% of the city population. Latine people were also overrepresented, accounting for 49 to 59% of stops for minor traffic violations compared to only 47% of the population. And white people are significantly underrepresented, only accounting for 8 to 13% of stops for minor traffic violations compared to 28% of the population. And you can see here in the data visual, the purple color represents the proportion of white people that were being stopped for minor traffic violations. The orange is represents the proportion of Latine people, and then the yellow is Black folks. Okay, and if you want to think about things a little bit differently, there's also a significant disparity when it comes to where stops are occurring throughout the city of Los Angeles, okay? Specifically, data show that in South LA, the San Fernando Valley, Mid-City, West Adams, these areas had higher rates of stops for minor traffic violations compared to other areas. Unsurprisingly, these are also parts of the city of Los Angeles that have higher concentrations of people of color and people who are low income. Council District 9 specifically consistently had the highest rate over this time period. And Council District 11 on the west side, which tends to have less Black and brown folks, consistently had one of the lower rates in the district. All right. So in addition to racial bias in stops, we also looked at racial disparities in searches. So what's going on during these stops, right? Is it just the stop itself, or are there more nefarious or potentially traumatizing actions that people are having to live through? And so for this issue, what we did was we compared the experience of whites to the experience of black people. So we asked the question, compared to white people, how much more likely are black and Latinx people to be searched? Unsurprisingly, similar to the stops, since 2022, black people have been 1.9 to 2.7 times more likely to be searched than white people during minor traffic stops. Latinx people have been 1.4 to 2.2 times more likely to be searched than white people. So it's not just the stops that are racially biased, it's also actions that occur during the stops too. And a key argument or idea behind the reason for stops for minor traffic violations, which are closely linked to pretextual stops, is that, you know, setting aside the very low nexus to traffic safety outcomes that they have, there's this argument out there that pretextual stops are a helpful tool, an effective strategy for crime prevention more broadly, irrespective of traffic safety, right? The idea is that, oh, you need to do the stop and then, you know, get the contraband off the street, you know, catch the bad guys and things like that, all right? So one of the key ways to look at that, to ferret out what's actually going and whether it's actually living up to that expectation, is to look at what's called the discovery rate or the hit rate. And the hit rate is essentially the relationship between when a search occurs and how often evidence of a crime is found, all right? So for example, a 20% discovery rate means that in 2 out of 10 searches, evidence is found. And the corollary, in 8 out of those 10 searches, no evidence is found, so they're failures, okay? So we looked at the discovery rate and then we broke it down by the type of search. There's different types of searches and they qualitatively lead, because they're qualitatively different, they lead towards different rates of evidence being found. Okay, so in the highest discretion searches, those are searches based on alleged consent of the person searched and stopped. But in addition to that, there's 3 other categories. So searches based on some combination of consent, officer safety, and or suspected weapons, but not falling into any other discretionary category. Low discretion searches, those are searches done of people based on people who are on probation or parole status. And then lowest discretion searches are ones that are based on an arrest, vehicle inventory, or warrant, things of that nature, okay? This data visual here shows the discovery rates over time during stops for minor traffic violations. The orange line, the one that I'm gonna hone in on in a second, is the one for highest discretion searches. But in addition to that, just to kind of point out, there's one at the top that has much higher rates. Those are the lowest officer discretion searches. To go back, those are done when there's an arrest already being made, a car is being taken away, impounded, or there's a warrant. So if you think about that and compare it to the other types of scenarios, it's qualitatively different. In those instances, it's more likely that something has already happened. But I want to hone in on the highest officer discretion searches, the one that's the orange line at the bottom, because research shows that when they occur during stops for minor traffic violations, they're extremely ineffective. Specifically, during these types of searches, the hit rate or discovery rate was less than 10% consistently over the course of time, which means that in 9 out of 10 of these searches, officers did not find contraband or evidence of a crime, and it was a failure, right? So someone was stopped, someone was searched, someone probably went through extremely traumatizing experience, and it's not actually improving safety outcomes more often than not. And if you think about that practice compared to other situations, so for example, imagine we had a physician who had a particular type of way that he did his surgery, and 9 out of 10 times that way didn't work. Or a teacher who was teaching students in a particular way, and 9 out of 10 times when they taught that way, the students did not pass the exam, right? But when it comes to law enforcement, we have these practices that research and data show that it's not just the lived experience and anecdotal accounts, but it's also the data shows that they're not actually working towards achieving the purported goals of the underlying practice. So thinking about this, I recall that a report from the Office of Inspector General in 2019 did an analysis of these searches, and it compared the data along with video footage to see what was going on during these sorts of encounters. And I pull out a box quote. It says here, kind of from the midway in the paragraph to the bottom, the OIG noted instances where consent from the subject of the search could not be heard, or where the consent was provided after at least one search had already been conducted by officers. Additionally, in a small number of these cases involved, there was officers' language may have been interpreted to mean that the search was not in fact voluntary. So that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the problems associated with these particular types of searches. As I mentioned before, they have limited effectiveness. 9 out of 10 times, they don't work during stops for minor traffic violations. That's extremely problematic. In addition to that, there's an extreme power differential when it comes to law enforcement and community members. As you heard from some of the public comment testimony earlier, people are often scared. You know, there's an officer with a gun confronting them, and they may feel vulnerable in those situations. And because of that, it's not uncommon for people to just kind of go along with things in order to not obstruct the process, not be seen as hard to handle, and not be seen as a person that doesn't want to comply, right? And because of that extreme power differential, the line between consent and assent, kind of just going along with it, can be extremely blurry. In addition to that, the difference between a request and a command can often be unclear, and research shows that these encounters are filled with those sorts of problematic dynamics. In addition, we'll also note that language barriers are an issue, as well as people with disabilities, all allegedly providing authority for officers to do these searches, when in reality it may not actually be the situation based on research and what people say. Okay, so with that being said, we're pretty much at the tail end of the presentation, and we'll go straight into what the policy recommendations are. All right, so I've been reviewing this issue area for years. I'm a member of the Racial Identity Profiling Act Advisory Board. I was the president of the LA Department of Transportation Task Force on Non-Law Enforcement Alternatives to Traffic Safety. I was also a member of the Metro Public Safety Advisory Committee. I've been looking at racial profiling pretextual stops for many, many years. And with that experience, I'll say that there's generally three categories of stops, three categories of ways to limit pretextual stops, okay? At the bottom of this slide, you have what's called a subjective determination approach, right? And that's similar to what LAPD currently has. And this is where officers decide on a case-by-case basis whether a pretextual stop is occurring, and if they think one is occurring, whether if they think one is occurring, whether they decide to proceed with it. The problems with this are, one, it's a very low bar, it's an insufficient safeguard, and it has questionable consistency and accuracy because it's completely left up to the determination of the officer. In contrast to that, there's also a lot of different jurisdictions throughout the landscape that go based on the specific offense. All right, so in order to limit pretextual stops, they'll say officers shall not conduct a stop based on this specific type of violation, that specific type of violation, and so on and so forth, right? So for example, tinted windows, defective bumper, an object hanging from a rearview mirror. They kind of specifically tease out the low-hanging fruit that officers can't stop people for, unless there's some exigent circumstances which show that there's a significant risk to safety, and then there's an exception which allows officers to still stop people for those violations. In addition to that, the strongest approach, and this is what my colleague Leslie is going to go into in just a second, is a categorical framework, where we say categorically for minor traffic violations, what we'll do is preclude stops for those unless there's significant risk to public safety. This is the strongest approach. And Leslie, would you like to say more?
So this last slide is just what the recommendation is to amend the LAPD policy to prohibit all stops that are solely for equipment violations or non-moving violations. We have thoughts around, again, around accountability so that their drivers can still be held accountable without the stop taking place. And that would kind of maintain the status quo in terms of the violation being addressed. As we've been talking to different council members and different stakeholders around this issue, I know there was some concern around someone, like a broken taillight being something that actually does need to be addressed. But what we're proposing would be the same as someone getting cited and released. Like the taillight is still broken when they're released to drive again. So that's already taking place. We also, if there's no rear license plate or the violation creates a condition that substantially increases the likelihood of imminent injury or death, we believe that there should be an exception there. And we also are advocating for a prohibition of consent searches during these traffic stops unless there's a valid warrant, probable cause, or other legal basis. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much to Leslie Cooper Johnson and Chauncey Smith. I do have a couple of questions, and I believe my fellow commissioners will have some as well. My first question is, it's really a two-part question. How have community members reacted to the changes in LAPD's pretext stop policy, and what are the most common concerns raised?
When we presented in council chambers a few weeks ago, we had several community members with us to provide public testimony. So those things are in the record, and also written comments were put into the council file. But in terms of what we're hearing qualitatively from people, residents and members for Community Coalition that we work with, is that they haven't seen a change in the practice based on the policy. Like, people aren't aware of that. They still experience getting pulled over on multiple occasions. A lot of people who testified also mentioned that there was no citation or arrest or anything that happened after the stop, and so they were also confused as to why they were pulled over in the first place if nothing was actually done. And so folks talked about the loss of just their dignity and like the trauma that comes with being pulled over, just feeling the anxiety around what have I done wrong, what's happening, being pulled out of your car, your belongings, tossed on the street. And then there's just the loss of time. People lose their jobs, people get their cars impounded. And so there's time and resources that are lost in addition to the psychological and sometimes physical trauma that's associated with them.
Thank you. Let's see, I have another question. Push LA, have you examined how other jurisdictions, like San Francisco, have implemented more tailored prohibitions on equipment stops? Mm-hmm. And what lessons or best practices could LAPD adopt from these cities?
Yes. As Leslie mentioned, San Francisco adopted a policy a few years ago. I believe it was in 2024. And there was a recent report on the outcomes of that policy, as Leslie mentioned prior, and it stated that the findings were stark. All right, pretext stop bans had produced immediate and substantial reductions in stops for Black, Hispanic, and white drivers. Black drivers experienced a 47% decrease. Hispanic drivers saw a 68% decrease, and white drivers experienced a 52% decrease. In addition to that, findings show that pretext stop ban resulted in negligible reductions in drug, gun, and contraband discoveries, while arrest rates stayed nearly the same. So I think that, those findings show that if the city were to move forward with a stronger approach, it would help reduce racial disparities and disproportionate stops of Black and brown folks, and it wouldn't lead towards an uptick in, the things that folks are worried about and that are often the underlying premise for pretextual stops.
also wanted to add that San Francisco has like they list out specific violations that they're prohibiting stops for. And so we're asking for something that goes beyond that, which is a categorical ban. We believe that if there's just a list of like 10, for instance, I'm just throwing out a number, specific violations that are banned, we believe that officers will then start leveraging other violations to continue pretextual stops, and then we'll be back before you with the next list and the next list. So we think a categorical ban would be most impactful, also much more straightforward to communicate to officers in the field in terms of training, which violations they can pursue and which they can't. It can just be like, look, it's just this category. You don't have to worry about any of that. And the categorical ban would also be the furthest reaching in the nation and would put Los Angeles at the forefront of common sense reforms that benefit all residents.
Okay, thank you so much to both of you. I'm going to inquire from the commissioners if someone has a question. Commissioner Scobin?
Yeah, I'll limit it to a few questions, let others speak. First off, I just want to say thank you. Dialogue, communication is so important, especially on topics where there's, could be differencing in opinions or gauge for success. And so I just wanted to say thank you for the work that you do, and appreciate, the dialogue that you're having here with us today. Thank you. A few questions. On your graph, which looked at the amount of pretext stops, have you also overlaid crime statistics to that graph to see if there's any correlation as pretext stops went down, crime went down, or as pretext stops went up, crime went down, et cetera?
No, that wasn't part of our analysis.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'd be one interesting thing to look at because for those that feel, they're an important part to public safety, it'd be interesting to look at, the amount of them and overall crime.
If I may,
Yeah.
respond to that in a slightly different way. So, in addition to our report and our analysis, as you know, there were also studies that were done by the police department. It came from the board, went to council. In addition to that, there was a study and analysis done by the chief legislative analyst of the city. And in the chief legislative analyst analysis, they conducted a review on the results of stops that were categorized as pretextual by the police department. So the results of the stop is an indicator of the relationship between the pretext stop and what you're trying to get to is crime. In theory, if the pretextual stops are doing a significant amount in this realm, you would see results that probably are more tangible in terms of some form of a substantive outcome occurring. So, for example, all right, just to be specific, different types of stop results include no action. So someone was stopped pretextually, nothing happened. A warning, so maybe it was something relatively minor, right? There was that hunch that officers thought something was going on, but they were wrong, right? So or it's just a warning for whatever they stopped them for. Citation for an infraction, so something relatively low level, right? But there wasn't evidence of more serious crime. No one was arrested. It was just a ticket, right? These are the ones that were categorized as pretext. They checked it by themselves, right? This isn't separately the broader analysis that we did. So if you look at the results from the CLA analysis, the vast majority of time, the stops that were pretextual as categorized by LAPD did not result in some form of what I would say is like a significant outcome where it's like a substantial risk to like public safety, right? No one was arrested and things like that. So specifically, in 67% of the time, the result was a warning, almost 70%. 11% of the time, it was a citation for infraction. So the defective bumper, the tinted windows, that sort of stuff, but there wasn't something more substantial that was occurring. If you add up the numbers, so no action plus warning plus citation for an infraction, even infill sign of release, that was 0.22. It's about 70% of the stops that were selected as pretextual by LAPD fell into one of those categories as a result. Okay. a small percentage resulted in a custodial arrest. So about 0.43, 1.4, and then 4.5 was a field interview card, so collecting information to put it in LAPD's database. So the main takeaway here is that if we're trying to see the relationship between whether these pretextual stops are an effective crime-fighting strategy, I think in theory, the results of the stop would be more serious, but the data show otherwise.
Thank you for that explanation. The other thing that I'd like to talk about, you talked about discovery rate, and depending on bureau, when we were reported, it fluctuates a little bit. Upwards of near 30%, down below, but for some, depending on how you look at it, that's a significant percentage, right? You say there's a tactic that's resulting in 30%. Out of curiosity, in your dialogues and communication in the community and your personal opinions as professionals, have you ever discussed what an acceptable discovery rate is?
No, that's not something that we typically have discussed, but I think it's a gradient. I don't think it's an on and off switch, right? It's not like if you get to this number, then it's acceptable. If you get to that number, then it's not acceptable or something like that. I think it's a gradient. It's a way to measure, to see from a bird's eye view what's going on, right? And so for example, to be specific, consent searches during stops for minor traffic violations, the hit rates, failure 9 out of 10 times, that's extremely low. I would say that's unacceptable, right? I think there's probably more efficient ways to go about what they're trying to get to. And then, maybe in a different sort of situation. For example, in the other category, so the lowest discretion searches, the discovery rate was higher. It was that line at the top of the data visual, and I think in those instances, it was like, I can't remember exactly, but it was, actually, I have it here. It was going up towards, so in those instances, it was like 30% going up to like 50%, right? And it's a qualitatively different sort of situation. So just to kind of speak to the question, I don't think I wouldn't tend to think about it that way, like what's the acceptable rate, but I would use it as an indicator of effectiveness to determine whether what the purported aim of a tactic is actually effective.
Right.
May I add as well? So not a law enforcement professional, but 9 out of 10, the 90% rate seems like it's not a good use of time. And we're also not talking about this in a vacuum. We're talking about this tactic being used in a way that's causing harm in our communities. So we're weighing like this level of harm with what seems to be not a lot of usefulness coming out of this tactic. So it's not just about the usefulness, it's the usefulness in relation to the amount of harm that's being done. So I would also ask, like, what's an okay level of harm or bias to have in a community?
Yeah, it's a big part of why I asked the question, right? Because to me, when I think about this as a balancing act of, public safety and public trust and that lasting effect you can have on someone. Mm-hmm. And so, it's really trying to tiptoe the line of making sure that, if there's an effective tool to help in public safety, to protect that, and also look at ways to improve our relationship and trust with the community. So that's kind of why I was asking those questions. My last question, I'll pass it. Don't mean to hog the mic, I apologize. With the current policy right now on articulation, that articulation is being done in the car, right? So the person being stopped has no idea or understanding of that. I'm kind of curious, in your conversations in the community, what discussions around communication or better communication from the officers, what role could that play in this situation? Because when you say things like self-worth and that trauma,
Yeah, I mean, I think what
that's
you're getting to is procedural justice.
serious.
Yeah. So I think what you're getting to is, categorically we call that like procedural justice. So it's like, in theory, there's research out there which shows that if people are treated with respect and they're informed of the reasons for a stop and there's clear communication and those sorts of things, then it has a tendency to decrease the perception of bias and unfairness by the person being subjected to the stop or practice at issue. I don't want to undercut that at all, but I will say that in our work in Push LA over the years, it's not so much about that issue of like treatment of whether, you know, the procedural justice, but actual decision to stop the person in itself, like before that interaction occurs. From the standpoint of a lot of Black and brown folks, the decision to stop them at a far higher rate than their proportion of the population, and the decision to stop them at a rate that's disproportionate to white people speaks to extreme bias and unfairness, and it undergirds the integrity and public trust in law enforcement. As Councilmember Harris Dawson mentioned earlier, pretextual stops are probably one of the, you know, the worst PR strategies that the police department could possibly have, because every time a person is subjected to one, it's not just that one person, but it's also the loved ones that they go home and tell about. It's their friends, it's people on the street. Hey man, you know what happened today? I was, you know, those sorts of things. And the ripple effect over the course of time is that people do not trust the police department because it's engaging in an extremely racially biased practice. And this isn't something new, you know, this goes back for generations. You know, there's been numerous research and studies about racial profiling going back to, you know, in the 90s. Driving While Black was a big thing when Michelle Alexander ran campaigns to address this issue back then. And we're still talking about these issues today. And at a certain point, you know, you can do as much training as you want and things like that. But at a fundamental level, needs to be a change in the structures and systems which allow officers to engage in a practice that's harmful in itself. And I think we're past the point for training, and it's time for action decisively to preclude stops that are being used to racially profile people, and they do not have a strong relationship to public safety outcomes.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Tabor, I want to thank you again for working on this issue with the subcommittee. You have any questions?
I do. I think that, well, let me start here. The opportunity that you provide for us to have this conversation is unique in the respect that most of the time when we're talking about pretextual stops outside of a commission activity, it's in a social setting, either your home, your barbershop, your beauty parlor, and you're talking about the experience you had or someone else had being stopped by the police. The conversation is never, at least in the experiences that I've had, that I can speak to, is never finished with a positive inflection about the interaction that they had with the officer. It is weighed often in the time loss, time away from family, time away from job, that there was some urgency that that individual was already involved in. They were trying to get somewhere and they're stopped for something that ultimately became, as your data suggests, a waste of their time. Now, there is the reality that and I can say it this way, there is the reality that there is some probability that at 1 out of every 10 stops, something might be discovered, or that there is some evidence that in this neighborhood, in this community, there have been robberies or other illegal activity identified by and reported on by officers or the community, that the officers have some suspicion that this vehicle that I'm stopping may have been involved in that. And then what we find is, and I think you said it earlier, that this particular individual stopped, this particular car stopped because of broken taillight or inoperable stoplights or rear lights or whatever it may be in broad daylight, is not is that individual is not related to any of the reported crimes or reported incidents or thoughts of crimes or suspicions that have been relayed by the public, specifically related to what is going on in that area. And for the individual stopped, the experience that is communicated is traumatic. And unfortunately, that trauma doesn't disappear because that trauma continues every time they're passed by a black and white unit, whether they're in Los Angeles or Inglewood or Compton or Carson or wherever, that experience comes back. That recognition that I was a suspect even while I was out, performing my familiar duty or on my way to church or wherever it may have been. I am perceived now whenever I come in contact with law enforcement as a suspect rather than someone that should be protected and served. And I think that's, for me, the reason this issue, this notion of pretextual stops and what we can do to curtail them or amend them in some way that creates a recognition that we recognize the trauma that has been created as a commission, and we want to reduce that trauma and in some ways eliminate that opportunity for further trauma in the community. So my hope was, and you have responded to that we would have a conversation based in facts and data that was linked to what we were experiencing in Los Angeles and what we might do as a commission to reduce the negative impact. Clearly, someone has to, some entity, some organization has to be responsible for making sure that the cars that move up and down our streets are operable, that they have all of their devices are working appropriately. But the question raised is whether that should be the Los Angeles Police Department or some other agency, some other entity that is less about crime prevention and not necessarily, and more about public safety, traffic. And so you're working with the LADOT. That report provides some insight as to what that might, who might take on that responsibility for those things. So I want to come to you with a couple of questions related to this broader notion of what we might do. You mentioned that other cities have taken on this issue. Have you compared what we do in Los Angeles to other local jurisdictions? And based on that, what have they found what have they done and what have they found in addressing pretextual stops in their community?
Yeah. So in most other jurisdictions that seek to limit pretextual stop that I reviewed, most of them specify offenses that officers cannot stop people for, subject to limited circumstances and exceptional situations where there's a significant risk to safety. So major cities that adopt this approach include Philadelphia, San Francisco, and then there's a litany of others. So the state of Oregon, Ann Arbor, Michigan, East Lansing, Michigan, Portland, Oregon, parts of North Carolina. And there's still others that are kind of in this process too, like us. But there's been a tremendous amount of movement in this direction for years, I would say. And this is the general thrust of which public policy is going. It's going in the direction of trying to prevent these stops from occurring. And I'll say more broadly, on solutions, what we've been advocating to the city council on alternatives to traffic safety are addressing the root causes of traffic safety risks, right? So, the way in which we go about it is based on the assumption that a ticket and a stop is an effective deterrent and is going to improve traffic safety outcomes over time, right? If you look at traffic fatalities in the city of Los Angeles over time, they've steadily increased. I don't have the visual with me, but it's a bar graph that goes up over time. And in the city of Los Angeles, there's more than 300 traffic fatalities annually, and it's more than the number of homicides. And this is going up despite tons of tickets being given out every year. It's been happening for a long time, despite a tremendous amount of stops. We see traffic safety outcomes getting worse, right? And from the research that I've come across, as you mentioned, through the task force and through other things like that, what everyone is saying and what jurisdictions are doing around the country are they're alleviating the root causes, right? So changing the structural conditions in which people can operate so they're not engaging in moving violations. Because if you look at the primary crash factors, the things that give rise to accidents, it's not the equipment and non-moving things. Okay, it's DUIs, speeding, distracted driving, running red lights, things of that nature. Those things are addressed not by pulling people over for administrative issues or pulling people over for equipment issues. What we need to address speeding is more speed humps, right? More roundabouts, clearer street markings, changing urban design to alleviate the risks and inhibit the unwanted behavior. And we've been advocating in collaboration with our partners in Push LA to get the city to invest in greater resources to improve traffic safety in a way that's tangible. And there's a lot of research out there, a lot of jurisdictions out there that are moving in that direction, and we're in close partnership with a lot of others in the landscape. And in addition, when it comes to equipment issues, and would you like to say a little bit about? Okay. All right, sorry. So on the equipment issues, right, if someone's low income and they have like a defective bumper or a broken taillight, what is a ticket going to do? Like that's just going to entrench them in poverty. It's all essentially a tax on poverty. If someone was low income, which is often the people who are being subjected to these stops, giving them a ticket, which can often balloon to like $400, $500, is going to do nothing except to give them more debt, right? And if someone is already struggling to make ends meet, right, they're kind of forced to the situation like, do I fix the bumper? Do I fix the broken taillight? Do I put food on the table? Do I pay for groceries? Do I put gas in the car? There's a variety of different things that someone has to think about when they're looking at the overall scheme of things. And stopping someone and giving them a ticket for these sorts of things is only going to entrench economic inequity and saddle people in debt. So what we've been proposing to the city as an alternative solution is to have a system, a pilot program that's actually going on throughout the nation. It's called Lights On, and it's a program where local governments are providing people with vouchers to address vehicle equipment issues instead of giving them a ticket. And they can take that voucher, which is backed by the city, and give it to a local mechanic, perhaps like a small black and brown business, and then use that voucher to cover the costs of dealing with the underlying alleged vehicle equipment issue that needs to be resolved. In that sort of situation, which is having tremendous success in jurisdictions throughout the US, you help address the alleged traffic safety risk. In addition to that, you help the person from preventing them from being subjected to further economic extraction through ticket fees and fines. And then you also help small businesses, local mechanics, and that may be struggling to thrive and have some sorts of revenue stream. So there's hundreds of jurisdictions throughout the nation that are already a part of this program, and we're trying to get the city of Los Angeles to move in that direction. So, when it comes to the, addressing the problem, we're really solution oriented as opposed to presuming that punishment is an effective deterrent, because we see it's not having the intended impact.
Excuse me, I just wanted to pick up on something, Commissioner Tabor, that you mentioned around the continued trauma. So it impacts public safety in the long term because, so I'll say this, I've worked at Community Coalition, it'll be 20 years this year, and working with residents of South Los Angeles. We do periodic polls and surveys to understand what people are feeling about certain issues. In my time at Community Coalition, I've heard people talk about the type of policing that they want. Most everyday people don't say, I want no police in my community. What they say is that I want the police to come when I call 911 and I have an emergency. I want the police to come and protect me. But I also don't want to be pulled over and over again when I'm just trying to conduct my everyday business. So I would say there's still a relationship that's desired by a large majority of community members. However, the trauma that happens with these repeated stops that don't impact public safety is that people then learn to not call the police when they actually do have something that they need support with. And they may train their children and other people around them to like, we don't call the police. The police are scary. The police hurt us sometimes. And so those interactions do impact future relationships that could be bolstered in the name of public safety. The other thing I just wanted to touch on too is just this around the differences between what we're asking for and what's going on in other jurisdictions is around, we understand that the city's in a budget crisis. And so we understand that, training officers on the nuances of which stops you can do and which you can't. It could be easier and less expensive in terms of resources, time and resources to do a categorical ban. We also understand that overtime costs are a large line item in the LAPD budget, and perhaps if their officers are doing less of these stops, they can be deployed to do other types of work. And when we talk to different council members, some of them were interested in the piece around the place of the traffic stop being a place where harm can occur and where lawsuits and litigation can spring from. And so we also think that just removing those stops could also remove some liability from the department. And since the resources come out of the general fund for that liability, that could be a benefit to the city as a whole.
Just one more question, if I may. You recommend a series of elements in the categorical ban. Have you prioritized what you think we should be looking at first, second, third, or
Well, that's the thing, that we're proposing that we don't look at specific and say this one, but not that one, and then this one. We're asking for a categorical ban. So any type of equipment violation, if it's only an equipment violation, if that's all the officer is observing, then we're asking for those stops to be stopped.
Is there any data on cities that have engaged with the categorical ban that speaks to reduced contacts with law enforcement or reduction in vehicle-related crimes or reduction in sort of the question that Commissioner Skolkin asked that relates to reduction in crime in a particular geographic area? I guess we would call it reporting districts here. Has there been any analysis of the negative or positive impacts in communities that have engaged in a categorical ban of this type?
Not specifically on a categorical ban, but on limiting pretextual stops more generally. The research that I've seen in the field has shown that it does not lead toward substantial increase in crime or things like that. So,
And a categorical ban, as far as we know, has not been done.
Thank you, Commissioner Tabor. Commissioner Garcia, any questions?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you both for being here. I also listened to the full presentation and joint ad hoc committee and the entire conversation with a lot of Q&A. And so a lot of my questions are potentially already answered. And some of the ones I will ask, and I'll limit it for the purpose of time. And I apologize if they seem a little repetitive, but I think they're a little different than what was previously asked. So we talked about procedural justice and then this power dynamic. And so have you all done any research on what it would look like outside of the procedural justice category to either reduce and or improve interactions, considering that there is a power dynamic? That's one part. And the other is, are there strategies that have been shown to reduce that power dynamic when there is positive or negative stop, just stop, period?
no, we haven't been focused on that specific issue, just to be frank with you. We've been focused on stopping the stops. However, I'll say, as mentioned before, research shows that procedural justice is an effective strategy for managing police-community relations more generally.
And so I asked the question because I'd like to understand, like, what is, like, is there an approach to reducing that power dynamic? And maybe there isn't. Maybe it's just the fact that there's someone who's being pulled over and there's someone who's pulling over who happens to also have a gun and a badge, right? Like, what are the things that the department or any other department in the U.S. or any other country are doing to potentially reduce those dynamics? And it could be small nuance things. It could be language. It could be approach. It could be, a number of different things that maybe community would be able to inform us on. So if there's an opportunity for that, we'd love to, at some point, have a conversation around what some of those things could be.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit beyond our focal point as Push LA. So I'll say more generally, we're talking about actions taken during a stop. Okay, so the Push LA is focused on whether the stops occur in themselves. More generally, during a stop, there can be a use of force, right? Curbside detention, a search, a whole host of things. From what I've seen, data show that across jurisdictions in the state, as well as in LA, if you look at racial disparities on actions taken during the stop, Black and Latinx people are far more likely to be subject to actions taken. That's usually the case. So a way to alleviate bias during the stops themselves, after things are already in motion, is to have officers stop engaging in bias when it comes to determining whether all of these sorts of other actions should occur.
I just wanted to add that I guess it's challenging for me to, because we have all of the qualitative, right? Like, we could have stories and stories, personal stories from community members. I'll share that I have 2 young children, and when I became pregnant with my son, I was super excited, of course, and to welcome him to our family. And shortly thereafter, I realized that at some point I was going to have the conversation with him, and I was going to have to tell him that him just being himself and being in his own body and just being a young Black man was going to subject him to threats and harms that I needed to protect him from. So as we're discussing how traumatic this is for community members, that's how we approach the issue in the beginning. But then to find the quantitative data that also shows that this tactic is not fruitful or effective in terms of achieving public safety, it's just challenging for me to understand why you would want to have officers continue to do this if it's showing that it's not being effective and it's also being very harmful. So I think there's something to be said about just theory versus practice. You mentioned that you participated or you listened to the joint committee hearing, and there was a time when there were some LAPD officers or representatives sharing some information, and they talked about I guess what's supposed to happen when someone's pulled over and they're asked for consent for a search, that there's like a form that's supposed to be filled out. And we all looked at each other, everyone in the room, not everyone, but the people that came with us that were testifying, we all kind of looked at each other like, there's never heard of this form, never seen it in practice, right? So I just wanted to, there's things that might be in a book somewhere around what people are supposed to do, but the experience of people is that those things don't normally happen. And again, the negative impact on communities that you're striving to build relationship with in order to do your jobs, it's been harmful for a long time. And so I just hope that we can, get to a place where we can start to mend that relationship. And I think this will be a good stride in that direction.
Yep, thank you. The other question I have, and I understand that the recommendation is for a categorical restriction. And it could be challenging to list out all the different categories. Now, what about a sort of the exercise from the opposite end of categor however, or exclude certain categories? That way, there's only some categories that are identified that can be considered or used to justify a stop. And has there, if we were to go that route, and I get that's not the recommendation, but if we had to find a medium that potentially is effective, are there categories that have been studied that show a closer connection to public safety as a whole versus others? And I imagine there is. And that's not to say hit rate. That's not to say getting pulled over for no headlights resulted in a better hit rate in the way you all presented it, right? In finding something in that vehicle. But if we were to study, motor vehicle versus pedestrians, is it headlights? It's probably not reverse lights as an issue. And so looking at the categories from that perspective and really looking at how does it impact public safety separate from or independent of the stop itself. And can we identify some of those so that way we would be able to move forward in an approach that lists a categorical restriction, but identify some that are potentially important to the community as a whole and public safety as a whole?
Yeah, I haven't seen any research out there which shows that certain types of equipment or administrative issues have a more substantial connection to traffic safety outcomes. What I have seen is a significant amount of research which shows that moving violations are more closely connected to traffic safety outcomes. Our proposal is to set aside moving violations because of that reason. And in addition, when it comes to equipment and administrative issues, which our recommendation is to preclude, we do recognize that there are extreme or exceptional circumstances. And as I mentioned before, in those instances where there's an imminent and significant risk to safety, officers would still be permitted to conduct a stop in those limited circumstances to account for those sorts of extenuating circumstances.
And that's why we are not asking for an end to the stops for moving violations. And also, we do want drivers to be held accountable. So we understand that it's not safe to drive around with a broken taillight. We've all been behind someone and been like, oh, almost ran into them because I didn't know they were stopping, right? But what happens now is that the person is, pulled over. There's a potential for a negative interaction, and then they're cited and then they drive off again with the taillight still broken. Do you know what I'm saying? So what we're advocating for is just a removal of that interaction. So we think that a citation can still be sent to the registered owner of the vehicle to address the violation. So accountability can still be pursued without the interaction with the face-to-face interaction with the officer. So that's why we looked at those stops and we realized that if we remove the interaction, the accountability can still take place, and we're not actually changing the state of public safety on the road. As to what's already happening now. The same thing if someone's driving without their tags or whatever, they get pulled over and cited. They can just receive that in the mail and still be held accountable.
Thank you. And I'm curious to learn more, not that we have to do this now, but at some point, I'd invite you all, and I would love to be a part of a conversation outside of this platform, right? We have to abide by Brown Act, and it's a limited, it's not the healthiest platform to have a robust conversation and really understand in more detail what you all are presenting and have discovered, and then also for us to be able to explore that with the challenges that the commission and or the department and or the city face around some of the places we would like to be around this topic. So if there's opportunity to meet with myself or any other, one other commissioner, I'd welcome that and want to have a more robust conversation. The last thing I'd want to just highlight is you mentioned the lights on. I'd love to learn more about that project or program, and I'd like to understand who is funding it, if it's city general budget or is it in partnership with philanthropy, because I do think that is a solution that the city of LA should be exploring, whether it's here or the greater city family, really looking at what are the ways that we can improve and or correct some of those administrative issues that doesn't create economical impacts on people, because that can then send folks spiraling. And I absolutely connect to your point of paying that ticket or putting food on the table, and that should never be a decision that any individual in the city of LA needs to make. And so with that, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Commissioner. Commissioner Shields, any questions, comments?
Yes, thank you. Thank you first, Madam President, for having this presentation before us. I think it's a very helpful dialogue, and thank you all for being here. I know we've now gone past the lunch hour, so thank you for your time and for your work in this area. I definitely see the passion and real, authentic views here, and so I'm just glad that we're able to have this, discussion. I really am supportive of the work that you're doing in terms of trying to understand the root causes of traffic safety risks and really working to fund those things that can minimize pedestrian fatalities. I think those are all really important goals. I also have heard wonderful things about the lights on voucher and think that that would be a great thing to bring to the city if there is funding permissible. I am, and I think when we look at that specific program, I think other jurisdictions are actually using it as a positive interaction with law enforcement. So people are still being pulled over for the broken tail light, but instead of getting the ticket, they're getting this nice voucher. At least that's in, San Diego, certain parts of Minnesota, that's happening. And so it's not that they're eliminating altogether that stop, it's actually using it in a more positive way, and it's resulted in more positive interactions with law enforcement. So as we look at that program, I'd love to kind of see and hear more about that. With regards to, so I had a couple of questions about kind of the approach that you all are taking in terms of the recommendation. And you're taking, so you kind of listed out like categorical, specific offenses and subjective, and LA is in the subjective category, right? But there's also, I would say, the vast majority of jurisdictions that have zero limitations on pretextual stops, right? Like, so we are already in the minority of jurisdictions. If you look at New York, DC, Dallas, Houston, Phoenix, Miami, none of these locations have any limitations on pretextual stops, nor do any of our surrounding neighborhoods have any, as far as I know, unless you tell me otherwise. So LA has already gone to a place where they have some limitations on pretextual stops. Now we could look at it, and I'm looking forward to the Inspector General's audit of, well, how is it working in practice and where are the limitations? But I just kind of wanted to level set that we're already in the world of the minority of jurisdictions have put a limit on it. And then when we look at like, the San Francisco, you were mentioning some of the findings coming out of San Francisco. It sounded like that even with their more specific offense limitations, they were seeing positive results. So the idea that, well, if we have specific offenses, then the cops are just going to go and run it. That's why we need categorical. It seems like at least with San Francisco, they've taken a more narrowed approach, and that has been working, is at least to some extent. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Partially correct. Or you're you're correct, but there's also research that shows that they're already starting to use all other offenses. And so the study that I cited earlier and read from, it also showed that the research indicates that officers are pivoting towards other offenses that weren't covered under the initial policy. So it essentially becomes like a game of whack-a-mole, right? You know, that game at the amusement park where the thing pops up and then you hit it and then it pops up over somewhere else. And we don't want to be in a situation where we're constantly in this chase to kind of to kind of tamper down something when we can just take a more holistic framework and address it at its root cause. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a determination of what sort of city we want to be. Do we want to be a national leader when it comes to bias-free public safety systems, or we want to be at the bottom of the totem pole? Right now, we're just above the bottom of the totem pole, right? We're doing something, but the research shows that it's significantly insufficient. That's both data and lived experiences. The story, even, you know, the council president came and told his story last week in city council when we had a hearing about how he was subjected to a pretextual stop. And we're far past the point of, from my perspective, of continuing to need to try to justify this. At a certain point, it's a decision by policymakers, by the commission, by decision makers on what sort of city we want Los Angeles to be and how much we want to protect everyday people from harms that shouldn't occur. When the research shows that it's biased, its effect on safety is questionable, to me that's more than enough to move in the right direction. Yeah.
I just pulled up the report. Excuse me. They talk about the danger of substitution. Pardon me. So it says, finally, the data shows the possibility of SFPD substituting towards similar, but not explicitly banned, pretext stop violations after the bans took place. For example, citations for 26708.5A, which prohibit window tints that alter or reduce light transmittance, were only given 12 times in the pre-ban period. Yet in the post-ban period, these citations were given out 47 times, a 291% increase. So this is also, you know, it just got put into place. So we're seeing in real time, and we're getting information as it's going along. It's only been a couple of years, but this is some of the information that's coming around this danger of substitution.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think, you know, what we're trying to do is really figure out the right balance of kind of like not taking a scalpel to something that just needs a little bit of stitching or other things. So we just have to really be careful with how we address the issues. And so, and I think there was in statements made about, you know, it's basically the officers just fabricating something or fabricating a lie or something to that effect. And I just want to make clear that they're not fabricating a violation of the vehicle code, right? They have observed a vehicle code violation that is required, that they could pull the person over or they could just let it go. And the question for them is, should I spend my time going after this specific vehicle because of other potential reasons, right? Like, and so, and that's where I'm just trying to understand, making sure we're not taking away a specific tool that could be helpful in certain circumstances. Like, you know, if an officer sees like a car that's double parked or on the wrong side of the street or doesn't have a license plate, and they've been getting information about a, you know, robbery crew in the area, can they stop that vehicle just to say, well, why are you double parked here? Why is this car on the sidewalk? Why do you not have a license plate? Given it's not a traffic safety issue, but it could be a public safety issue. So how do you balance that of there's a clear violation of the vehicle code, but we're telling officers, no, don't go look at that, even though you're hearing that there may be other potential crime in the area. So how do you balance?
Yeah, I mean, there's other ways to stop people aside from a pretextual stop. And if an officer hears that something's going on in the area and they have a suspect description, that's a different basis to conduct the stop, and they can stop the person based on a suspect description, and they can do it that way.
But if there's just a vehicle, like it's a double parked, there's a car that's double parked in an area that has had robberies previously, would you say, no, they cannot go ask the person why they're double parked? Why are they?
I mean, so, yeah, they currently do that. And what we're saying is they shouldn't do it because it's racially biased and extremely ineffective as a tactic to addressing what you're trying to get to. More often than not, it's a big nothing, right? So during as I mentioned before, it's not uncommon for a pretextual stop to include a search, and one of the more nefarious types of searches that could occur is a consent search, and 9 out of 10 times it's a failure. And then setting aside the searches, as I mentioned before, the results of the stops. That was the research from the chief legislative analyst, and in theory, if what you're saying is an effective strategy, you would see the results of the stops be more tangible. But in the vast majority of the time, it's a big nothing. No action, warning, citation for an infraction. Not usually an arrest or something more evident or indication of something more nefarious happening.
And I think this will be a good conversation for us to continue. I know, because again, it's one of those hard things, right? It's if an officer gives a warning because they don't want the person to have a fine, that they're already in a now that's being held against them, that they didn't give them they only gave them a warning. So really, why does it matter? I recall getting multiple seatbelt violations until I learned to put my seatbelt on, right when the law first changed. So sometimes it does change behavior so that you are acting more safely. So, but again, I think this is an ongoing conversation, and I'd be interested in knowing and further communication about specifically the specific offenses that are happening over and over again, and how that data, and I think with the Inspector General, if they're seeing specific racial disparity with specific offenses, or other things like that, because I'd be a little bit more wanting to dig in a little bit and really understand, some of the reasons why the certain types of violations may raise reasonable suspicion of other violations, like the license plate not being there. Could that mean something to an investigator? And how investigative stops can also be used for other things. Sometimes you'll say, well, the discovery rates are, not very high. As a former prosecutor, we had investigatory stops for a variety of reasons. Cars leaving a stash house, you might just want to identify a person. People involved around a firearms deal, you want to know who else are in the vehicles that came with them, right? So it might not result with an actual firearm being recovered, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's no investigative worth to the stop. So. But I look forward to continuing this conversation, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. On behalf of the board, I want to thank Push LA for their thoughtful presentation today. Your work shines a crucial light in the impact of pretext stops in our community, and we deeply appreciate your efforts. We want to emphasize that today is one important perspective, and we remain eager to gather full, robust input. As a member of the board, I want to underscore why today's conversation is so critical. As we move forward, it is imperative that we keep hearing from the community. So I thank you again for your presentation, and we look forward to speaking with you again. Now we're going to move to the second half, our second guest. We're going to have Assistant Chief Tinderides come up and make her presentation. Good afternoon. I can't say good morning. Okay. Good afternoon, Assistant Chief Tinderides and Commander.
Oh no,
Captain
White.
Shannon White. Thank you so much for being here. I welcome both of you, and I welcome Assistant Chief for participating, and Captain Shannon White. Assistant Chief Tangerides, you have tremendous and very respected history working with the communities of color in this city of LA, and have received tremendous respect for your work, and I thank you for that. I hope to work with you along with other commissioners on this, on the possibility of convening community forums, as you know how to do, and to hear what the Black and Brown community's concerns are on this topic. So with that, I open the floor to you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Inspector General, Chief McDonald, members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity for having Captain White and I to come back post the ad hoc committee at City Council that we attended. This presentation was requested by the Board of Police Commissioners as a follow-up regarding questions raised at our recent presentation on March 4th to the City Council ad hoc committee. The department understands this topic carries significant community concern regarding trust, equity, and the impact of enforcement practices. As outlined in our policy and training materials, the LAPD remains committed to ensuring that any use of this investigative tool is lawful, articulated, and subject to oversight. As the Director of the Office of Operations, my responsibility is to ensure that our strategies balance public safety, their constitutional policing, and community confidence. In my 31 years with the LAPD, I have responded to hundreds of homicides in Council Districts 8, 9, 10, and 15. Working very closely and alongside families, community leaders, and victim-centered organizations. I understand the trauma that violence brings to communities and the expectation that our communities have of us to make them safe, to address the trauma, and to understand what it's like to live in some of these communities. These experiences reinforce the need for approaches that both reduce violence and maintain public trust. The city and LAPD is also invested in alternative response programs to include building relationships with gang intervention and prevention programs, co-response mental health clinicians, community ambassadors, and unarmed response programs. Our department has fully invested in these concepts to have a holistic approach and a shared responsibility for public safety. However, eliminating pretextual stops entirely would create significant public safety risks, regardless of what we've heard today. As our previous briefings have shown, illegal firearms, stolen vehicles, wanted individuals, and other public safety threats are often identified during these lawful traffic stops. Unarmed response teams are not equipped or legally authorized to perform these functions. Our goal is shared, safe communities and fair constitutional policing. Today's presentation will outline our thoughtful policy, the risk management safeguards we currently have in place, and the improvements underway. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Captain Shannon White.
Okay, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, sorry. I'm going to get into it because I know we've had the benefit of several conversations together about this. I do want to thank the commission for acting ahead of any transmission from council about direction on this. I personally believe this is the proper forum for these kind of discussions. Council's responsible for 40 other departments as well across the city, and so the expertise that's brought here, the opportunity to have speakers like Push LA come in, it's really important so that we are digging deep into this topic and looking at all of the options and also weighing the impacts And again, also thank you to our Inspector General for initiating that audit so that we can see how our policy is working as well today, since we've already had one implemented and were at the forefront of these policies at the time we started down this road. So to that end, I do always want to make sure that we define pretext stops properly. I have them up on the slide for it because there seems to be some debate, and I know that our policy confuses that issue by referencing equipment stops. But to be clear, pretext stops are lawful detentions. And that's where the officer uses a vehicle code or other ordinance in order to initiate a stop so that they may investigate a possible crime that's unrelated to the reason for the stop. This was established as lawful during Wren v. United States in 1996. And the things to know with this is that classifying something as a pretext stop requires knowing the officer's state of mind. People will say otherwise, and we've heard otherwise today. Their argument is that all equipment stops and administrative stops are naturally pretextual, but that is not the case. For it to qualify, it requires us to know that the officer's intentions were to investigate something beyond the reason that they stopped the person for. So absent knowing their state of mind, pretext may attempt to be ascertained by reviewing the officer's actions during the stop. And that is the challenging endeavor that the Office of the Inspector General is taking on. That's through video review and looking at the specific nature of the questioning of the officers at the onset of the stop. Even with that, it again is a challenging approach because to say that all equipment stops are inherently pretextual, again, assumes the officer's state of mind, and that's not something that we're able to do. And so that again leads into what they are not. Pretext stops are not limited to stops for equipment and administrative violations. I will show that in the next slide as we go over what our top 10 pretext stops were for 2025. Similarly, stops for equipment and administrative violations are not inherently pretextual, and utilizing a pretext stop does not mean the officer did not also meet the threshold to conduct the stop for a reasonable suspicion. I think that was something that came out during Commissioner Shields and the discussion, because when we talk about risk management and liability of the city, it's important to note that when officers are using the probable cause standard for using a vehicle code to stop someone, that is reducing the department's liability. Reasonable suspicion is a softer standard, one that's subject to more scrutiny. And so with pretext, the officer already has probable cause for the stop based on their observed vehicle code violation, and that then allows them to continue their investigation, which may or may not, again, by our policy, rise to the level of reasonable suspicion. But I did want to raise that here because when we do look at limiting the department's liability, probable cause is what we always want to stand on. So moving here, this is a new slide for you, and this is person crime density. So part of what we discussed during the last presentation I had here was the disproportionate rate of pretext stops as compared to population. I talked at that time about the importance of recognizing that pretext stops are based on an investigation of a crime, so we should really be looking at the proportionality to the suspect descriptions. But here I want to center the victims for you. So when we're looking at this density map, what you are seeing is in the darkest purple areas, our highest density for person crime. I did want to quickly call out Valley Bureau and West Bureau. There's one in Mission, so where the arrow goes to, that is Mission Division. You also have some purple in Hollywood and Olympic in West Bureau and a small touch of it in Pacific. But I'm going to zoom into the areas that really cover Operation Central Bureau and Operation South Bureau. When we were last here, there was a lot of discussion about why are there so many pretext stops there. Given that they're investigative and given that our policy requires that that investigation needs to be related to serious crimes, I think this map speaks for itself. This is one of the biggest challenges in the city is as we continue to drive down crime, it is still disproportionately in Central and South Bureau where we are seeing the most harm to victims. For clarity, our person crimes are defined as any sex offenses, human trafficking, kidnapping, homicides, robbery, and assault-related offenses. When we talk about the importance of protecting and serving, these are the highest crimes to which we are mandated to try to solve. And so it's important to draw this out and center this on the victims, that it goes beyond just when people are being stopped and their feelings at that time. I do not want to diminish that in any way. That is the challenge that this body has of weighing those, but we cannot leave out what it looks like when we're saying that these are the areas where we have this deep concentration of crime against people. I also want to draw out where those red lines are. So those red lines are related to collision concentration corridors. It's important to note that these are determined outside of the department. So this is the County Department of Public Works and part of their Vision Zero plan. So they've identified the roadways where we have our highest rates of A and K injuries. Again, you can see these are overlapping with Central Bureau and South Bureau. So as we talk about roadway safety and roadway violence, it's important to note that every stop here is key to making sure that our Angelenos are safe in their person. And then also as we move on, I'll get to a slide about property, but I do want to pause here and make it clear that these are main thoroughfares where we also see a lot of our hit and runs for people that are merely trying to traverse by walking, riding their bicycles in order to get to work. So again, when we talk about the harm to our Black and brown communities, it goes beyond just the stop itself, but also the rates of crime in the area and roadway violence. So moving on to our top 10 pretext stops by violation code in 2025, I draw these out here because I think in this discussion, it's mostly been focused on the idea that pretext has to be equipment-based. And if you look through these with the descriptions of the different types of stops, they cover the gamut. Most particularly, I want to draw your eye to items 4, 7, and 10. Those are moving violations. So again, it defies the argument that if it's pretextual, it must be based on equipment. These are officers themselves that are stopping people for moving violations and acknowledging that they also want to investigate something further. You'll also notice items 5 and 6, which were talked about by Commissioner Shields for double parking and vehicles parked in prohibited areas like sidewalks. We've done a deep dive on these. We know where most of them come from, and they stem from stops around our housing developments. That's because the officers recognize that those are people who do not have permits to park in those developments, and it can be a nexus for gang activity. And so again, on the surface, it can seem that these are unimportant, that these are things that we can just let go or send somebody a letter. But we're ultimately challenging our officers to be proactive in preventing crime. And that is their charge in order to increase safety within the city.
I wanted to add a bit to the double parking in the public housing developments. When we initiated the Community Safety Partnership, there were needs assessments done by Urban Peace Institute, and then later on utilizing Zen City. And the community was asked, what do you want to see in your police officers? How safe do you feel? And what are your primary concerns? And a lot of the work that we're doing in South LA is based on community sentiment, surveys, and trust. So it's not LAPD telling a community how they want to be policed. It's LAPD asking the community, how do you want to be policed? And one of the primary issues and concerns from some of our lowest socioeconomic Black and brown communities was double parking and feeling unsafe and having Abuelita have to carry her groceries on a dark street because she can't park in front of her apartment complex because there's double parking and there's gang members taking over her porch in the street.
So moving on to the next slide, I did want to draw this out so that we can discuss the importance of not only equipment vehicle codes and our enforcement of them, but also the use of technology, because that is something that is frequently brought up as we look at restrictions on the pretext policy, is also the desire to make sure that we're not using technology in an increased rate. So as we move across this slide, this is a 10-year analysis of motor vehicle theft within the city. The first box in 2019 talks about AB 516. That was our assembly bill that required us to move from using dealer plates to actually issuing paper plates where we had letters and numbers on them at the time that a person purchased a car. You'll see the spike for motor vehicle thefts in 2020 related to COVID-19, and it only continues to escalate as in 2021 as we see the Kia Boys trend, and that was where people were going on social media and explaining the ease with which they could steal Kia and Hyundais. It did dip slightly in 2023 when Kia and Hyundai were able to provide a fix to the ease with which the cars were taken. But I really want to draw your attention to April 2024 and the precipitous decline in motor vehicle thefts after we activated the ALPR feature on 1,500 black and white police vehicles. What this should really draw out for everyone is the importance of both. It is not to say that equipment violations don't matter, and it's not to say that equipment violations and their enforcement on their own solve the problem. The use of technology increased our efficiency. It made it so that we were more exacting, so that when we are stopping vehicles, that we have an understanding that, yes, it has been entered into the system as stolen. And so as we go through these conversations and there's advocacy for the idea that we should reduce our technology footprint, I would like to highlight that that allows us to be more accurate. And if the intention is to reduce community harm and be more specific in our actions, this is a clear demonstration of why it is important to have both the plates present, but also the equipment in order for us to be able to identify properly when it is a stolen vehicle. So moving on here, I did want to really draw out what we have from San Francisco Police Department. They have been mentioned frequently, both by council and by community advocacy groups. And today it was mentioned as a ban on pretext stops. It is more specific than that. There are 9 deprioritized stops. And so to go through them quickly, and again, San Francisco PD did their own research in order to develop what they selected. You will see that it's no front license plate, expired registration less than a year, and just to reference, that means that the officers cannot stop for this reason. So rather than saying no pretextual stops, it is saying these cannot be your primary reason for stop. So item 3 is no license plate light. Item 4 is no functioning or non-functioning or illuminated tail lights. They are very specific in their policy that you can stop for vehicles with no functioning or illuminated taillights during hours of darkness. So that may be something that, again, as we continue to have a number of people as pedestrians and cyclists that are hit, our tolerance for cars operating without functioning lights may be lower than San Francisco. They also have a prohibition for stopping as the primary reason for non-functioning or illuminated brake lights. And that's, again, unless none of them are working. They extend their prohibitions to items hanging from the rearview mirror that do not obstruct the driver's view, vehicles failing to activate their turn signal continuously for 100 feet before turning. Then item 8 is for pedestrians. So unless that pedestrian is doing something that could cause a collision with another conveyance, they're not permitted to stop them. And then finally, for stopping people as a person sleeping inside their vehicle. So beyond that, we should note that there are additional points within their policy. And I bring this up because nothing is done in a vacuum in policy making. And so to say that it's simply those 9 different restrictions that led to their positive results is not a complete thought. So officers can still cite motorists for the 9 deprioritized offenses. They just simply can't stop them as that being the sole reason for the stop, unless they want to warn. So an officer is still in the city of San Francisco permitted to stop somebody and warn them. Again, during this conversation, there's been frustration expressed that 66% of our stops result in warnings, but we believe that that's important in the community caretaking doctrine so that we are not saddling people with greater expenses while we are educating them about their equipment violations. The other thing to note is that they can still stop that motorist for the deprioritized offenses if they match the description of a suspect. I think that is wise when we're talking about safety. We should probably not lean in the direction of saying that we reasonably believe you may have been involved in a crime based off of this nature of your car's description or your personal description, but because the thing that I have for probable cause is deprioritized, I won't stop you. As I said earlier in this discussion, there is value in risk management for the city for us to have probable cause to initiate the stop, and then utilize here is what they're describing as reasonable suspicion to further the investigation. The other thing to note is that they have a restriction on investigatory questions. So their principle is that when you are stopping people for vehicle code violations or municipal code violations, that you won't go beyond that unless you've established reasonable suspicion or probable cause related to another crime. So they articulate that threshold being raised to the point that you could otherwise detain that person. And it's something to consider as we continue to look at policy revisions. The final note is that requests for consent to search during traffic stops have similar restrictions. You cannot request for consent to search during a traffic stop unless you have articulable reasonable suspicion or probable cause of another crime. And so I'm not advocating one way or the other in this, but I do think it's important because as we have these conversations, we often reference other cities and the things that they do without having this discussion of, well, what are those policies exactly? I would hope to see that there's an opportunity to have either San Francisco PD or the researchers who actually helped contribute to this policy give their thoughts on it. While I'm certainly happy to reach out and summarize it, I think what we've seen today is there's value in that back and forth conversation so that there's a public discussion on it. And I'm hopeful that as you talk to Chief Tingarides about having the community meetings to better understand their perspective, that we're also able to bring in the perspective of people who talk about roadway safety, people who have implemented policies that go beyond ours, and to understand what they're looking for and what they've seen as the outcomes. So with that, both Chief Tingarides and I are here for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much. I do have one question regarding the articulation. As it pertains to state laws, how are the state laws regarding body-worn cameras and the articulation of the basis for stops being communicated to the officers?
So body worn cameras are not required for every agency. So that's not yet a state requirement. And so ultimately what you see in all of our policies where we talk about the discussion of, or the importance of using the body worn video to record what your rationale is, those are department imposed restrictions. And so that does speak to prior commissions working with the department to establish policies that really do go beyond what the state requires.
Anything?
No.
Okay. Let's hear from any commissioner. Commissioner Tabor, do you have any questions?
Well, I should say welcome back and thank you for preparing this PowerPoint, the deck that we have before us. I almost want to stop at what might be considered the end. If the commission was to vote after, of course, we receive the audit from the Inspector General and with your input and the input of others, to ban pretext stops, what is your sense of how the officers then perform their public safety duty in our streets and in our communities?
You want to go first? You want me to go first? Or your officers? Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner, and I think the impact would not be seen in just one area. I think it would have a holistic impact on everything that our police officers do. Our officers conduct traffic stops, pedestrian stops based off state law and a vehicle code. And to restrict and ban their ability to enforce state laws would result in a culture where the expectation of our officers to keep the public safe is diminished. When you tell an officer you can't enforce a state law, then why am I here? Every police officer wants to make a difference in their community. They want to enforce laws, and we have policies in place and risk management oversight to ensure that it's done constitutionally with the procedural justice lens. I think it would be detrimental to public safety and diminish public trust. And that density map that Captain White had up there, those are all the council districts that came and spoke at the ad hoc committee at City Council. I've been working in those communities for 31 years, and I've heard just the opposite of what was presented here today as it relates to the community's expectation for us to keep them safe. They're asking for traffic enforcement. They're asking us to address the multiple vehicles with no registration taking up parking spaces. So I think the impact would have a holistic impact on how the officers perceive what their job really is. And is it really public safety if you're telling them you can't enforce state law?
Okay, I'm actually glad I started there. Did you want to add something to that before I go to my next question?
I would only add that words matter. So a lot of what was said today focused on the idea of saying that officers are racially profiling people. I'd like to formally, resoundingly reject that as the idea that officers are going out and acting as a racist arm for the city. Their intentions are to be adherent to the law and policy. We certainly have a robust structure for taking all public complaints, investigating all issues of bias. And so I do think at whatever decisions the council makes or commission makes, it's important that the language that is used is corrected at that time so that the officers understand that the intention of this body is to represent what is best for the community, but also without vilifying them and without knowing their intentions.
I remember a time when the Highway Patrol would issue fix-it tickets. Does Los Angeles Police Department issue fix-it tickets?
Yes, all of the equipment stops that they're cited for, those are fix-it for the vast majority of them. So we don't determine that. That's determined by the state. So as we issue the citation, those that are considered fix-it tickets, there is the standard process for approaching that.
But okay, so the purpose of stopping someone whose taillight is out or whose brake lights are not functioning properly is to address a vehicle violation under code, under law. Would the time spent by an officer performing that function, could that time be better spent addressing other public safety issues, like in areas where there are reported incidences of home burglaries, or there are in the instance of where there are communities where there are individuals who have other mental health issues who find themselves wandering the streets, or or smash and grab robberies, street takeovers, all the other things that could be that are perhaps not higher priorities, but are real public safety issues in the eyes of folks who've been impacted.
So our officers are very busy. They're responding to radio call after radio call after radio call. And with our reduction in staffing, we've seen a decrease in their ability to do directed patrol and high visibility. And with our traffic divisions, their primary mission and focus is traffic safety. So I don't think it's fair to say their time is spent better on high priority calls. A broken taillight can result in someone getting rear-ended and a fatality, especially if it's at night. And so balancing our public safety approach and ensuring that our streets are safe, whether it be equipment or a moving violation, is just as important as responding to a robbery or burglary call. And we have senior lead officers, we have traffic, we have our patrol officers. It is the expectation that all of our officers address public safety. And part of that public safety is traffic safety. And there was a reason why we had Vision Zero. We wanted zero traffic fatalities, and we saw fatalities increase last year. So I think it's just a balance in how we police and work in our communities, and utilizing our traffic officers to really focus on that. But the expectation and the direction that I give our patrol officers is traffic safety is your responsibility too.
So it leads me actually to my third question, but I need to say first that whenever I am behind the wheel, I find myself wishing that immediately I'd turn to my right and there would be a black and white, because I just looking to my left, watched a person pull off into the turn lane, and as the light changed, decide that they wanted to go straight, so cut in front. So I know that's a traffic violation. Or I've seen, cars racing one another on either side of other vehicles trying to maintain the proper speed. So I am not suggesting that they not perform their duty. I'm trying to understand now both the I'll say mental attitude of the officers while they're performing this function, as well as the requirement that you through your training provide them to understand what they should be doing. I noticed in reading both the documents provided by Push LA and your prior reports to us on pretextual stops, that suspicion and prior experience of the officers is part of this process. That formed bias that officers may have, and so when we look at it from a racial equity standpoint, there is concern that too much time, the suspicion that these young black drivers or this car with these number of young black men or Latino men or whatever it may be becomes the initial impetus for the stop being created, and then the car itself, the vehicle itself, may have some very visible violations, and they're pulled over, rightfully pulled over, given the responsibility to perform the public safety function of informing that, and then it moves from there. And I think the interest of the public being served is that would, in a grand sense, in the macro sense, would be that we get all vehicles to be operable, that we get all of the, that we address all of the issues at a time that's appropriate and in a way that's appropriate. Certainly, I've not heard anyone suggest that, and I certainly don't suggest, that we stop enforcing tail lights that are out, or brake lights that are out, or headlights that are non-functioning at times of day where that in itself becomes a public safety issue, whether there's law enforcement present or not. And I see enough of it in my neighborhood to really wish that it sometimes the public could, my car has 360 cameras on it. I drive an electric vehicle. And so I can, at any point in time, using an app, take a snapshot of what I'm witnessing. And I wish that was enough for a ticket to be written, that I wouldn't have to bother you with it. I could just submit it to DMV or to someone, and the person would receive in the mail a ticket. I hear of those similar types of activities, camera usage, and the others. So what I'm trying to prevent, or what I would, as I think about this, is to understand what we're telling officers, how we're training officers to do pretextual stops, but all stops, as a person providing a service to the customer rather than the officer who is stopping a suspect. I think that is and I'm not certain that this conversation will get to that type of response, but I think I needed to say that just so you understand that I'm not promoting we let things slide. I am trying to understand how we can better serve that customer that, for all intents and purposes, might not be aware that their tail light is out, or might not have the money in that, choice. Do I buy the medicine? Do I buy the food? Do I pay the rent to fix my vehicle? But I do have to go to work, or I do have to go to school, or I do have to pick up my child. And I think all of those things are real. So this notion of discovery gets to me at trying to figure out how do we create both practice and policy that supports the officers performing their public safety duty and protects the residents or the citizens or the individuals who are stopped, whomever they may be, from what in the data suggests becomes a waste of their time. It's one thing to stop somebody and say, "Did you know your tail light was out?" And they're like, "Yeah." They give you that story, and then you continue on rather than handing them that ticket, and it becomes a greater time because, as I've said to others, and I guess I should also say it here, the only person who is on the clock at that time is the officer. Everybody else has been stopped. Once they stop, they're no longer on their way to pick up their child, or no longer pick up their wife, do whatever their family familiar responsibility was. So in that sense, that service is not being perceived as a service at that time by the individual. And I think that too has standing in what we're trying to understand. So, obviously not easy. It is, these are people performing a function. I get that. My question would be, and if you could describe the training officers receive to make pretextual stops different from stops that, somebody ran a light, clearly they're, small pursuit, pulled over. Is the training different? Is the process different? Or is it the same, if you could?
Yeah, so I don't want to speak in detail for Training Bureau because they will surely send me a text about where I got it wrong.
Yeah, and I don't mean in the
It
context of
is
training
covered
as
in
an
the academy. Yes, it is covered in the academy. When we did create the pretext policy, there was extensive training that went out to all levels of the department in order to familiarize them with that. It's an ongoing review process as well to look at compliance with it. It's, as we've previously discussed in the report, that as part of the quarterly CompStat inspections, the RIPA portion is incorporated into it. There's auditing there, including related to pretext and non-pretext stops, as well as consent to search. So those are opportunities for commands to be presented the results of those audits and then speak to, if there are areas for improvement, what their plan is. And so those create the ongoing conversation. So as we understand which officers may need additional instruction, that they're identified there, and then it works with the divisional training coordinator. I do think, again, this is, because it's an ongoing conversation, it's important to look at that. And I'm sure that Training Bureau would be happy to have you there to see what the training is for the academy, so for the recruits that are there, and how we discuss stops and what that looks like for them.
In your PowerPoint today, on I think it's the second page, you indicate that that the state of mind of the officer in their process, performing their duty, is important to understand. And sometimes, in the case of the pretextual stop, they've taken and noted why they're making the stop using both body-worn camera and in their follow-up reports. But you also comment that absent knowing the state of mind, pretext may attempt to be ascertained by reviewing officers' actions during the stop. Who performs that review?
So that, again, is taken care of by our audit division when we're going through the stops reviews related to pretext stops. And so they perform that work for us and flagging what the officers stated their reasons were and giving the quotes. So what was discussed at the time of the stop. The commanding officers are allowed to, or directed to look at those videos so that they then, with their expertise, because our auditors are police performance auditors, we're now having sworn commanding officers look at it again and lend their understanding to, do they agree that this met or did not meet the standard for an appropriate justification of their actions within the pretext policy. I did make that specific note about the ability to look at it after the fact, because not only do we have our audits, but also the Office of the Inspector General is endeavoring to look at these stops. And so it is an imperfect system, because state of mind is something that only the officer themselves knows, but there can be key indicators that perhaps the person approached the car with other investigative intentions based off of how quickly they move into those investigative questions and if they're able to support that, no, I developed my reasonable suspicion after the stop took place. Or, again, if they're walking up and immediately moving into investigative questions, that would strongly suggest that they had a reason beyond the traffic stop to stop the vehicle.
Do we, I'm presuming now that we track who is making pretextual stops and what the result of the stop was, but we also then have data that tells us that John Q. officer or well, I'll just say John Q. officer has made 30% more pretextual stops than a partner riding with officer or than other officers in the division. Do we look at instances and do we evaluate that officer in that frame of their performance of their duty? And how do we utilize that in other training or discipline activity?
So, and that, it's great that you brought up discipline at the end of that. We don't do that analysis because pretextual stops are not inherently against policy. So we don't consider there to be an appropriate or disappropriate proportion that they're supposed to do. An officer could technically go out and perform 100% of their stops as pretext, and if they are demonstrating that they're within the law and within policy, we value their work. And so we don't keep those officer-specific statistics. It's not that we can't pull them, but in part of our discussions with LAPPL and understanding the importance of not entering into the disciplinary process when officers are performing lawful activities, that's not something we specifically report on. Of course, at the direction of this body, we can, but it is not our daily practice because, again, we don't want to disincentivize officers' proactive work. If we're saying that this is a lawful and policy-driven tool, we don't want to say that officers are doing too many of them.
What we do have to track the productivity of our officers are thresholds. And those are addressed through action items through our Teams 2 system. So if you have 20 officers on one watch and one officer appears to be doing 40 traffic stops where his peers are an average of 10, that will trigger an action item. And then that supervisor will sit down, we'll look into it, and it could be while he was working a DUI task force that month, and that's why his numbers differed so much from his peers. But it's still an opportunity to sit down, look at body worn video, look at the officer's work ethic, have that conversation, and address any potential issues or concerns as it relates to their traffic stops or uses of force.
I look forward to more conversation.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. Any other questions from anyone else?
Yeah. All right. So since it was mentioned a little bit today earlier, and probably more so during the council ad hoc joint committee meeting, the topic of search consent and the way it was presented is there potentially non-consent search consents. So can you all explain what the process is and even address the way it was presented today and at council?
Okay, so for our consent to search policy that was published or most updated in admin order issued in 2020, and it discussed written or verbal consent. The admin order is extensive. That could be a presentation itself covering the different things that it stipulated, but it was based off of the Office of the Inspector General's audit of our consent stops, the issues that were raised and Push LA shared of people believing that the consent was coercive or not properly asked. And so the law requires us that we ask for consent. The department is stipulating best practices so that people are understanding that they have the ability to limit what the consent is, that they also have the ability to revoke it at any time during the search. We continue to audit on this where we have the most success is compliance with the law of making sure that we are asking for consent, that we are not having those same issues of something that could be perceived as coercive or, as was brought up today, starting the search and then asking for consent later. Where we still always have opportunities for improvement are those additional admonitions, letting people know specifically that they can limit the scope of the search, letting them know specifically that they can stop it at any time, and verifying that they understand. So for that policy, it can be written, and that can be worked. There's a department form that will be completed and the person can sign. Alternatively, all of the consent can be recorded on DICV or body-worn video, and that accounts for any verbal consent instead of written. It was also brought up at council as a requirement for a supervisor to be present, and there is not. And so those are the distinctions between what the law requires and what our policy then, again, enhances beyond what the law requires, and where we continue to try to ensure that we have procedural justice with our officers so that there isn't that disparity that you brought up. What is that power disparity where people don't feel they can say no? We certainly try to afford every opportunity for the person to understand that it is within their rights to say no.
So you mentioned a verbal and or written consent requests. Does the verbal potentially result in folks feeling like they did not give consent? Again, given the anxiety that potentially is occurring during the stop, that they may not recall giving consent, and does moving towards 100% written potentially reduce the misunderstanding or belief that they did not give consent?
It's hard for me to speak on behalf of other people's mental state. I want to be careful with my words with that because it's honestly, we want to feel that we're reducing the power disparity, but that's something that each individual has to navigate for themselves. The right to request consent and the consent searches, again, are lawful, and it's an important tool for us. I recognize that there's a lot of discussion about only 1 in 10 yield any results. But what we attempt to do with having consent searches is allow that person that authority and power. It's actually trying to reduce that power imbalance. There are times that you will see officers request consent, and they could actually do it based off of their own probable cause, but they're looking to explore a situation, diffuse anything, and then also work with what they have in front of them. I will say that to your question of would it be better if it's all written versus verbal, that brings us to the challenge of, do we not have that tool if we don't have the paperwork with us? As we continue to try to digitize everything in this department, we don't yet have the consent form as something that is in an easy electronic mobile option. But I would also like to stress that if we are doing everything correctly and doing it verbally with the person and recording it, that it is subject to audit and something that can certainly be explored to determine before changing the policy how successful we are with the verbal consent, and if there are disparities that perhaps there seems to be more compliance with written versus verbal. It's not something that I know at this time, and so I would ask that we explore it with some specificity before changing the policy.
Thank you. Since it was also brought up, this idea of giving people warnings versus actual tickets, and again, presented here and at the council and the ad hoc, and presented in a way that Commissioner Shields sort of mentioned earlier as well, is presented in a way that is used against the department. And so can you share a little bit about how it is captured, if there's a process of capturing or justifying when the warning is given versus a ticket, and how potentially officers are trained in deciding that outcome?
So the warnings are discretionary, and I know there was a lot of discussion about time, a waste of an officer's time. If an officer is educating the public and providing a warning on an act that was illegal, I would be careful to define that as a waste of time or yielding a negative result. There's an interaction where an officer can provide education to a violator and not hurt his or her pocketbook. And a warning meets that need for procedural justice and education and an opportunity for a positive contact. I understand the nervousness, the fear, the mistrust that the community has when they get pulled over. And I've done a traffic stop and someone's been extremely nervous and we've walked away, and the next thing we know, they're at a graduation as my guest. And to have the assumption that every contact with the traffic stop is negative and has a negative outcome, I also think is unfair. And so warnings are given. There's not a specific trigger. If someone says, I'm on my way to work, or I've got to perform a surgery, or my grandmother's dying, okay, I'm going to let you off with a warning, but please next time, don't run the red light or stop at the limit line or get your brake light fixed. That's an opportunity to build a relationship and education. And for someone to leave that and go home, and it wasn't discussed today, and every encounter is negative, to go home and say, I got stopped by an officer today that educated me, and they were actually really nice. And I'm going to file a accommodation. We've got 10 of those that occur on a regular daily basis. And so utilizing those contacts for positive interaction and education is also part of our public safety responsibility. And providing a warning fits that.
Commissioner Shields?
Yes, thank you. And I'll keep my questions short since I know we've been here quite a bit. But really appreciate this dialogue, and I do welcome President Sanchez-Gordon the opportunity to have community forums on this topic. I think, given that you all are hearing directly from community members something different than what we're hearing, at commission meetings or at city council, it would be really good to actually be part of the community and hear from them directly. And I think, Chief, we used to have some of the chief of police forums, something like this would be a great topic to have with community leaders throughout so that we get that diversity of perspective. And, one thing that in 2023, California was considering having a statewide law limiting pretextual stops and basically limiting any kind of minor non-safety related infractions. The person who put forward that bill ended up taking it back because of certain comments that they've heard from either both police departments and from prosecutors. So I would be, another group that I think would be helpful to hear from is inviting the district attorney's office, the city attorney's office to come explain to us from their public safety perspective as prosecutors, how they would see and view a change in the law in this area. That would help us get another perspective in addition to the police officer's perspective. So I think that would be, in addition to community forums, that would be another place I would welcome. When council president came and talked, and and you mentioned, Chief Tangrides, understanding the fear and mistrust. It is hard to, hear about someone who's being pulled over like 4 times in a row and that not get to you. Like, how do we stop that from not preventing, while also keeping a tool that can be helpful for public safety? What is in place that can try to reduce that? And I know that there's a policy on like biased policing. What else can be done to try to limit people's personal lived experiences where they just feel like they can't get a break and they keep getting pulled over and over again?
I appreciate that question, and I believe Push LA stated their primary focus and reason and motivation was after 2019 with the Metropolitan Division stops. And so educating the public, but looking at the why. Why is this person getting pulled over multiple times? Is it because they never fixed the brake light? They never got their car registered? They never took the tint off the window? An officer is making this traffic stop based on either probable cause, reasonable suspicion, a moving violation, or an equipment violation. Indiscriminately just pulling people over because we can, I'm not going to say that has never happened, but there is an articulable reason to conduct this enforcement. And so that person, I was at a community once in South LA and someone that gave that, I've been pulled over so many times. Well, what were you pulled over for? I only have one headlight. Did you fix it? No, but they keep pulling me over. Well, let's try to get it fixed and then we'll see if you continue to get pulled over for that reason. And so I think it's a balancing act. When you have, I was thinking about 10 years ago or so, there was a court-approved wire, and there were individuals that were strategizing to commit homicides in South Los Angeles. And on the wire, we could hear where the next shooting was going to be. And we would call the watch commander and say, send units to this area because a shooting's gonna happen. And our officers were conducting traffic stops based on the possibility that these suspects were going to do a shooting. And that vehicle maybe could get pulled over 3 or 4 times because we're not ready yet we're still doing our investigative work, like you mentioned, Commissioner. And so I think there are multiple reasons why individuals may be getting pulled over more than one time. But we have to look at the why, and that's why we have the AFDR. What was our purpose for pulling them over? What was the result? And were they warned? Were they given a ticket, et cetera?
And the idea that if there's anyone who truly believes that they were pulled over for no reason, then there is a mechanism for them to complain. Correct?
Yes. All public complaints are taken, and saying you were pulled over for no reason is not one of the ones that we don't take. To be fair, if we issue a citation, you cannot make a complaint just on the basis of I don't agree with the citation. That is something that does need to be taken up through the courts. But if there is a belief that there was bias applied or that there was not an established reason and it was not sufficiently explained, we will investigate it, and that's something that is taken very seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Scobin.
I just want to start and say, every time the two of you speak, your passion for public safety and care for a community permeates the room. And I just want to thank you both for your service, leadership. I'm curious, a few things, I'll try to keep it short. Assistant Chief, you had mentioned action items in the example of an officer had 40 pullover. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't action items only generated when there is a complaint? No?
No,
So based on the numbers, it could be generated automatically.
correct.
Okay. I'm curious, and I don't expect you to have the information now, but I'm curious to look at, how many bias policing complaints we receive every year. I'm also curious maybe what that number, the difference in numbers look like prior to our pretext policy and after our pretext policy. And I also like to see how many officers, the outcomes of those investigations. And then my last question has to do with the slide on motor vehicle theft and help me better understand it. The way I look at the graph shows the number of vehicle thefts, and then corresponding actions or incidents. And on the last one where it says April 2024, when the Axon ALPR feature went live, proceeded by a significant decline in vehicle thefts. I can understand how those cameras would improve the solving of vehicle thefts, but I struggle with how they would reduce vehicle thefts. So am I wrong in how I'm reading it, or can you add context?
So motor vehicle theft tends to be a cottage industry. It's the same people doing the same thing over and over again until we're able to catch them. So it's not that 10 people steal 10 cars and never again. It's that a few people steal cars multiple times until they're caught. And so the ability to catch them on the sooner end helps drive down the overall motor vehicle theft rate in the city.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, any further questions? All right, I think we've ended our question and answer.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, commissioners.
Could you tell us, when do you expect the audit to be complete? And please share what you can about the audit in terms of scope and what you're looking into.
Definitely. So as I reported to City Council, within 6 to 8 months, we've added staff to prioritize this, and we are looking to provide a detailed breakdown and explanation of the body worn that we're observing for 100 traffic stops in January of 2026. We are continuing to meet with community groups and members of the department to make sure that we have all of the accurate data. And as I presented initially during my IG's report, right now it's still preliminary, where we're looking into this deep dive, but we will report back before completion and let you know when to expect that on the agenda, and be available to assist with the forums as you requested, and work with the chief on that as well if he needs.
Thank you very much. I think Commissioner Tabor has one more comment. Commissioner?
Yeah, a few weeks ago, I was asked to identify representatives from the police department who would like to speak at a youth conference on drones. And I realize it's off this topic, but I think it's important to do it this time. I want to read after the presentation, I got a letter from the coordinator of that program, and I think it's important to read now. It's just a section of that. And it says, Assistant Chief Tenegris, Commander Lim, and Officer Alex, and I apologize, Visela, if that's not close enough, I'll get back to it. I'll apologize to him, were exceptional. Their welcome remarks, engagement with the students, and demonstration of the LAPD drone created an unforgettable experience. Our students were truly ecstatic. They not only enjoyed the moment, but also gained a deeper understanding of how drone technology is used in real-world public safety applications. And I wanted to read that now because we don't often get an opportunity to say thank you in that way when we ask you to do something outside of your normal function. So truly appreciate it. And if you'd share that with the other two officers that accompanied you, it'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Secretary?
Next, we'll go to regular agenda item 6A, the verbal presentation, Human Trafficking and Vice Operations South Bureau. And we have Deputy Chief Reyna.
You want to stretch a little bit before you sit down again? Thank you so much for waiting, and thank you so much for being here. Deputy Chief Reyna?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners, Chief McDonald, Inspector General Badagan, Executive Director Sibley, Deputy City Attorney De La Guerra. My name is Mark Reyna. I'm the Deputy Chief overseeing our South Bureau operations. I'm joined here today by Sergeant Wes Akeda, the Supervisor in charge of our Human Trafficking Task Force. Also with us today is Sarah Elander, Director of Programs with Saving Innocence, an organization dedicated to fighting human trafficking and assisting those who have been victimized. We are here to provide an overview of our Human Trafficking Task Force operation that encompasses our South Bureau areas, particularly 77th and Southeast Divisions. We do have a PowerPoint presentation ready for you to view, and when finished, we are open for questions that you may have. As you can see on the first slide, this is a quick snapshot of the staffing for the human trafficking. South Bureau has a human trafficking unit, as you can see with our sergeant, detective, and our officers. Also, each division in South Bureau has a vice unit. Those vice units, besides their main jobs that they're doing with their vice operations, are supplementing the Human Trafficking Task Force. Because you can see with the amount of people in that unit, we can't have 7-day coverage, obviously, so we have our supplemental vice units assisting us are all trained in the human trafficking aspect and work together on them. I'll turn it over to Sergeant Akeda for the next two slides.
So in January of 2023, SB 357 passed, which decriminalized loitering for prostitution throughout the state. And because of that, we saw an uptick of prostitution in the neighborhood and community that impacted the community members and the businesses. And due to that, we initiated Project Figueroa in April 2023 with the assistance of the city attorney and the AUSAs. And because of that, due to that, in January of 2026 this year, AB 379 criminalized loitering for prostitution on Johns who loiter in the areas to purchase prostitutes. So our key focus on human trafficking is, one, to rescue the victims, mainly the juveniles, target the pimps and the Johns who traffic the buyers and who purchase the buyers, abatements at the hotels that are commonly used by the prostitutes to use the hotels as their den of sexual activity. And we also engage with the community, and one of the things that we're trying to do is environmental redesign of Figueroa to stop the prostitution activity.
As you can see, there's a lot of aspects there to the overall Project Figueroa, like Sergeant said, including technology and prevention, trying to leverage tools to improve the safety for all on the streets.
So, and due to that, we have partnered with Department of Children and Family Services when it comes to juveniles. So whenever we rescue a juvenile, we automatically call DCFS to help us with the rescue of that child. Currently, we're partnering with the AUSAs and Homeland Security Investigations, and they are part of the Human Trafficking Task Force. We do not deal with ICE on the immigration side of it. That's a whole separate thing. It's just a human trafficking part of it that we deal with HSI. FBI, sex trafficking, human trafficking, we partner with them. LA County Sheriff's Regional Human Trafficking Task Force, we work with them. And also the AUSA, the city attorney, the DAs, and our NGOs, which are non-government organizations, Saving Innocents, Journey Out, Run to Rescue. They're the ones who provide support and assistance to the ladies who want to help. So our goals is basically to rescue the victims, identify the pimps, and develop and prosecute conspiracy or RICO cases. So we were the first ones, along with the AUSAs, who were the first ones to get a gang RICO human trafficking indictment for the Hoover gang members. So we were part of that operation. And we just want to make Figueroa undesirable for prostitution.
One thing that we're doing a little bit different recently with our nonprofits that we're working with and organizations is when we have a full task force going, a full operation going, they're all there in the same room. They all come together to 77 Station, for example. They're in the community room, and as we're bringing in workers and we're bringing in that may be detained or are being rescued, whatever it may be, we're connecting them right to the resources immediately right there in the room, which is something a little different, having all of the organizations there to assess the needs of that individual and what we can do to support that person to get out of that lifestyle right away.
And these are the numbers of for the past since 2023. We've currently year to date that number is for just January and February, but as of March we're close to 26 rescues of juveniles just in the first 3 months of this year.
I'd just like to add, 21 was the statistic we put on this probably a week ago before we sent it in for, obviously we sent it to your commission to put up here for us. And as the sergeant said, there's a few more rescues of juveniles that have occurred in the last week. So what's happening out there? It's happening as we speak right now. We're in this session. There's juveniles being trafficked on the streets of South LA. And our goal, working together as a team effort here, is to address that and get the juveniles, get the workers off the street. Talk about, people say, well, why aren't we having a major impact? Why can't we just arrest everybody that's out there? We want to talk about how we build cases, especially when you're looking at the complex cases. We call it behind the curtain. What's happening with the trafficking? It's one thing to see sex workers that are on the streets, but what's happening behind that curtain? The pimps, the gang members, the enterprise that's running this trafficking effort on the streets. It's very difficult to get cooperation, very difficult to identify. So we try to identify those pimps through surveillance, search warrants, arrests, interviews, wiretaps, all different things at our disposal that we're doing, trying to piece together that puzzle as to who's involved in that behind the scenes and who's running this. And as we move forward and develop that intelligence, we're building our case for RICO violations, conspiracy, working with informants, trying to get state and federal filings. And then ultimately, the goal is those multi-takedown warrants. And recently, I think it was probably about 3-4 months ago, we had a large takedown in South LA of a gang that was behind all the human trafficking in a certain area on Figueroa and taking down those key individuals in that gang that were running the human trafficking. So obviously, the ultimate goal is to arrest people and get that prosecution of those people responsible for the human trafficking.
So one of the things we always use, our methods we use is we use surveillance. We always are on the streets looking for trying to identify our pimps and our workers. We use cameras. We also write a lot of search warrants. So a lot of times when we get a rescue of a juvenile, we take their phones and we write search warrants on their phones to obtain all that information. We're running for Instagram, Apple, iCloud, Cash App, because a lot of times these Johns are sending monies to the girls via Cash App, so we can track that and see where that money goes and where it leads to. One of the main big things that we are finding is Instagram is a huge conduit of communication now, instead of just regular text messaging. They're DMing through Instagram a lot, from the girls to the pimps. So the other option is we try to get the girls to testify against their pimps and serving the search warrants to get more data from pimps' phones. Once we arrest them, we take their phones and we dump their phones through search warrants.
So some may ask, so how does it happen? How does the 14-year-old end up on Figueroa walking the streets at Saturday at 10 o'clock at night? a lot of that, like Wes is saying, is coming through the social media. They're befriended on social media. Someone makes contact with them. They promise them lavish lifestyle, come and party. I'll get you a phone. I'll get you clothes. We'll hang out, and maybe they do that in the beginning, but then it's turned on them, and they're not free to leave. They're held against their will. Their phone is taken away. Things like that, where in a sense they're trafficked, and now they're captured by that pimp, by those traffickers, and they can't leave. It's very difficult. And through intimidation, through physical abuse and things like that happens to these workers, they're afraid to leave, they're afraid to reach out. Even times where you think if we have an operation, make arrests, and we detain a 15-year-old who happens to be from a different county or a different state, you think right away that they would say thank you, but because of that mental punishment they're getting from the traffickers, that physical abuse, and I'm sure Sarah will talk about it a little more, it's very difficult to kind of turn them, in a sense, to say, we're here to help you, we're here to get you off the streets and provide these services, because of that fear and intimidation of what may happen to them if they have to go back on the streets, or they end up back on the streets, or what happens to their friend, or things like that, or their family, and threats against them. So it's very, very difficult to take those juveniles off the street, but we're persistent in that. We're dedicated to that to make sure that we make some progress.
And one of the things that is great about our unit is that we also work with other agencies. I've worked with North Carolina when we're sharing intel. So that's the main thing, is basically the sharing of intel that brings these cases together. We contact Maine. Washington State was a recent one where we had a girl coming down from Washington. We reached out to Washington State, and we were able to help identify the pimp that way too. So it's a cross collaboration between interstate and outstate entities that help us with these cases. And training wise, I mean, for us, it's my whole unit is post-certified instructors, so we are trained and we do give instruction, but I think the training needs is more for the patrol officers out there who have no experience with human trafficking. And one of the things that we've seen is that sometimes the girls will slip through the cracks with patrol officers because they're not aware of what human trafficking really is. And one of the things that we're working on right now is, before FIFA, is trying to get that word out through roll call training, through publications, to let the patrol officers know what encompasses human trafficking and what to look for.
It's very common you see when you're taking trips in the airport. It's when you see something, say something. We always see that kind of thing out there, that those posts, but also about human trafficking. You'll see those signs about human trafficking. It's very difficult sometimes to pick up that someone is being trafficked, because they're told not to talk. They're told to abide by the rules of that person that's handling them, and not try to get some help, not to reach out or stop somebody and ask for help. So it's very difficult to recognize that, especially for patrol officers who may make a stop or maybe at a scene or investigating something and not realizing that person could be trafficked. Part of this overall project is our community engagement. So we have our crime prevention through environmental design. What we see a lot, especially off of Figueroa, is the street lights are broken. They'll take out the lights, so there's dark areas on the streets where the prostitution can occur if it's not happening in motel rooms along Figueroa corridor. So we are constantly working with street services and DWP to make sure that the lighting is occurring, working with our council office to look at things we can do environmentally on the streets to keep vehicles from making U-turns, so they have to just keep driving straight. A lot of times you'll see cars that are loitering, Johns that are loitering, looking for a sex worker, going up and down and doing U-turns. And then also whatever we can do in that environmental piece to restrict them or deter them from coming to that area. Also with our social media and traditional media, putting that out, the information regarding sex trafficking, how to recognize it, how to report it. We go to community meetings. We have our Human Trafficking Summit each year that we put on for LAPD, that's attended by all sorts of agencies and community groups that come and discuss the trends in human trafficking and what we're seeing, and try to share that intelligence and that information with each other. We also go to community meetings within the divisions. Our senior leads will invite human trafficking task force officers to come and talk about what's happening to community members, so they can recognize it too, they can see it, and they can report it to us. And again, like we talked about, we work with our partners, all aspects of this, working together to try to address it. But I think the biggest team effort here is with the NGOs, with our organizations that we work with, such as Saving Innocence. We can't do without them, because we can go out and detain and arrest and that kind of thing, but not, where do we go from there once we have that? How do we handle a juvenile? Where do we take that person? How do we get an adult who needs services? We need our assistance with our nonprofits that help us in that. So Sarah will talk about that in a minute, of all that they do for us. But without their teamwork and cooperation, we would have a very difficult time addressing this. Again, the end goals of this is crime reduction, community recovery, but rescue of the human trafficking victims. That's the biggest thing that we see out there. It's been in the news, especially recently in the last few weeks, of what we're seeing happening up and down the streets. And again, people may not realize that a lot of those females that are out there on the street are juveniles, and we're trying to rescue those victims. We're trying to make prostitution undesirable by arresting those Johns, by enforcing those laws, working with the city attorney, the district attorney, and the U.S. Attorney's Office on those arrests and prosecutions. And again, trying to go after the predators, in a sense, that are coming to victimize those people that are walking down the streets, these workers that are on the streets. And overall, it's trying to improve the quality of life along that corridor. We get numerous complaints from residents, community groups, council offices about what's happening out there. So again, it's not only just we want to stop the prostitution and rescue the victims, but we also want to address that community, that quality of life issue for the community that we're serving, because they call us asking for help to say, I'm walking my 10-year-old to school and I have to see this that's happening, whether it's a worker who's scantily dressed on the corner, or whether it's a sex act that's occurring in an alley. They have to see this, and they have to see this every day in their lives, and they come to us as a police department saying, can you address this? Can you help us? We need to stop this. So it's a collaborative effort of everybody trying to address this overall. But like I said earlier, it's very, very difficult to put these cases on, but we're dedicated to that. They're very dedicated investigators working with the prosecutors to make sure that we have solid cases to move forward on this continuously. Anything else you want to say? Okay. At this time, I'd like to have Sarah speak about Saving Innocence and the incredible work that they do. They are a true partner in this effort, and without them and other groups, we would not be able to accomplish what we do each day on the streets.
Thank you, Chief Reyna. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Elander. I'm the Director of Programs at Saving Innocence. We are an anti-trafficking organization. We've been working to support survivors of all forms of human trafficking since 2010. We serve as the victim service provider for the LA Regional Human Trafficking Task Force, as well as the co-leader alongside the LA County Sheriff's Department. So our role at Saving Innocence as advocates is to support a survivor from their point of crisis through their long-term recovery journey. And so a lot of that is partnering with law enforcement to make sure that not only the survivor has everything that they need from the point of crisis, from the point that they are identified and recovered by law enforcement, but also supporting law enforcement and making sure that they have all the resources that they need in order to properly investigate while the survivor her basic needs are being met, her housing is addressed, and that there is a safety plan moving forward to ensure that she is no longer in the unsafe environment, both housing, familial, things like that. So our partnership really does allow the collaboration to allow law enforcement to do their work. We're not asking law enforcement to be social workers in the way that law enforcement doesn't ask us to do anything outside of our lane. We get to come and really be there for survivors, be there for the kids as they're recovered on that night. We'll bring backpacks, we'll bring McDonald's, we'll bring things to make sure that they are seen as humans, that they are seen as people who are needing the support and the resources to make sure that they have everything that they need to move forward. As an organization outside of law enforcement, our partnership with law enforcement, we do provide 24/7 crisis response and virtual coordination to the community and to survivors directly. We have a public hotline that is accessible to law enforcement and to our partners, but also so that people can call in and receive that kind of support whenever they need, and that they have a direct line. And our partnership with LAPD and other law enforcement providers means that when we get a call, we have a direct line to be able to call Sergeant Ikeda and his team and say, hey, we've gotten this call on our hotline. How can we collaborate and coordinate to make sure that this person on the other end of the phone is receiving an immediate response that is partnered with law enforcement, housing, resources, basic needs, and that they are receiving that long-term care. And so a part of our service after the point of crisis, after the crisis stabilization season, or the point of crisis stabilization, we are working to navigate housing resources to make sure that they are in a safe place. We are doing safety planning. A lot of times there's, we see a lot of survivors that are flown into Los Angeles to be trafficked. They did not want to be here. They did not choose to be here. So a lot of what we do is coordinating with them, either their caregivers. I mean, a couple months ago, Hollywood recovered a 14-year-old from Texas, and we got her mom on the phone, and we were able to get her home within 3 or 4 hours. And so really being able to move quickly and swiftly to make sure that their safety is prioritized and that they have everything that they need. And so that's from the point of stabilization, but also through educational support, employment, navigation, partnering with other organizations that do housing. We provide rental assistance to make sure that there are no barriers to be able to stabilize post-crisis and post their trafficking experience. And then we also provide law enforcement support in anything a part of the court process regarding testifying. And so if there are survivors that are being called to testify in an investigation, we are providing flights if they've been, returned to their state or county of origin, hotels, meals, advocacy, support before, during, and after the judicial process to make sure that that is not a barrier to justice being served, but that it is not an additional re-traumatization for the survivor beyond what is absolutely necessary to see justice be served. So we are honored to be a part of this task force, to be a part of the solution. We really feel like all of the efforts that are being executed right now are really building a more resilient environment for survivors in LA, and we're really honored to be a part of it. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for
Thank you,
being
Sarah.
here. It's, the problem is so profoundly complicated. I had an opportunity last year to do a ride-along on Figueroa, and it was an experience I will never forget. It's like almost driving down on what is it, San Pedro, and seeing all the devastation of being a homeless person and the poverty there, and just, again, the complications and the intensity of that kind of living situation. And you find it again on the corridor, the Figueroa corridor. And Captain Reyna, you did talk about, you touched on the community a bit, and I see the community as part of this very complex situation. But I can't imagine living in a vibrant community like that community is, and having my children to experience that, or any adult experience that on a daily basis. Besides having the availability of those community members to call and complain, are there any other outreach efforts to them to sort of, for their children in particular, to lessen the trauma of seeing this kind of activity every day, in and out, going to school, going to the market, going to get a burger? I mean, I can't even imagine as a child having to see this kind of activity on a daily basis, and maybe conclude at a certain point that it's kind of normal, but I'm sure you don't see it that way. And so what is out there for mainly the children in those communities to surpass this trauma?
Sure. Anything you want to add before I answer? Okay, so difficult question to answer because you're reaching into community groups and things like that. But I could tell you that, for example, around the schools, the senior lead officers are working with the principals, because we'll get the complaints from the teachers and the principals and the neighbors about things that are happening there. And as far as like counseling services, as far as that kind of outreach, there's not a whole lot out there to address the trauma that children are seeing when they see these things in action, in a sense. That's probably an area that could be addressed collaboratively, working with different groups to see if there's something we can do there for those people in the community that have to witness this all the time. Because we do get the complaints all the time, and the senior leads are talking to them, we're talking to them, the investigators talk to them, we have our community meetings, but as far as any follow-up or any type of counseling or any type of trauma care, because they have to view these things, I think that's very limited out there, except for maybe things that are happening through the school, through counselors in the schools and things like that. But if it's not even near a school, if it's just on just neighborhood blocks, what can we offer our community members who have to see this every day to that are witnessing it every day and they have that trauma in their mind? I think that's very limited out there for that. But we can work with our council office. We can work with different community groups to see if there's something we can do to address that and offer to people that are bringing that to our attention that they have to see it every day.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioners, who has a question? Commissioner Shields?
Thank you. And thank you for this presentation. It's very insightful, and just hearing how kind of complex of an issue it is, and that it isn't something that's able to be solved overnight, but that you are putting in all of the resources to really address this issue is really good to hear. And Sarah, I will just say that you are a wonderful representative of Saving Innocence, and your passion and your devotion to this cause can just emanates from you. So it's great to hear both the work that you're doing and the support that you're providing both the department, and the department is providing the organization. So it's great to see when the department is working so closely with the folks who are providing the access directly. So thank you for all that you are doing. And especially in this area, we've seen a tremendous amount of progress in the way policing views this issue. Back in the day, it would be everyone just getting arrested, and now you're hearing about and talking about human trafficking victims or survivors, right? We're properly categorizing it and naming it, and you'll get a lot of folks who, and I work with nonprofit organizations in this space as well, and they'll say, yeah, LAPD is pretty good. There's sometimes every once in a while you'll see people who don't fully get it. How do we make sure everyone in the department, it really is, understands this issue? We talked a little bit about training, but what are we doing to make sure everyone's fully informed, and especially, there's a whole concept of like trauma-informed care and questioning, and how are you asking questions just to build, is that types of training available to officers, and how are we providing that?
So what my unit does is we also go to roll calls, and we try to talk to the officers, one-on-one or in a group setting, in a small group setting, to explain to them these are victims and they are being trafficked. And a lot of times they're not going to talk to you because they've been bred and beaten to not to talk to police officers. So we tell them that some of these girls that you bring in, they start screaming and ranting and raving. They're just 13, 14-year-olds having a tantrum because they don't know any better. And that, we try to explain to them that you just have to be patient. And it's hard when they're kicking you, hitting you, spitting on you, but they're just girls who don't know any better. And that's the one thing that we try to emphasize to our patrol units, like, don't take it personally because they don't know any better. And we try to impart that knowledge that we've gained and garnered throughout the years. The roll call training helps, but it's just we're only getting a small segment of groups of officers. So that's why we're trying to look at different innovative ways to get it out to the whole department. So.
Yeah, so we had discussions on this already about more formalized training for the department to understand that, because if a patrol officer's driving down the street and they're seeing the same girl on the corner, they may think, well, maybe she wants to be there. She got arrested a couple days ago. She had an opportunity to talk to someone like Sarah, but didn't take up on it. Now she's out and back on the streets or whatever it may be. And they draw that conclusion without having that information behind the scenes as to what's really happening. How did this person get there? How difficult it is to get that person. It's similar to, we talked about this in community meetings, getting someone who's homeless off the street into housing, having them transition from their use to their tent or their area going into a housing is difficult. Sometimes they start there and then they end up back on the street, but you have to keep going back and forth to do that. So there's discussion about some type of formalized training in our learning management system, some type of educational video that everyone would have to watch. It gets put out to the entire department through Training Bureau. They'd have to watch it, where we could have those dialogues. People like Wes could be there, experts, and Sarah to be interviewed and talk about that, what they're seeing out there and how this is kind of revolving. It's circular. You have to keep going at it. So the officers understand that. So when they see what's happening out there, they're not just drawing that conclusion. When they have someone in custody or detained or someone's a victim, they may speak to that person a little bit differently, may be able to extract information differently, or may just be more compassionate about what they're going through. So there's discussions about that, and we'll follow up on that.
Can I say something to that? So one of the things that I've noticed over our time working with law enforcement is that so specifically with LAPD, they have invited us into training opportunities with detectives and officers to be able to provide the clinical lens. Again, not asking law enforcement to be social workers, but offering a clinical lens of a little bit of what is happening behind the scenes. And I mean, over the summer, we did 2 full-day trainings, training opportunities for LAPD and HSI to really understand some of the complex trauma that's being kind of, that you're watching in real time when you're recovering someone, an adult, a minor, who has experienced complex trauma. And so understanding some of the cultural dynamics, some of the trauma dynamics, adolescent dynamics. And so LAPD has welcomed NGOs and different clinical professionals into those dynamics, specifically in the task force. And then the other side of doing crisis response, that is multidisciplinary with a victim advocate and a detective. There are opportunities in the moment because language is caught, and it's we learn because we hear people do it differently. And so on both sides, our advocates have learned a lot about the process in law enforcement by watching our officers engage. And in the same way, the officers and the detectives who are on the front lines and who are recovering survivors, they are learning from the behaviors of some of the victim advocates who are offering a different lens, who are exceptionally specialized in trauma-informed care and understanding some of the nuances of complex adolescent trauma. And so really being able to do that in real time, not in sometimes it's in a formal setting where it's in trainings or whatever, but a lot of times that training is happening in real time at 2:00 in the morning, and we're trying to figure out how to engage with maybe a 15-year-old, maybe a 30-year-old who has been experiencing human trafficking for 15 years, because even with some of the adults, we are finding that their initial point of entry was still 12 or 13. And so we're seeing some of those things work out in real time, which to me has been really encouraging because it's been incredibly multidisciplinary and very cooperative.
Well, thank you so much for that collaboration. We are all better for it because of it. And it's just truly heartbreaking to see, this problem and just seeing, the juveniles and the number of juveniles that have been rescued. It's amazing. And there's more out there. So thank you for the work that you do every day. It matters. And so I'm so appreciative of it. And this is just out of my own curiosity, has nothing to do with the prior presentation that we just had, but just in terms of your basic criminal case building, you talked about the wiretaps and the surveillance and the search warrants. Do you also rely on pretextual stops by any chance in connection with your work?
No, most of our PIMs that we arrest are based on probable cause that we've investigated throughout the whole time, search warrants and all that. So we have enough evidence to say, hey, that's the guy, we're going to stop him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia, any questions, comments?
Well, no questions, just a thank you, especially to the last set of comments you made, that formal and informal relationship building and sharing of information and language and teaching. I think is super important. I've seen it in rollout in this space, but also in the intervention space and other spaces where folks are willing to collaborate with law enforcement to get a better understanding of each other's roles. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Scobin, comments, questions?
Just comments. Thank you. I echo the sentiments of my fellow commissioners. You guys are doing God's work, so thank you. I'd also ask, if there's anything that you guys need to help you do your job, whether it be technology or any other resources, please be vocal with that, with us, as we want to be advocates to help get with the resources that you guys need to be more effective in the great work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner Tabor, any questions, comments?
Yes, as all of the commissioners said, thank you for not just the effort, but for the purpose with which you're out here taking on what some have called or described as man's oldest profession. The challenge is personal in some ways with me because I have fraternity brothers who taught at 61st Street School, and we would go to do a reading program, college-age men dressed up in a suit, walking to an elementary school. And by the time we came out for lunch, around 12:30 in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there would be women lined up on the street adjacent to the elementary school. I mean, with no trepidation all about approaching us, seeing us coming out of the school with books from what we just, and it was like, we're like, wait a minute, is there no level of respect? And a couple times we had conversations with pimps that, like don't be here next week. Just find you another corner, someplace away from the school, because this is not what we want children and parents to be seeing when they're trying to get an education and coming out. It was difficult as I think about Figueroa and that experience. Is it your sense that with what the effort you have, that it's able in this geographic area to address the problem with the addition of any additional resources or technology, and that it won't be like a push to another area? Or how do you say we look at this in the macro sense too?
Well, it's interesting you say that. After the last large takedown of the criminal gang that was behind a lot of the human trafficking, we saw a lull in the activity on Figueroa. However, then it dispersed. It moved west onto Western, into West Bureau a little bit. So and Wes could probably talk a little bit more about that, but we saw it slow down, we saw it disperse, but over the recent weeks, we see it coming back to Figueroa, unfortunately. So again, it's our dedication to this task force, our dedication to have collaboration and teamwork with our NGOs to address this. We're not going to stop. We're going to keep going after that criminal element behind there that's trafficking, and we'll make arrests, and then we'll keep on going, identify the next individuals that are involved in this, and keep going. That's our goal here. Regardless if there's a lull, it spreads, wherever it goes, we'll go. Just because Figueroa may get cleaned up, but if it goes somewhere else, we'll go there too. So, anything you want to add on this person?
Yep, that's pretty much it. And we did see the lull, and we also saw that it was the girls were advertising more online after the takedown. So we saw an uptick in online advertisements of girls. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what was the continued response from the property business owners there, not engaged in sex trafficking, but trying to, fix cars or I'm just trying to think of the other types of businesses in the area. Were they also engaged in your effort and supporting the effort, or were they just, standing around, sort of keeping their heads down and not involved in the effort?
We do get complaints from the community, the business owners. They do complain like, hey, these girls are here, they're disruptive and all that. But it's kind of sad that it's kind of the norm now. And that's what is so disheartening in that community, is like a lot of people just acceptance of it. And the community members know we're trying to do something, but they know that a lot of times there's only so much we can do. But they are supportive of what we do. It's just that, unfortunately, we can't solve it overnight.
And I think it comes down to that educational piece. Like Sergeant saying, that it has become the norm for a lot of people. Well, it's been here all the time. But they don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They don't know how. They just look at that female in the corner and say, well, she's a prostitute. But not knowing that she's held against her will, not knowing that she's been branded, not knowing that she's been beaten, that she's from out of state and her family's worried about her and she can't contact them. They don't know that. And I think that educational piece of all of us working together to let people know that this isn't just a person who's trying to make some money on the corner. Behind the scenes, there's this incredible, terrible world that they're in that we're trying to address. And I think if more business owners, more community members knew about that, I think they'd be more cooperative with us to call things in, assist us, whatever it may be, to address it as a community, as a whole, as a team.
Yeah. And one thing, I think it was mentioned that we are facing 3 major sporting events in the next 3 years. And so one of the things that as a part of the regional task force in cooperation with LAPD, is we're going to be putting on some community trainings, mainly kind of targeted towards hospitality, restaurants, for the potential increase, but to really create opportunities for community members, for convenience store owners, for church communities, for other people to really understand the three components of information. What is human trafficking? Identification, how do you identify it? And 3, activation, what do you do once you've identified it? It's a very simple training model to really give like a ground level understanding for community members, and using FIFA, our first sporting event, as an opportunity to increase education for our community members, to say we have the potential of traffickers bringing women and girls into Los Angeles. So let's make sure that, our convenience store owners are, we got notified by the Natural History Museum. Their security team wants to understand how to identify human trafficking because they're on Figueroa and they're seeing things that they think are human trafficking, but they're not certain. And so then they don't know what to do once they've identified it. Do you go and vigilante Liam Neeson it, or do you, call 911? How do you respond? And so really giving the community members tools of what's real active information, how do you identify it? What are the identifiers? It's not something that you have heard on the news or whatever. You have real identifiers. And then what do you do? What's the crisis hotline? What's the number for LAPD? Like, what is the actual call to action for a security member from the Natural History Museum, a convenience store owner, a mechanic who sees it and is like, I know what that is. And so really leveraging, the kind of the incoming crisis of the sporting events, to really increase education and awareness for our general community.
Okay, any further questions? Chief, did you have a question?
No,
or a
just
comment?
thank you for the work you're doing with the skeleton crew. You look at those numbers up there and you look at the scale of the problem. The problem's been going on for many, many years, and we have not taken it as seriously as we should as a city or as a region. And we have a task force set up now for over 10 years. They have made some good inroads. A lot of hard work went into it. But the amount of people working it on both sides, on the government side with the police, our prosecutors, but also our community-based organizations, they're working on a shoestring as well. So the more we can do to educate the public, to be able to show a sense of urgency here and that these are our kids and that we need to do more than we have been doing up to this point.
Thank you, Chief. I echo the sentiments of all the commissioners here in expressing my gratitude and just also a big thank you for the work that you're doing, Sarah, the work that you're doing, Chief, out there in the South Bureau. It's a tremendous responsibility. Lieutenant, the same thing. We appreciate your work, and it's really such an enormous issue in that community. But keep doing that work, and we're here to help you in any way, technology, anything else that we can help you with, bring it to our attention, and let's see how we can work together on making it better.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you
Thank
again. Okay, Madam Secretary, before you call the next speaker, we should all stand up and stretch, okay? Okay, Madam Secretary?
Madam President, please let the record reflect that we're now back in open session. We'll now move on to agenda item 6AC, the department's report relative to Selective Traffic Enforcement Program Grant Quarterly Report and Traffic Crash Data. And we have Captain Ortiz.
Okay. Are you the only one here?
That's it, just me.
Okay,
All
well,
right.
welcome.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon. I'm Captain Yvonne Ortiz. I'm the commanding officer of Traffic Coordination Division. The report before you is the STEP Grant Quarterly Report, and we also added the traffic crash data as had been requested. The STEP stands for Selective Traffic Enforcement Program. This report provides an update on the 2025-26 STEP grant. It's $6.4 million from the California Office of Traffic Safety, which has now completed the full administrative approval, which occurred on February 17th of this year. As part of the federal grant requirements, the department must submit quarterly updates delineating DUI enforcement operations, saturation patrols, training initiatives, and community engagement activities. But because the approval process extended beyond the close of the first quarter, which in this case would have been December 31st of 2025, the first quarter report was not submitted during that period. So all required quarterly reports will be completed moving forward. The report also includes the traffic crash data for the period of October 1 through December 31st of 2025. It includes fatal crashes, suspected serious injury crashes, and hit-and-run incidences. During this time frame, there was one MSIT deployment, and MSIT is our Multidisciplinary Collision Investigation Team, and we responded once to the Harbor Division related to a severe collision on November 15th of 2025. That information had also been requested as well. So at this time, I'm available for any questions you may have with respect to the grant.
I guess I'll start. I'm just appalled by the number of hit and runs, the number of fatalities in our city. We talk about, officer-involved shootings, and that's a concern for everyone, but there are so many fatalities on our street.
Right.
It's probably the most dangerous place in our city. So I look at the Bureau totals comparison, and they are just from October 1, 2025 to December 31, 2025. And you look at those numbers in Central, South, the Valley, the West Bureau, they're appalling. What do we do?
Yes, and that's a great question. I mean, one of our goals is to really try to, slow traffic down, because we all know that speed in many instances can signify the nature of the injury, right? Whether it's something minor, severe, or fatal in a lot of cases. One of the things about the STEP grant, with this one, by the time it was approved, we began in early March with our details, and that grant will take us through September. So we are pushing right now, plus or minus citywide, 90 or so details per deployment period. So that's how much we're trying to saturate with a variety of details, if you would. They range from DUI checkpoints to enforcement operations that are specifically focused on the most dangerous driving behaviors that put the safety of our bicyclists and our pedestrians at risk. We're also focusing, like I said, on speed, the failure to yield, stop sign and red light running, improper turning and lane changes. These are just some of the most popular, so to speak, of types of violations. I want to point out, though, in addition to the STEP grant, that monies or those details gets divided through all of the traffic divisions, as well as Traffic Coordination Division, which I oversee. So all of these entities are simultaneously conducting details throughout the city. In addition to that, we also have the Vision Zero monies that was, Vision Zero is really a program that's led by the Department of Transportation. We do have 1.8 that was a carve-out, and that money has been disseminated, and it is being used on a variety of details to all of our traffic divisions citywide. So we also have that. In addition to that, we have operations, Office of Operations, which is our traffic bureaus, and they continuously every week, they run what's called the traffic analysis and put out a traffic analysis every single week for their bureau. And then they will then use that analysis, and that's how they deploy on many of these details. So that just kind of gives you a little bit of an overview that we're trying to address it from a variety of standpoints.
Any questions from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Shields, you have any questions, comments?
Yeah, and I echo the president's comments about just how appalling these numbers are, both with regards to the fatalities and also with regards to the number of hit and runs. And hopefully we'll have, more stats as to like how many hit and runs are actually solved, because that would be an interesting perspective to also have. And you mentioned that, the funding is spread out. In terms of like when you look at the bureau totals, the Valley outpaces quite significantly in all of the categories. And is there special attention being paid there? And also, are you or someone in your group really looking at the most problematic locations from these spreadsheets to say, we need an officer at this corner at this time of day? How is that kind of analysis being done?
Great. So I do have a sergeant that's a coordinator specifically out of my office for these grants. And one of the things that we just recently requested, and we're working with Application Development Support Division, is we're asking for just that. We're trying to have them create this analysis for us, specifically for severes and fatals, as a breakdown by day of the week, time, and the reporting districts, so we can be a little bit more strategic in terms of where these need to be, in addition to all of the analysis that are being done on a weekly basis by all of the traffic divisions. So we probably will do an overlay.
Yeah, thank you, Captain Ortiz. I think that's an important thing, because then when you identify the most problematic intersections or other things, that could also feed into the work that the Department of Transportation is doing in terms of, do we need a speed bump right in this specific area? So we shouldn't be doing things in a vacuum, and we should be thinking holistically about public safety.
Right, and just to add to your point, I am involved in some of the meetings with the Department of Transportation in their automated speed enforcement camera project. That's the 125 cameras spread throughout out the city. So, that's really good for us. I just was informed that they have a public-facing web map, which is exciting, because then it really gives the community this view on where these high-injury networks are located. So it helps us as well, because the idea would be maybe we don't need to be at that particular intersection, but maybe the next block over perhaps.
Exactly, and also with looking at the specific like hit and run locations, like where is that happening more frequently? And so when you hear about, different communities wanting certain, automatic license plate readers, instead of just putting them up randomly in locations where they think it may be helpful, it would be nice to have data-driven kind of suggestions as to like, this is the corner has had 3 hit and runs, this is where we need it. That type of information, I think, would go a long way.
Yes, and I believe that information is captured on our ComStat profile as well, and it does change depending on exactly what you just said. So thank you kindly.
Thank you, Captain.
Yeah, out of curiosity, on each bureau's report, is there a reason they're not standardized formats from bureau to bureau?
Yes, so we also noticed that. I know that when the request was made, we wanted to try to get the deliverable as soon as we could to you, but we have since standardized it, so we expect moving forward that they're all identical.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And I echo Commissioner Shields' sentiment about, making sure that we're digesting the data, understanding it, and looking at opportunities to improve, whether it be LAPD related or just communication with the city partners and letting them know hot areas. So thanks.
Commissioner Tabor, you have a question, comment? Okay.
Okay.
Let's make our streets safer.
Likewise. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, the recommended board action for item 6C is to approve the department's report. Do we have a commissioner to make that motion?
I move that we adopt or approve the report.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Now we'll move on to agenda item 6D. We have Commission Investigation Division's report relative to the 2025 philanthropy report, and we have Lieutenant Moffett.
Okay, good afternoon. Lieutenant Moffett, it's good to see you. By the way, I have to compliment you on that photograph. You look great.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
That's a great photo.
Yeah, I have some good news. We're in mile 18 of this marathon, so we're getting towards the end of the day. I know it's been a long day.
So who do you have with yours?
Good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant Scott Moffett. I'm the commanding officer of Commission Investigation Division. With me, I have Tatiana Santa Cruz, who's the senior management analyst. She is the supervisor of the charitable services section. And then I have the senior auditor, Elmer Trias, and a management analyst, Ho Un. And not with us is Ken Tran, who's also a management analyst in the charitable services section.
Well, welcome all of you. Thank you so much for waiting, your patience, and for your contribution here today.
So good afternoon, Commissioners, Chief McDonald, Mr. Sibley, Mr. Barragan, Mr. De La Guerra. CID serves as a regulatory arm of the Board of Police Commissioners, and one of our core responsibilities is the oversight of the charitable solicitation and bingo gaming within the City of Los Angeles. We are proud to present Commission Investigation Division's 2025 Philanthropy Report. I'd like to highlight several key findings and underscore the public value this report provides. In 2025, CID analyzed approximately $3 billion in charitable revenue. But that figure represents only a fraction of the charitable activity occurring in Los Angeles. Fewer than 1,000 charities successfully registered with the board, yet as many as 7,500 organizations benefit from charitable giving in Los Angeles. When viewed broadly, charitable contributions in the city are estimated to reach between $20 to $30 billion. With numbers of that scale, the potential for skimming, fraud, and financial abuse is significant. This report is designed to help the public make informed decisions and protect their donations. In this report, we also took the opportunity to examine the charitable response to the Palisades fire, which Commissioner Shields was present to see some of that work that was done out there, and that generated an extraordinary outpouring of support. The Milken Institute estimates that contributions for Altadena and Palisades combined reached almost $1 billion. Whenever that level of money moves quickly, concerns naturally arise. A few examples highlighted in our report are multiple intermediaries, production companies, national fundraising platforms, and other entities each take administrative and other costs. These funds are trickled down before they reach their intended recipients. There's also unclear donor intent. Broader appeals such as wildlife relief or help rebuild fail to specify whether donations support immediate aid, long-term recovery, operating expenses, or other unrelated organizational costs. The report also addresses bingo gaming, which the city regulates in two forms, which is charitable bingo and recreational, or what we call senior bingo. Charitable bingo generated $17.3 million last year, with proceeds required to support nonprofit charitable organizations. Recreational bingo, while limited to very small prizes, provides meaningful social engagement and community support for thousands of seniors across Los Angeles. The report concludes with several tips for charitable giving. For those considering charitable donations, I'd like to mention a few key reminders. Do your research. Numerous independent organizations on the internet track charitable legitimacy and expense ratios, and the IRS publicly posts Form 990 filings for all 501c3 charities. Protect your financial information. Use credit cards or checks for tracking, but only through trusted websites or when you initiate the contact with the charity. And trust your instincts. Legitimate charities welcome questions and are transparent about how donations are used. Be cautious if something doesn't seem right. Fraudulent charities may use names similar to legitimate or well-known charities. For more details, I encourage the public to review the report once approved by the Commission, or to reach out to CID's Charitable Services section, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Commissioner Tabor, any questions, comments? Thank you. Commissioner Scobin?
None for me.
Commissioner Garcia?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Seals?
Really quickly, just thank you for your work. And with regard, given that the city is collecting a significant amount of money on this, but only a small portion of folks operating charities in Los Angeles are registering, is there a mechanism that we've done to try to identify other charities? And send them letters saying, by the way, maybe you don't know this, you have to register with the city of Los Angeles.
So that's a unique challenge because, for instance, with the Palisades fire, you have, a lot of organizations springing up, and you don't necessarily want to interfere with that effort, right? I mean, they're presumably raising money for a good cause, so to sort of insert this bureaucratic red tape creates a challenge. So from an enforcement angle, it's difficult for my team to go out there and say, you know what, stop raising money for charity, we're going to impose the law upon you. So a lot of it is legitimacy and compliance that we're seeking. Most charities, they want to be legitimate, they want to be recognized, so we kind of rely on that, their desire. But we do send reminders when we notice that charitable solicitations are ongoing. We will send out warning letters to them, asking them to come into compliance. But for the most part, with such limited staffing, I mean, my staffing's been reduced to half. It's very difficult to just keep our heads above water with the amount of work that they have in front of them with those that are seeking that sort of legitimacy.
I think that there are organizations that want to be legitimate but don't even know about this requirement. And so we should just make sure that we're doing what we need to be doing to make sure that people understand. And hey, here's this filing fee, here's just in case you didn't know. But so I'd look for opportunities to do that so that we're not just relying on people's kind of voluntarily providing the fees.
Right. So just to add to that, one of the projects we did do is working through the Office of the Attorney General of the state of California. We identified approximately 6,000 charities that were operating in the city of Los Angeles. I do suspect that number to be higher. We had come up with a plan to send them a postcard, each of them, asking them to become compliant. But the budget cost of that was astronomical, and it just was not foreseeable in the budget. But I'm sorry, Tatiana, did you have something with that?
Yes, I have a couple of things to say. Okay, yes, I have a couple of things to say in addition to what my commander officer has said. The first thing is, yes, we are a small staff, but we are very efficient in analyzing what is happening. We have noticed that there is an evolution in the way charitable organizations operate. And we request additional support to be able to understand the new platforms, which mainly are digital platforms that are used by different charitable organizations to collect money. We do understand that there is an asymmetry between the information that the person that is giving the donation and the different organizations that are collecting the donations are having regarding the use of the funds that are given. The importance in this case is given by different reports. We mentioned the Milken Institute report, where there is a whole report only on the charitable giving during the time of the fires. Also, there is an understanding of collecting information on the ground. Just I wanted to give, this is what I get monthly in my mail, living in the city of LA. I guess if I retire, I will be receiving double. So yes, there is a need to collect information from the agencies that are collecting money. However, we have to be very sensitive with those organizations for two reasons. We don't have a way to enforce practically, like fines. And also, most of these organizations are very politically connected, and we have to go ahead and notify them in a way that we understand that we are not curtailing their freedom of speech.
That's interesting. Okay, anything further? Gentlemen, I think we're done. I think we're done. Thank you so much for your participation, and thank you so much again for your patience and waiting. It's been a long day. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
The
so
recommended board action for 6D is to approve Commission Investigation Division's report. Do we have a commissioner to make that motion?
I make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 7A1, 7A2, 7B1, and 7B2 in accordance with Government Code 54957. Madam President, please let the record reflect that the Board of Police Commissioners have concluded their work in closed session. We're now back in open session, and we'll have a report out by the Executive Director.
Thank you. So going to item 7A, closed session agenda at the regular meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners on March 24th, 2026. During the closed session, the board made the following findings. So going to case 7A1, which is officer-involved shooting, case number 012-25. For tactics, administrative disapproval, 2 police officers 2, and 1 sergeant 1. Those findings were made by a 5-0 vote. For drawing an exhibition of a firearm, out of policy, administrative disapproval, 2 police officers 2. That finding was made by a 4-1 vote, with the 1 being Commissioner Shields. And for the lethal use of force, out of policy, administrative disapproval, 2 police officers 2. Case or item 7A2, which is officer-involved shooting, case number 013-25. For tactics, we have tactical debrief, 2 police officers 2, and 1 sergeant 1. Administrative disapproval for 1 police officer 3. For drawing an exhibition of a firearm, in policy, no further action, 1 sergeant 1, 1 police officer 3, and 2 police officers 2. For intermediate use of force, we have in policy, no further action, 1 police officer 2. And for lethal use of force, in policy, no further action, 1 police officer 3. And all of those findings were made on a 5-0 vote. And as for items 7B1 and 2, those items were continued and will be heard at a future Police Commission meeting. And that concludes the report out.
And Mr. Executive Director, I may have missed it, but for the first case, did you report that it was a 5-0 vote on the lethal use of force?
If I did not, then yes, I should have done. It was a 5-0 vote. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
With no other items on the agenda, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.